Can you all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Good morning, honorable members. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome our Premier in absentia. I know that he is not well, but he'll be joining us virtually. Our Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, all members of the Provincial Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, you are all welcome. And I want to take this opportunity to wish all of you all the best. Today is also Africa Day. May Africa rise, may God bless Africa and her people. Thank you very much. We have received an apology for Honorable Dos Santos, who is writing exams, and we wish him all the best. I know that all members of the legislature who are studying, some of them might not be writing today, but we want to wish you all the best and good luck to you all. May all those that are not well, please speedy recovery. I thought Honorable Simango, you're going to call me and wish me well while I was not well. But I also pray that if I die, I must go with you. No, that was on a later note. We have members that are going to be sworn in today, and I wish to request that they be ushered in. The first person that I will call they can both be seated here in the meantime, then I will call them one by one to come in front. Okay, let me start with Nicola Susana du Plessis. We are going to come here in front, just stand here on the left. And I'm going to request you, what we will do, we'll give you this form. I'm not sure whether you're going to do an oath or an oath, okay. So you are going to read the form as it is. Then after we have done that, you lift your right hand and you say, "So help me God." Can you be assisted there?
May I remove my
Yes, you can.
I, Nicola Susana du Plessis, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and I will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution, all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the legislature of the province of Gauteng to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Thank you. I'm sure you understand what we are swearing in. So we hope that all the laws of the Republic will be respected by yourself. Thank you very much. We can therefore co-sign.
Do you need me to sign all of them? Okay, I'll sign all of them.
I thought I will meet you before. I thought I will meet you before.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Thank you very much. There we go. That's your pen. Thank you.
I therefore declare Nicola Susana du Plessis as an official member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So normally all the DA members, they sit on my left-hand side. Honorable Ghana, I don't know, are you active today because I don't see Nell, Honorable Nell? You can. I will usher him to a seat. Okay. The next person that I will call is Ruhan Robinson, who will do the same as Nicola. Are you going to do an affirmation or a swearing in?
An oath, please.
An oath?
Yes,
Okay. So you will also take the form, you read loudly, and raise your right hand and say, "So help me God," at the end.
I, Ruan Robinson, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and I solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the legislature of the province of Gauteng to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Thank you very much. We can therefore sign. I wish to declare Ruhan Robinson as an honorable member of the provincial legislature. Both of them, they can now be called honorable members. You are welcome. Although Ruhan, by yesterday, you were still my councillor in Egurleni. But thank you very much, you're all welcome. And I think after the meeting, Ralph, I'm not sure who's going to be helping them, but Honorable Ghana or Diakha, you'll take them to the relevant office so that we can actually finalize all the administrative issues. Thank you very much. You're all welcome. Honorable members, I've already done my announcement in terms of Africa Day. And the second announcement is that as Gauteng, but also as a country, we're losing a lot of prominent people, the latest being Dr. Namane Mahana. May her soul rest in peace. She was one of the philanthropists in our province and in our country. And those that know her very well, you know, I have a cousin in Atteridgeville. She said, "Oh, our girl from Atteridgeville," and she was my chairperson of the Bethakwa Foundation, of which I'm a trustee, and I think she will be missed. And I know that tomorrow we're supposed to have our trustee meeting, wherein she came up with a lot of ideas of what Bethakwa can do in terms of development of women in our province. May her soul rest in eternal peace. I think what I will try and do to members is to also send a link, because there are prayers in the evenings, but also send a link for those that might not be able to join the funeral tomorrow. I'm not sure, are there any other announcements from other members? Okay, nothing. There's no motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. There are no MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. There are no member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. I want to check if is there a member who wants to give notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121. There is none. Thank you very much. Can I request the Secretary to read the first order?
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Oversight Report on the detail of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 of 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Honorable Dlamini.
Hlonishwa somlomo isifundazwe sakithi Gauteng nobhala wesifunda wesishayamthetho uNankulu engekho engaphathekile kahle kanye nesigungu sakhe amalungu ahloniphekile esishayamthetho abaholi bezombusa bamaqembu ezombusazwe bakhona esishayamthetho abeyindaba kanye nezakhamuzi zaseGauteng ngiklama ngibingelele ngifisele bonke ama-Afrika usuku oluhle lokuba lwe-Afrika sihlupha ngoba sisebenza ngesingisi noma kwi-Africa Day. I would therefore request that the part of the report that I have not read be taken as read. I will go to the executive summary. The budget for the 2022-2023 financial year is tabled 2 years after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic and follows when budget cuts were made because of having to reprioritize. The committee noted that the budget allocation for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature increased by 3.7% from the previous financial year. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature received a budget of 825.2 million to finance its programs and strategic projects, and this allocation increased by 29.5 million from a budget amount of about 795.7 million that was allocated during the 21-22 financial year. With this allocation, the committee expects the GPL to deliver on its core mandate, which includes oversight, lawmaking, and public participation. Furthermore, the GPL should develop and implement laws that create an enabling environment to better the lives of the Gauteng citizens. This allocation will cater for personal costs, increased public outreach programs, house and committee activities, implementation of institutional operational projects, priority building projects, as well as the security enforcing project. In terms of budget allocation per program, the committee noted that the budget for Program 1, which is Leadership and Government, increased from 29.8 million to 59.8 million due to the resumption of travel and parliamentary exchange programs. And Program 2, Office of the Secretary received a decreased budget of 26.6 million from 32.2 million that was allocated in the previous financial year. Program 3, Corporate Support Services, decreased from 422.5 million in the previous financial year to 420 million. And Program 4, Core Business, increased from 253.69 million in the previous financial year to 259 million in the current financial year due to a once-off allocation for the Digital Parliament and the Communication Strategy. And Program 5, Office of the Chief Financial Officer, received a budget allocation of 58.9 million in the 22-23 financial year from the 57.5 million that was allocated in the previous financial year. In terms of budget per economic classification, the committee noted that current payments received the largest share of the budget, and this translates into 35.5 million increase from the 609.5 million that was allocated during the previous financial year. The compensation of employees is allocated an amount of 389.82 million, and this shows an increase of 3.10 million from an adjusted amount of 386.71 million. The budget will cater for salaries, pay progression, medical aids, subsidy, long service rewards, leave provision, insourcing of 25 security officers, relocation cost, acting allowance, and 29 internships positions. The budget for goods and services increased by 15% from 222.8 million allocated in the previous financial year to 255.2 million in the current financial year. The budget will cater for the implementation of the institutional operational projects, reincorporation of accommodation, and the use of external venues, as well as the committee travel, which was suspended in the previous financial year due to COVID-19 pandemic. Transfers and subsidies received 158.1 million from 159.9 million, representing a decrease of 1.9 million. This decrease is due to once-off supplementary funding of 1.5 million to each political party in the previous year, and support to political party work, which decreased by 4.6 million from 103 million in the previous year to 8.4 million in the current financial year. Payments for capital asset received the least share of 22.1 million, and this shows a decrease of 4.1 million from the 26.2 million that was allocated during the 21-22 financial year. The decrease is due to the once-off allocation in the previous year relating to the rollover for digital parliament and laptops. This allocation will cater for priority building projects such as building management systems and the rehabilitation of waterproofing and roofing in the main building. The allocation will further cater for laptops, motor vehicles, and security capital requirements. The committee noted that the budget was developed in line with the current annual performance plan and operational plans and is of the view that it responds adequately to the priorities as set out in the APP. The committee acknowledges that the allocation for the 22-23 financial year and as part of its mandate, it would continue to conduct oversight on the GPL on a quarterly basis as determined by the House rules and guidelines on how the allocated budget is utilized in realizing the planned targets. Attention will be drawn to the implementation of institutional operational projects, which include records management, money bills, and organizational development exercise. Furthermore, the committee will ensure oversight on priority building project as well as the security and sourcing project. The committee has raised concerns around the GPL's building management since the fourth legislature and has noted that allocation under capital assets will cater for priority building projects such as the building management system, generator to support the HVAC system, rehabilitation of waterproofing and roofing, among others. During the fifth legislature, the committee also undertook an FIS visit on the GPL building management, but the conditions and safety of the building remain unchanged. The GPL should, on a quarterly basis, provide the committee with progress report on the priority building projects until its completion. The committee acknowledges the cooperation and of the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Mhlonishwa Mehwe, and the Provincial Secretary, Skosan, and Senior Management, and the team during the deliberation of the budget for the 2022-2023 financial year. I would also like to thank honorable members of the committee for their dedication during this process. Mhlonishwa Khumalo, Hassan, Mncube, Umakhubela, Msimango, Bloom, Mkwebo, Malaba, Adams, and Alberts. The committee would also like to thank the support staff, Ms. Vas, Ms. Montisi, Ms. Lohato, Mr. Mkhale, Mr. Mdagane, Ms. Nechivuyo, Mr. Stole, Ms. Soni, Ms. Zondo, Ms. Singh, Ms. Katisi, Mr. Simelane, for their commitment that they have shown during this process. After due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on budget vote 2 for the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of Rule 164, the committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee. I thank you.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion?
I rise to second the report, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Simanga seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All not in favor say no. The yes of it. The report is adopted by the House. Can the Secretary read the next order?
Tabling of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill.
I'll now call upon the Speaker, Mayor Mehwe.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees. Let me also acknowledge all presiding officers, the Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, the Chief Whip of the majority party, all members of the legislature, the distinguished guests, people of Gauteng. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you today in this August House as I present the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Budget Vote 2 for the 2022-2023 to the people of Gauteng. On a somber note, 58 years ago, on the 23rd May 1944, the term apartheid was coined and formally used by Malan in a legislative assembly or parliament of all places. A legislative assembly is supposed to be the tribune of the people, a beacon of hope and democracy to its people. It is supposed to serve as a safe place and the go-to institutions when citizens feel disenfranchised or unheard. Unfortunately, however, the erstwhile apartheid parliament was used as a forum to legislate a warped ideology and incorrectly premised on religious basis to subjugate fellow human beings based on nothing else but the skin color. Our struggle for freedom continues to be strengthening institutions of democracy, such as the legislature, to eradicate the legacies of apartheid and improve the quality of life of all the people. The events that unfolded from that ill-fated day are being felt to this day. Despite the democratic breakthrough of 1994, the brutal, horrific, and ghastly effects of that apartheid colonialism continue to lag behind, as demonstrated by the recent incident where a white student at Stellenbosch University urinated on a black student's desk, books, and laptop. When asked why students did such actions, the overriding sentiment was simple: this is what they do to black boys. I still want to hear what the AfriForum and Solidarity have to say, because they are, have tended to be champions of democracy and human rights. I've not heard a word unless somebody can actually educate me about that. As elected public representatives representing the interests of the people, are expected to take a stance against racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances as called upon by the World Conference Against Racism held 21 years ago in Durban. We owe it to ourselves and the future generations to do everything in our power to build a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous, and a united South Africa. Honorable Deputy Chair and the people of Gauteng, allow me to echo the words of shock, horror, and expression of grief for Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was shot dead on the 11th of May 2022 while reporting on an Israeli raid against Palestinians. Shireen was a person whom many considered family. Abu Akleh's colleagues are now more adamant to tell the story of Palestine the way the journalist dubbed the voice of Palestine, spent her lifetime and even death standing against the brutality of Israel apartheid. I suppose the strongest message we can share today is one shared by Shireen's colleagues, that Shireen was our voice for more than 2 decades. She dedicated her life to tell the Palestinian story from a human perspective. She has always been about details of daily life under occupation. It's time to raise her voice and do what we can bring to her justice. This is what all other people are saying, especially the Palestinians. Further, on behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and all peace-loving people, we unequivocally call for an end to war in hostilities and illegal occupation in all areas around the world. I want to repeat that: in all areas around the world. Even though fighting for one's country demonstrates loyalty and how proud one is of being part of that nation, wars always trigger several devastating effects, especially on women and children and the elderly. Once the war is started, the countries involved break any relation they used to have, and negative feelings are generated amongst citizens. For example, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has already abruptly transformed the world. Millions have already fled, and economic war deepens as the military conflict escalates and civilian casualties rise. At the end of the day, the ones who suffer the most are always women, children, the elderly, and people who are differently abled. We are also experiencing the effects of the war in South Africa, where cost of fuel and food keeps increasing as the war continues. We hope that sense will prevail across all sides, including the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, to end the devastating war instead of actually supporting one country over the other. We urge the United Nations to play its role in mediating a peaceful settlement to the conflict. Honorable Deputy Chair and the people of Gauteng, we also take this opportunity to express our deep sadness at the passing of our former Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Comrade Mpho Moerane, who had passed on last week, was buried on Sunday. Comrade Mpho was a dedicated, selfless servant of the people. He served the people of Johannesburg as Executive Mayor between the 1st of October and 22 November 2021. Our thoughts go out to his wife, Figile, their 4 children, as well as his extended family and network of friends, comrades, and colleagues. As we witness the plummeting of temperatures with torrential rainfall, we once again keep in our thoughts and prayers for the people of KZN who have experienced flooding again just after weeks of heavy flooding earlier this month. We commend our President Cyril Ramaphosa for deploying the South African National Defence Force to assist with the relief efforts for search and rescue of displaced families, and unfortunately also for the recovery of bodies. We also commend and salute the tireless efforts of NGOs such as Gift of the Givers and many others whose teams are already on the ground to assist with relief operations. I also want to thank all members who are actually donating. I know that my boardroom is flooding with donations that are coming from South Africans or Gautengers, and I hope we can always continue to do so as people, because united we can actually defeat poverty and other illnesses. Honorable Deputy Chair, this historic day, the 25th of May, marks the birth of a colossal giant, the Organization of African Unity, the precursor to the African Union, as we know it today. On this fateful day, 59 years ago, in 1963, 32 leaders of African nations converged in Ethiopia's capital, Addis Ababa, to commit themselves and their countries to ensure that Africa is free from colonialism and oppression, and progress is made by our mother continent. We also acknowledge the many challenges that continue to afflict the continent and commit the legislature to contribute to the realization of Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, through enhanced oversight, lawmaking, public participation, and interlegislature relations. On a more cautiously celebratory note, we wish to welcome rating agency Standard & Poor's decision to revise South Africa's credit rating outlook to positive from stable. Cheers. Recent favorable terms of trade in South Africa have improved the external and fiscal trajectory, while the country's reasonably large net external asset position, flexible currency, and deep domestic capital markets provide strong buffers against shifts in external financing. In addition, S&P expect South Africa to post a current account surplus in 2022 for the 3rd consecutive year, as prices for key metals and mining exports have risen significantly since the start of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. S&P also noted some improvement on the implementation of key reform targets under Operation Vulindlela, established in October 2020 as a joint initiative of the Presidency and the National Treasury to accelerate the implementation of structural reforms, as well as higher than expected tax revenue. Thus, on the note of continuing with good governance processes and constantly striving to improve further, we'll do all we can to restore confidence and hope of our people in democratic processes and institutions. GPL continues to be guided by its constitutional mandate of oversight and scrutiny, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance. On our current performance, the 2022 MTF budget responds to the presiding officer's strategic policy priorities of the 6th legislature and other policy documents such as the National Development Plan, Africa Agenda 2063, SDGs, relevant regional and global priorities as the outcomes of the State of the Nation and the State of the Province address. Our strategic and operational posture ensures that the provincial executive is held accountable for effective service delivery to improve their quality of lives as a commitment in the preamble of the Constitution of the Republic. The following 5 outcomes of GPL remain unchanged and guide the GPL 2022 MTF budget. Outcome number 1, enhancing oversight and accountability towards service delivery. Outcome number 2, increase responsiveness of laws to meet the needs of the people. Outcome number 3, enhance meaningful public participation. Outcome number 4, improve alignment and collaboration between organs of the state. Outcome number 5, enhance compliance with relevant fiduciary requirements and principles of good governance. Honorable Deputy Chair, allow me to congratulate our committees under your stewardship and that of the Chair of Chairs, Honorable Sizakele Nkosi Malubane, and all the chairpersons of committees and members of the legislature for being able to exercise oversight function over the executive and the organs of state during the year, even though there were challenges posed by the COVID-19 restrictions. In the midst of the pandemic, the legislature continued to discharge its oversight and scrutiny on the work of the executive, focusing specifically on each department, projects, commitments, and service delivery plans, and ensuring that each department remains accountable for its performance targets. A total of 130 sector oversight model reports were produced and adopted by the House. These include 32 quarterly reports, 44 annual reports, 16 focused intervention study reports, 1 annual oversight report, and 1 oversight report of the annual financial statements. The 16 FIS provided oversight on critical areas of governance in the province. The FIS topics were service delivery oriented, well-researched and related to actual issues in the province, and led to meaningful interventions by yielding positive and relevant outcomes with real impacts on the lives of the people of Gauteng. In addition to some reports, questions and motions constitute a huge component of oversight and scrutiny. A total of 47 question papers were produced and communicated to all members of the provincial legislature, while a total of 7 motions were elaborated upon, with 3 having been adopted by the House to ensure improved accountability, transparency, and confidence in government. In addition, the legislature utilizes House resolutions, committee inquiries, and unannounced visits to ensure service delivery to the people of Gauteng. The Constitution of the Republic authorized GPL to pass or approve provincial laws and contribute to the national lawmaking processes through the National Council of Provinces by considering, passing, amending, or rejecting any bill before the legislature, including initiating and preparing legislation. Through this powerful act, the legislature processed a total of 23 bills that are before the committees and the House, which are at different stages of the lawmaking process. Of these, 12 were referred to the legislature by the National Council of Provinces and 5 from the province. In order to safeguard its lawmaking mandate and to avoid primary laws being amended in stealth through regulations, the legislature also considers and approves regulations before they become effective. GPL considered and approved the amendment to the Gauteng Provincial Road Traffic Regulations 2021 for implementation from 1 April 2022. It is noteworthy that GPL will pass the Private Members Bill, the Community Safety Oversight Bill, and the bill aims inter alia to provide for the support of and cooperation with the Civilian Secretariat and the Provincial Secretariat. It will also provide for directives for the establishment of community police forums and boards, provide for the accreditation of organizations and associations as neighborhood watches. It will also establish the Office of the Gauteng Provincial Police Ombudsman to investigate complaints regarding the police. It will also regulate reporting on the police service and establish the Provincial Safety Advisory Committee. This is a significant milestone, and we hope that other members will be encouraged to follow suit. And we want to say well done to our committee, Safety Committee. We will continue to be proactive by identifying policy and legislation gaps, and when necessary, initiate and enact laws that enable achievements of the planned priorities. Meaningful public participation programs and engagements are an essential part of the mandate of the Gauteng legislature. The legislature endeavored to strengthen public participation and stakeholder engagement by continuing to improve profiling and target stakeholders in the public participation programs. The portfolio committees utilize public engagements and educational workshops to reach out, educate, and respond to the challenges faced by communities. Numerous civic education initiatives reaching communities in all corners of the province were also conducted. Social and traditional media was used extensively to improve the visibility as well as promote the work of committees and the House. Furthermore, the legislature engaged various sectors through sector parliaments to improve oversight, public involvement, promote effective awareness and access to information. We will strengthen our virtual platforms and find creative ways to enable participation at less data cost to participants. The petition system as a platform for peaceful public protests related to service delivery is actually crucial. Petitions are a form of participation in a democratic process. It is important that the lodged petitions are responded to timeously and feedback provided to petitioners to create confidence in the system. It is critical that all relevant role players, especially municipalities and provincial departments, are encouraged to be responsive. We will embark on a program to engage municipalities and departments to find amicable solutions to petitions that are lodged. And in addition, capacity will be enhanced to enable the Petitions Committee to fulfill its role. The provincial legislature considered a total of 91 petitions and will continue to foster greater alignment between municipal councils and provincial legislature processes of petitions, as well as using technology to facilitate and improve the petition processes, including the turnaround time for resolving petitions. The GPL continued to collaborate and work with various institutions in targeted interventions to enhance sector relationship and coordination towards strengthening the mandates of the legislature and ensuring improvement in the quality of life of our people. These partnerships and collaborations include the National and Provincial Speakers Forum, so that we can share experiences and develop norms and standards to improve oversight, public participation, lawmaking, and inter-legislature relations. We are happy to inform the House that all municipalities have committed themselves to the Gauteng Speakers Forum, and you will know that we established new municipalities on the 1st of November. Participants in the GSF include departments of cooperative governance and traditional leaders in our province, the Home Affairs Department, Office of the Auditor General, the South African Local Government Association in Gauteng. GPL continues to play a critical role in the CPA and especially Africa region as well as internationally. GPL has, on behalf of the CPA Africa region, championed the amendment of the CPA Constitution to form a charity, or from a charity to international organization. Our speaker has been elected as the treasurer of the CPA Africa region until 2024. The GPL will host the budget committee of the CPA Africa region in July 2022. GPL, in partnership with the Gauteng Department of Health, the South African National AIDS Council, SANAC, and the Gauteng Civil Society Forum, established the Gauteng Province TB Caucus, which is led by Honorable Dikhamela, the Chair of Health. And we applaud the GPL Health Pod Committee as a whole, which have since signed a declaration endorsing the non-partisan structure that commits the members of the committee to the country's efforts as well as the wider region's efforts to end the TB epidemic. But we are not also going to cut out the issues related to HIV and AIDS in that forum. The GPL partnered with Department of eGov to find e-solutions that are compatible to GPL, and GPL has identified a suite of services that eGov could assist with. These include automation of recruitment, performance management, e-recruitment, e-learning, payroll records management, business intelligence for analytics and reporting purposes, customer relations management system to log trade cases and monitor service level agreement, work allocation as work tracking system known as human resource tracking system in eGov, and SAP warehousing. During the year under review, we have also capitalized on our partnership with International Training Center of the International Labour Organization, ITCILO, and had GPL sending a delegation constituting of members and staff to a gender-responsive training as part of the GPL's transversal mainstreaming and commitment to gender-responsive budgeting and capacitation of members and staff of their functional areas. And if I recall very well, I'm sure close to 44 members, including members and staff, have been trained so far. GPL has agreed on a memorandum of agreement with the National School of Government to improve management and leadership of the institution as part of building a capable and ethical state. The partnership will benefit all elected and appointed representatives, which are officials. The recently launched program of civic education, outreach, voter education, and registration will be run as an ongoing program, not as an event. All lead to members of the legislature and their constituencies will be mobilized to participate in the program. Discussions with Valued Citizens Initiative has started to involve their ambassadors who inter alia use arts to reflect and live the values and principles of the Constitution. The intention is to draw them into the civic education program and draw on the experience to reach out to the young people of our province. Our engagements with diplomatic missions in Gauteng have enabled to stay abreast with developments in the sector globally, and through our affiliation with the CPA and the CWP, and we have accessed a wide range of training and capacity development initiatives for the members as well as staff of the legislature. GPL will host a session with community media in June to forge relations to support community media and profile GPL. The Legislature Service Board is a unique governance structure which was established by GPL in 1995. It is primarily aimed at assisting the executive authority of the legislature to oversee the performance of the administration, to supporting elected public representatives to fulfill their constitutional mandates. The board consists of elected representatives and external experts in audit, risk, finance, performance management, human resource and remunerations. We are grateful to these committed men and women who utilize their knowledge, skills and acumen to enable the legislature to improve its performance. The LSB and its committees, which is Human Resource Management and Development, Performance and Remuneration Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee, continue to play a pivotal role in the governance and performance of GPL. Honourable Deputy Chair and members, the advent of enactment of the Political Party Funding Act number 18 of 2018 necessitated the establishment of a new structure which is called Internal Arrangement Committee. The Internal Arrangement Policy was developed to guide the functioning of the IAC. The IAC replaces what previously referred to as Members' Affairs Committee, and unlike MAC, the IAC is a body with original mandate to authorize its decisions. And I'm not referring to a political party, ne? And without referring them to any other body, and in line with Section 116, sub 2, sub C of the Constitution, relevant laws and fiduciary responsibilities of elected public representatives of the Constitution. The IAC is composed of the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Chairperson of committees, and the Deputy of Chair of committees, leaders of political parties, and 1 or 2 additional representatives from political parties with more members. The IAC approved the career development, members' leave, sexual harassment, sport and recreation, arts and culture policies. In line with AIC policy, the IAC also served as a consultative body to consider and approve available resources to support represented political parties for 2022-2023 financial year. Allocation letters have been distributed to all represented political parties. A total of 193.9 million will be allocated to parties, 153 million as transfers, and the balance for political party support staff. The outlook for the coming financial year 2022-2023, the GPL will continue to identify and implement initiatives and programs that are aimed at improving the quality of life for the citizens of Gauteng. The 2022-23 performance plans continue to respond to the commitments made in the 6th legislature strategy, including emerging political priorities in discharging its constitutional mandate of lawmaking oversight over the executive and facilitation of public participation in the legislative process. The GPL will continue to respond to its mandate and priorities through the following outcomes. Outcome number one, which I've already alluded to, I'm not going to repeat that. To ensure accountability, the legislature will apply a number of oversight instruments at its disposal as detailed in the SOM, and these include oversight visits to determine if the service delivery commitments made are discharged accordingly, review of the reports from the executive, FIS to probe critical areas of governance in Gauteng, questions, resolutions, motions, public hearings, as well as a committee inquiry process. Furthermore, the legislature will conduct an assessment on the implementation of the SOM and review of its standing rules to ensure that we remain relevant and that our systems continue to respond to the needs of the people of Gauteng. On outcome number two, the primary focus will be to finalize approval of all bills under consideration, scrutiny of effectiveness of approved laws, creating awareness of past laws, training on lawmaking framework to increase the possibility of members' private or committee bills to improve service delivery and strengthen public participation in lawmaking processes, including translating documents in local languages and engaging in hybrid processes to accommodate people who may be working. On outcome number three, public participation mechanisms play a crucial role in forging relations and ensuring a transparent and accountable democratic government, traditional media and social media. To continue to provide a platform for the people of Gauteng to interact with the legislature, portfolio committees will also continue to utilize public engagements and educational workshops to educate communities and respond to challenges faced by them. To improve the visibility and promote the work of committees and the House, the legislature will continue to mobilize the public using technology and intensify public and civic awareness programs to engage all national groups and ensure that the programs of the legislature reflect the society we are aspiring to build, which is a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous Gauteng and South Africa. Furthermore, the petitions process will be streamlined to encourage public submissions. On outcome number four, we're going to be strengthening cooperative governance to advance parliamentary oversight as a key theme of the GPL. Cooperative governance gives effect to the full realization of social economic goals across different spheres of government and promotes coherent decision-making between spheres of government in support of service delivery. As such, the legislature will strengthen collaboration with other organs of state to enhance sector relationships and coordination, strengthening Gauteng legislative sector. We're already receiving requests by ordinary members in other municipalities who also want to be trained to be better councillors. I'm sure as the Gauteng legislature, we need, through the Gauteng Speakers Forum, we need to also improve on that or respond on that. On outcome number five, Good governance practices have been entrenched within the GPL through sound policy and compliance with relevant legislature frameworks. However, specific attention will be given to improve efficiencies in the context of improving institutional operations and organizational arrangements to support the discharge of GPL mandate and to facilitate improved service delivery in Gauteng. Thus, the legislature will continue to build and strengthen an effective and efficient institution by increasing the rate of effectiveness and quality of strategy execution and compliance to applicable legislation. Furthermore, current and innovative technologies will be leveraged to meet the information needs of members and staff to ensure efficiencies through timely provision and access to quality information. And in addition, the legislature will continue to ensure that there are adequate enabling facilities for members to ensure availability of appropriate resources to discharge their constitutional obligations. Budget allocation. Accordingly, the GPL budget has been crafted within the prescribed principles of the GPL Budget Management Practice Guide and cost efficiency measures with the aim of directing limited resources to cause service delivery outputs. Programs and committees were solely responsible for the costing of 2022-2023 operational plans in order to promote accountability and responsibility. In 2022-2023, the GPL has been allocated a total amount of 825 million, a growth of 29.5 million or 4% from 2021-2022 financial year. A substantial portion of the 2022-2023 budget is allocated to Program 3, which is Corporate Support Services, and Program 4, Core Business, at 420.5 million and 259.4 million, respectively. The budget for Program 3, Corporate Services, includes a total amount of 193 million for political parties, comprising transfers, salaries for political support staff, and members' facilities, while Program 4, Core Business, is central to the core functioning of the GPL, which include the House committees as well as public education and participation programs. Committees are allocated about 28.8 million to implement their constitutional obligations of oversight over the executive and organs of the state, facilitation of lawmaking and public participation. A sizable amount of 15.1 million rands has also been set aside for implementation of sector parliaments and engagements, citizens' responsibility campaigns, and our annual institutional events such as the opening of the legislature, the Vita Basadi Awards, the 16 Days of Activism, and Nelson Mandela Day. Funds amounting to 2.1 million rands have also been reserved for the midterm evaluation of the 6th legislature term, as we are halfway into the 6th legislature, and we need to measure our performance and progress in achieving the priorities we set out at the beginning of the 6th term. Operational projects such as money bills, records management, and organizational development exercise are allocated 4.7 million rands. To preserve the national heritage, GPL has developed a building and maintenance plan to respond to the conditions assessment that was conducted in 2016 and the concerns raised on the cleanliness of the main building. A building fund of about 28 million rands has been established to support rehabilitation of the concrete and tiled roof portions and the building maintenance system. And engagement with the City of Johannesburg is scheduled next week to find an applicable solution to the drainage system that was blocked when Rea Vaya Rapid Bus Station was created across the GPL. This blockage causes flooding at GPL. On COVID-19 response, I know that there's another one called, what is called the new, but it's called monkeypox. Although it's not yet in South Africa, maybe the MEC will give guidance as to how we also respond at the right appropriate time. But an amount of 3.6 million is made available to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and to ensure that we comply with health and safety requirements that will keep members and staff safe and healthy as we return to normalcy. And various response measures are constantly reviewed and implemented, and we have appropriate response measures in place to ensure continuity, sound financial management, and achievement of institutional mandate as we learn to live with COVID-19. I think what I did not cover, and I think we need to pride ourselves, especially to the women's multi-party women's caucus. We now have family planning services provided by the legislature to our members, so that our young women, they don't have to go out or even stay away from work. They can just go to our clinic downstairs, and we have a resident doctor who's coming twice a week in the GPL. We don't have to rely much on the health department, which is also facing its own challenges. On senior management team appointed, as previously reported, the GPL was in an extensive recruitment process to fill the positions vacated by the senior and executive level managers whose contracts had expired. I am pleased to report that the process of recruitment has been concluded with all executive and senior managers have been appointed. The recruitment process was not only about filling vacant positions with warm bodies, it allowed the institution an opportunity to review performance of GPL and take GPL to new heights. With the skills, knowledge, attitudes, and expertise at the disposal of the institutions, management has embarked on an extensive program to repurpose and reposition the processes. This process is focused on creating a modern legislature of the future by building a legislature that is purpose, people, and performance-driven. Being people, purpose, and performance-driven, it is not merely a nice catchphrase. Rather, it has been carefully thought out and acts as a broader commitment. So with due consideration to time of today's session, for brevity, allow me to briefly unpack. By being people-driven, the legislature will put mechanisms in place to focus on its staff and members and their well-being. We note that a strong and healthy workforce leads to a productive and capable institution. In this regard, numerous interventions have already been put in place and others are planned going forward. These interventions focus on creating partnerships with our executive health and well-being service providers to ensure that we show interest in and value the people that make up this grand institution. This will place the legislature in good stead to realize its commitment of being an employer of choice to employees of choice. By being purpose-driven, the legislature will focus on its core mandates and the enabling goal, strategic outcomes, and values that the GPL has adopted for the entire institution to espouse. The legislature will be guided by its constitutional mandates, but also remain true to its strategic drivers. This will ensure an institution that operates as a coherent whole and one which is focused on achieving institutional outcomes at all levels. By being performance-driven, the legislature will focus on the rule of law, its judiciary environment, internal controls, and performance environment. The GPL has already put mechanisms and controls in place to enhance institutional performance, starting from individual level through performance contracting and progressing all the way to the institutional level through strict fiduciary compliance, good governance processes, and prudent reporting of oversight structures. This will ensure that GPL indeed continues its upward trajectory of being a high-performance institution. Accordingly, I wish to thank this August House, all members of the LSP and its committees, all our partners, new and old, and all the administrative staff led by the Secretary to the Legislature for the commitment and strides already made to ensure that as GPL, we do the right thing first time, on time, every time. We believe that this budget for 2022-2023 aligns strongly with our vision of fostering pride and confidence in democracy and enhancing service delivery to the people of Gauteng. Through our past performance and outlook over the MTF, through the resources availed by the budget, we are confident to make inroads in closing the trust deficit between citizens and institutions supporting democracy, such as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The 2022-23 budget also supports our plans of realigning the GPL cooperations and strategic positions with that of the executive to ensure accountability and effective service delivery for all who live in Gauteng in order to improve their quality of life. On this note, Honourable Deputy Chair, it is therefore apt that as I presented the GPL budget for 2022-23 financial year to the people of Gauteng in offering hope during a most trying and difficult time, allow me to close with the words of none other than the journalist murdered by an apartheid regime, the Palestinian journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who said, I quote, "I might not have been able to change the reality, but at least I conveyed that story to the world." I close quote. Thank you very much, Chair. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Speaker. Do you move forward the adoption? No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the Secretary, the next order.
Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature's Oversight Report on the detail of the Office of the Premier Budget Vote 101 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you. Let me now call upon the Chairperson, Honourable Dlamini, to present the committee report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the presiding officers, the Premier and the members of the Executive, and honourable members. The Committee Oversight Report on the Office of the Premier's Budget for 2022-2023 financial year aims to evaluate whether the needs of Gauteng citizens are targeted and planned for in order of priority and importance for implementation in line with the allocated budget. The Office of the Premier received a total amount of 722.8 million for the 2022-2023 financial year. In terms of the delivery programs, the Office of the Premier allocated a budget of 133.38 million to Program 1, Administration, 258.6 million to Program 2, Institutional Development, and 330.84 million to Program 3, Policy and Governance. The committee notes that the main allocation for the Office of the Premier in the current financial year is compensation of employees with 377.88 million for its 662 staff members. With reference to program implementation, the Provincial Policy Management Sub-Program is the main cost drive in Program 3. Policy and Governance with an allocation of 272.3 million, followed by the Strategic Human Resource Sub-Program, which is the main cost driver in Program 2. Institutional Development with 110 million allocation. The main cost driver in Program 1 Administration is Financial Management Sub-Program with the allocation of 59.3 million. The committee notes the Office of the Premier explanation that youth unemployment is tackled as a national problem through the YES program to address jobs that are not sustainable, such as temporary jobs and the internship programs, as they do not translate into permanent jobs but results in youth moving from one job to the other. An indication was made that SEPA 1 million is about unlocking the labour market, and it's not the only stream of youth development program in government. At provincial level, the GPG is shifting its focus and energies to tackling unemployment through the Economic Recovery and Reconstruction Plan. The office highlighted that the Executive Council has approved a new Gauteng development strategy 2030, which incorporates all youth development programs, which will be unveiled on the 16th of June 2022. The committee, as the oversight body over the Office of the Premier, is requesting that this strategy be presented to members before it is unveiled as per the scheduled timeline. It is noted that Harambee has commissioned Mistra to review the TEP 1 million program, and a report will be shared with the committee upon completion. The review of TEP 1 million is to ensure optimal integration of all youth and developmental programs in the province. The office explained that personal cost for the management and execution of key performance indicators of TEP 1 million program are incorporated in the allocated budget, and this has led to the mainstreaming of budget alignment to the targets. The committee welcomes the passing of the Township Economic Development Act as well as the implementation of the SEZs to revitalize and transform the economy of the province. The focus at hand is the implementation of the Act to revive industries and domestic hubs in the townships. It is noted that Gauteng provincial government's corruption-fighting efforts are yielding results through a strong ethical culture, which is the foundation of clean governance. And this is created through institutionalizing ethics and ethical leadership in government and society. The Office of the Premier, through the Integrity Management Unit, has collaborated with the Auditor General and the Public Protector to strengthen measures of maladministration and acts of corruption. It is noted that the Forensic Unit, which was based in the Provincial Treasury, has been moved to the Office of the Premier to work closely with the Integrity Management Unit. This move was a result of a big fit between the functions of Treasury and the Forensic Unit. Therefore, the incorporation of the Forensic Unit in the Integrity Management Unit in the Office of the Premier is to fortify systems to change the culture of lawlessness and corruption. The committee notes that the GPG has established 6 provincial war rooms to deal with implementation challenges across the province through partnerships, greater sense of agency and coordination. These war room structures comprise of social compacting committees where problem-solving meetings are convened and members are invited to attend the war rooms meetings. It is noted that Thursdays and Fridays of the week are set aside as service delivery days where the GPG goes to communities. The committee is interested to know where these newly established war rooms are an extension or an incorporation of the existing ones or performs differently and separate functions. The committee notes that the GPG continues to work with national and local government, including stakeholders, to address issues relating to vandalization of infrastructure and deteriorating of services in the province. The committee is of the view that the Office of the Premier's budget responds adequately to the plans as set out in the APP for the 2022-2023 financial year. The overall budget is in line with the reduced allocation from National Treasury as a basis for implementation of fiscal restraint in the next financial years. Whilst the move for fiscal restraint is noted, care should be exercised to ensure that service delivery programs are not compromised. In terms of budget cuts on various communication channels and models of the Office of the Premier explained that, amongst others, an integrated marketing communication strategy using all channels will be implemented to reach segments targeted audiences using government's own platforms to maximize the economy of scale by coordinating and sharing resources between GPG departments to reach various targets, audiences, and stakeholders. Furthermore, the Gauteng government will also engage with communities through the inter-regional outreach programs, which is now held weekly. It is further noted that the budget cut on fighting internal fraud and maladministration is based on the implementation of the adopted GCR integrated policy framework and the Gauteng anti-corruption strategy to address issues proactively rather than reactively. Therefore, the focus is, among others, prevention by building capacity of ethic officers, detection by conducting lifestyle audit, vetting of SMS members and all SCM officials conducting investigations to strengthen provincial forensic unit. The committee is concerned that SEPA 1 million and other non-profit institutions seems to be immune to government fiscal restraint, as their allocation has been on the rise from 138.1 million in previous financial year to 144.6 million for this financial year. This creates confusion that even when SEPA 1 million is undergoing a review process as highlighted by the Office of Premier, its budget is still increasing. Though the GPG deems TEP 1 million is a success story in addressing youth unemployment. The committee is of a view that the review of this program will assist in reducing the massive youth unemployment rate in the province. The committee is of the view that budget for this program would have been expected to increase during the implementation stage of the Gauteng Youth Development Strategy 2030 as approved by the Executive Council. The committee knows that the Youth Advisory Panel, which is at an advanced stage of being established, will provide independent oversight and advice on all Gauteng City Region's youth employment initiatives. This will ensure that participation of young people in the economy is enhanced through targeted and integrated programs. The committee is interested to know the link between this advisory panel and the Gauteng Youth Development Strategy 2030. Furthermore, the committee hopes that the Youth Advisory Panel to take into consideration the views and perspective of the youth in the formulation of empowerment initiatives, entrepreneurial and job opportunities. The Office of the Premier will invite the OCPOL meeting to present the Gauteng Youth Development Strategy 2030. The committee welcomes the gender-responsive budget. However, the most pressing concern is on generating sustainable jobs on the ground instead of youth moving from one internship to the other. On the continued utilization of consultants instead of capacitating internal human resources, the Office of the Premier explained that it is as a result of specialized and rare skill not available in the public sector and only required for a specific function for a short period. The committee concurs with the Office of the Premier about the concern relating to the rising levels of lawlessness and vandalization of infrastructure in the province. The Office of the Premier, in its oversight capacity over all the GPG departments, is urged to investigate from the relevant departments the mechanism put in place to address this challenge. The committee is concerned that TEP 1 million and other non-profit institutions seems to be immune to government fiscal restraint as their allocation has been on the rise. That even TEP 1 million is undergoing review processes as highlighted by the Office of the Premier. The recommendations of the committee that based on the information set out in above as well as the committee concerned, the committee therefore recommends the following one, that the Premier must provide a report explaining the reasons for the budget increase of TEP 1 million while program is still under review. There were no other findings or implications. The committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and the role played by the Gauteng Premier Honorable D.M. Makura and the team of senior officials. I also wish to thank members of the committee, Hlonushu Khumalo, Hassan Makubela, Msimango, Blumu, Mabala, Mkwebo, Adams, Alberts, for their diligence and commitment during this process. Further, the committee would like to thank the following committee support staff, as they are listed. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the GPL, the committee hereby presents the report for adoption in the House.
Honorable Dlamini, can you quote the rule for the adoption?
I did, Sal.
You're not audible. Otherwise, let me get a seconder to this report.
Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I rise to second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Office of the Premier, Budget Vote 1 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon Honorable MEC Mamabulo to present the Premier's budget speech.
Can I continue? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me extend a greeting to the Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members of EXCO, all leaders of the various political parties in the legislature, honorable members, and of course the senior management team and staff in the Office of the Premier, public servants, and the residents of our province. It is always an honor to present a report and obviously participate in the debates in this House, the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Tribune of the people of Gauteng. This is even so on the day that we celebrate Africa Day, and let me say Happy Africa Day to the people of our province, the country, and the continent. Since May 2019 elections, we have suffered profound losses due to the passing of some of the most exemplary public servants, committed public representatives, and outstanding patriots who were shining the torch of service delivery, transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization across the length and breadth of our country and our province. This includes members of our provincial legislatures, members of parliament, mayors, councillors, public servants, and citizens who played a key role in their communities and in various sectors. Among the public representatives we lost are the late MSc Tuli Nkabindekawe, member Leboga Mori, Chairperson Lindiwe Lasindwa, MP Cheki Mufukeng, MP Mekito. All these colleagues serve the people of Gauteng with distinction. Between January 2020 and May 2022, we also lost many councillors and municipal officials, amongst whom we count 5 mayors in Gauteng alone. Councillor Patrick Dipudi of Mohale City in January 2020, Councillor Busisiwe Mudisa King of Sidibeng District was the district mayor in January 2021, Councillor Geoff Makubo of the City of Johannesburg in July 2021, Councillor Jody Di Matongo of the City of Johannesburg as the mayor who died in September 2021, and of late the former mayor, Councillor Mpomo Erani, in May this year. The provincial government also lost some of its highest-ranking administrators, such as Acting Director General, Mr. Masebe, Cocta Head of Department, Bongani Qilishe, Community Safety Acting HOD, Sipo Tanje Kwayo, the Head of Provincial Civilian Secretariat, Dumsani Ngeba, the Premier's Parliamentary Councillor Noktulas Kakani, and other several officials who made a huge difference in the work of serving the people. We take this moment to bow our heads in honor and remembrance of all the departed who were dedicated to serve the people regardless of their position and the cause of death. The most meaningful honor to the outstanding work of all our departed patriots will not just be in words, but in our deeds. Loyal service to the people and fidelity to the cause of freedom, democracy, and qualitative change in the lives of all the people in our motherland, our continent, and the world at large. To ensure that the work of service delivery continues uninterrupted, steps have been taken to fill key vacancies that have arisen from the loss of key officials in different departments and agencies of the Gauteng provincial government. Madam Speaker, in the February SOPA, we announced that we were going to shift from a public health emergency to an economic and service delivery emergency in partnership with municipalities and other stakeholders in line with our priorities of growing Gauteng together. To this effect, we have now established 6 war rooms to drive the implementation of our priorities on jobs and the economy, fighting poverty and hunger, fighting crime and stemming out lawlessness, improving clean governance, audit outcomes and paying service providers on time, fast-tracking infrastructure delivery and maintenance, and cutting red tape across government. As we debate Budget Vote 1, we have already held the first plenary sessions of all war rooms, which gave their reports. There is clear evidence that social compacting is taking shape in all areas of priority outlined in GGT 2030. It is also clear that we are shifting into an emergency mode on the economy, job creation, and service delivery. Last week, we invited members of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature, OCPO, to take keen interest in the work of various war rooms, where different sectors of society are involved in the development agenda for our province would like to extend this invitation to members of this august House to do so, and we hope the challenge will be taken. Honourable Dlamini has spoken to that as well. In the February SOPA, we also announced that the Executive Council will use Thursdays and Fridays as service delivery days. As we debate this budget vote 1, we are glad to report that members of the Provincial Exco have already visited municipalities in Johannesburg, Tshwane, Sedibeng, and West Rand municipalities and communities to engage on matters of service delivery and socio-economic development. We are glad to report that overall we are working well with the new mayors and municipal leadership elected in November 2021 local government elections. We are spending a great deal of time responding to the problems of the people on the ground through the Ntirisano program. Through this program, we're able to take the Township Economic Development Act to communities. We are happy to say that the enactment of the Act was well received beyond the boundaries of our province. The people are looking forward to the positive changes this Act will introduce to their lives. Once more, we commend you, honourable members of the Gauteng Legislature, for your unanimous vote in passing the Township Economic Development Bill into an Act. We have demonstrated that there are matters around which we don't need to disagree and that the people must always come first. Our legislature should, in practice, demonstrate to the people of Gauteng that it is a guardian and custodian of their interest. For in the true spirit of our constitutional democracy, this province and this country does not belong to political parties. Our country belongs to the people, certainly not politicians. In this regard, we agree with the former President Thabo Mbeki that our choice of a constitutional democracy versus a parliamentary system was a conscious one and not a negotiated compromise we were tricked into by the apartheid regime. Even parliament, legislatures, executives, and all other institutions and individuals should be bound by the rule of law and common set of values. We must gladly be accountable to the democratic and transformative ideals of our Constitution and work together to turn those ideals into a daily reality for the people as a whole, leaving no one behind. In this regard, the unanimous adoption of the Township Economic Development Act, though long overdue, is profoundly historic. Through this act, we seek to redress the racial inequalities that were codified into economic geography. We seek to direct our collective energies on transforming township spaces into thriving commercial and cultural centers that empower people and improve their lives. Implementation and collaboration are now the focus of our actions. Honourable members, as outlined in the SOPA, TSEPO 1 million is undergoing a review to ensure optimal integration of all youth development programs. Last week, we received the final evaluation report conducted by the Mapungubwe Institute for Strategic Reflections, that is MISTRA. The impact of the TSEPO 1 million flagship program has been significant. Without TSEPO 1 million, MISTRA researchers argue things could have been worse for young people of Gauteng. The researchers provide irrefutable evidence that this flagship program is the biggest provincial government initiative that focuses on social compacting between government and more than 500 companies to create opportunities for young people to gain relevant skills and generate their own incomes. We have already announced that we are repositioning TSEPO 1 million flagship program into much bigger and more comprehensive Gauteng Integrated Youth Development Strategy 2030. The Executive Council has already approved a draft strategy that will be unveiled on June 16 this year, together with the Youth Advisory Panel. Youth unemployment and related social ills have to be confronted in a comprehensive and collaborative manner. We are also pleased to report that our work on integrity is on track. Together with the Gauteng Ethics Advisory Committee, we are ready to release this month the reports on the work of fighting corruption and promoting integrity. We have been meeting with the Auditor General and the Public Protector to strengthen collaboration in stemming out the tide of malfeasance, maladministration, corruption, and abuse of power. In the coming week, we will complete final consultations with the Public Service Commission and the Special Investigating Unit on any of the cases that warrant attention. Following all these consultations outlined above, the Gauteng Provincial Government and the civil society-led Gauteng Ethics Advisory Council will release a report that details the work of building integrity and fighting corruption. We are determined to do everything to win the war against corruption and maladministration. We owe it to our people and to our electoral mandate, which is ultimately a pact between government and the electorate to promote clean governance, which delivers on the socio-economic needs. We continue to work closely with municipalities, national government, and other stakeholders to accelerate service delivery, protect our infrastructure for basic services, and fight crime and corruption with a sense of urgency. We are quite pleased with the response we are getting from the municipalities. Over the last 6 weeks, we have seen an uptick in COVID-19 cases, and this sparked a public concern about the fifth wave. However, this resurgence of new cases has not been accompanied by a huge increase in hospital admissions and fatalities. The Premier's Advisory Committee on COVID-19 and the NICD has reported a slight drop in cases. There is an ample evidence that the new subvariants of Omicron have led to a drastic increase in hospitalization and death. Vaccines have proven to have a huge impact on the dynamics of COVID-19 pandemics since we started the vaccination rollout program. The number of people getting admitted in hospitals and those succumbing to the pandemic have reduced drastically between the first wave, the fourth wave, and the current resurgence. Accordingly, we continue to roll out the vaccination campaign and call on all those who are at risk to take their booster shots. While the COVID-19 pandemic is still in our midst, the vaccination program has broken the chain between infections, hospital admissions, and death. We continue to call on the people of our province to practice non-pharmaceutical interventions. Honorable members, we have been shifting our focus and energy to tackling the multiple crises and intersection between the pandemic, unemployment, poverty, hunger, and crime. This is the logic that informs the setting up of war rooms and why specific areas are of priority attention. Our focus is now shifting to reopening all economic activities and helping sectors to recover and rebuild in a new and more inclusive manner, including support for and integration of SMMEs and cooperatives. The focus on these key areas doesn't suggest that education and health are not priorities. We will continue to ensure that there are better educational outcomes while supporting the turnaround of the public health system. We now have appointed, and of course the MEC of Health has reported on these issues, that the Department of Health, Head of Department, Deputy Director General for Corporate Service and Chief Financial Officer have been appointed to stabilize and reinforce the current senior management team. We now want these managers to focus their energies on supporting the public health institutions and facilities with decentralization of budgets and other decision-making authority so that better service delivery can be felt where it matters most and that is closer to communities and residents. Honorable members, the Executive Council is working with the MEC of Health, the HOD, Dr. Nolutsungu, to ensure that urgent implementation of the recommendations of the Provincial Strategic Support Team, led by Dr. Percy Matati, is done urgently. And of course, urgent attention will be on patient safety and care, appropriate human resources planning and provisioning, acceptable standards of infrastructure maintenance, and prudent financial management. Medico-legal litigations pose a direct threat to the financial sustainability of the Gauteng Department of Health and its ability to meet its Section 27 constitutional obligations. The work of the litigation unit has been able to save the department more than 180 million rands through mediation and preventive measures. Honorable members, we have directed our law enforcement agencies with agency to the increasing crime incidents in our province, especially when it comes to crimes against women and children, vandalization of infrastructure and activities of what has been referred to as the construction mafia that stops or hijacks projects in communities, and of course, MEC Mazibuko spoke to these issues yesterday. As we reported in the February SOPA, we have provided the law enforcement agencies with additional vehicles to improve their visibility and response time. During Youth Month, we will relaunch the Wednesday League for all our public schools, especially those in the townships. This is key to our talent development and, of course, social crime prevention in our communities. In October, as we remember, OR Tambo will seek to ensure that our learners in public schools compete with their counterparts from Italy and in the process promote international solidarity and people-to-people cooperation, of course, through the games. The Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and the MEC also spoke to some of these issues yesterday. MEC Klope will resume the Premier Social Cohesion Games this year to harness the power of sport in order to promote non-racialism and national unity among the diverse people of Gauteng, working with sporting fraternity and sporting legends. We are confident that the work of the war rooms is bringing relevant stakeholders to unfold social compacting on the economy and jobs, tackling poverty and hunger, fast-tracking infrastructure projects, dealing with crime and lawlessness, attending to clean governance and payment of service providers, and cutting red tape. In this regard, we invite all political parties, and Honorable Dlamini has spoken to this, to join us in the work of growing Gauteng together, and of course in the provincial war rooms. And as you did with the passing of the Township Economic Development Bill into an act of this legislature, we hope you will support this budget vote, number one. And I must say, Honorable Dlamini has clearly said, from the committee welcomes the budget. I hope there will be no deviations from the committee report, and we expect consistency. In conclusion, let's convey, he reported in the House, just reported now, you're outside. In conclusion, we convey our gratitude to the Executive Council, senior management team and staff in the Office of the Premier and the entire Gauteng provincial government, and we're giving you 10 minutes back. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me start off by greeting all members of this August House and members of the public whom have put us here to serve them and not to serve ourselves. Let me start off by correcting something that an adoption of a report, and Dr. Jacob, you adopt a report that talks to analysis. You don't adopt a report that says, here's the budget, we're approving the budget. So those are two different things that we need to be able to distinguish when we're talking about issues of the budget and the reports that are coming from the committee. So you should know, as an acting premier, that the committees don't put their budgets together. They only they analyze, they put a report in terms of the analysis, and they submit the report for this House to then adopt those analyses. That's what the work of the committee or the purpose of that committee report is supposed to be. So whether we admitted or whether we unanimously adopted that, it doesn't mean that we are now supporting that particular budget. But let me put a few things to you on the other side. A couple of years ago, I did ask the Premier if his cabinet understood his vision and were actually supporting his vision, or were they working against his vision? And I'm asking that particular question yet again, because when we look at this budget, I can tell you that this is a budget that is not talking to the issues that the Premier wanted to see being done and to be corrected. In fact, when I look at the speeches that have been given, I see more and more of the insults that are coming through instead of us engaging with the substance that has been put on the table time and time again, which is again something that is taking away from what we're supposed to be doing as members of the legislature, where we have reduced our debates into talking about personalities, into talking about or insulting each other, talking about each other's level of education and whatever the case may be. This is something that has really got to stop. But let me also say that I took a time to go and read or reread a document that was put together in 2010 when the president of the country decided that we needed to have a National Planning Commission, which was launched in May 2010, that looked at a number of things, that looked at what we need to do in order for us to reach a 2030 that we can all be proud of, and a country that we will all be proud of. And this document, in the overview, states the following: South Africa belongs to all its people. We, the people, belong to one another. We live the rainbow. Our homes, our neighborhoods, our villages, our towns and cities are safe and filled with laughter. Through our institutions, we order our lives. The face of our children tell of the future we have crafted. This will be an overview, or this would be what we need to be looking at in 2030. If you want to know what I'm talking about the National Development Plan that was developed with a goal of 2030. The Commission released its report in June the following year, that is 2011, which said South Africa's achievement and shortcomings since 1994, and it identified failures to implement policies and an absence of broad partnerships as the main reason for slow progress, and set out 9 primary challenges. Now, I want to highlight these challenges because this is what I want to talk to in terms of where Gauteng finds itself. Too few people working, the quality of school of education for black people being poorer, infrastructures poorly located, inadequate and under-maintained, spatial divides hobble inclusive development, the economy is unsustainable, resources intensive. The public health system cannot meet demand or sustain quality. The public services are uneven and often of poor quality. The corruption levels are high. South Africa remains a divided society. Let me say Gauteng remains a divided province. Why is Gauteng remaining a divided province? Gauteng is remaining a divided province because, again, the provincial government has failed to take adequate steps in order to address some of the challenges that we find ourselves in. The people of Imfuleni can only dream of ever waking up and not smelling sewer running down their streets. The people of Ren West are waiting to get payments that are outstanding from them, from this government. The people of Tshwane, the people of Johannesburg, are waiting for municipalities to be paid what is owed to them. Acting Premier, we have over 444 million that is outstanding. And the Premier had promised that this will be a thing of the past. Is it a thing of the past? Is this addressing the issues that municipalities are sitting with? Is it also now bringing some level of equality that the National Development Plan was talking to? The Public Service Commissioner, Ntate Anele Koia, tells us that Gauteng is one of the worst when it comes to paying suppliers on time. In fact, Gauteng is regarded as the second worst after Eastern Cape. I don't know how would we be proud to follow Eastern Cape on anything. Gauteng is number 2 when it comes to paying suppliers on time. And this, by the way, is a constitutional obligation of any sphere of government. Gauteng owes other departments or other spheres of government and suppliers over 1 billion rand. And in fact, one of the departments, acting Premier, owes just in interest alone 91,800,000. 91,800,000. This is in penalty interest, and has had to pay 5.6 million rand already in the 2020-2021. So yesterday I heard Member Fasia and others talking about how much we have budgeted for the future, how much we are spending on this. But the question is money that has been budgeted really having an impact? Or is this money that has been budgeted going to end up not being spent and ending up having to pay interest of things that we are not benefiting from? These are some of the things that we need to be answering. So when we talk about the Office of the Premier, we can talk about the clean audit that the Office of the Premier is getting. But in real substantive issues is that these doesn't translate into services for the people out there. What it means is that you have more and more money that is being poured out, but less and less services that are being given to our people. So yes, you can talk about, oh, we're spending 400 million there, we're spending this there, but how much of that really gets to get on the ground and service the people that we're supposed to be servicing? One of the things that also comes up is that this same government owes the SIU 38 million in unpaid amount. The same, so we're waiting for reports here. We're waiting for the reports that are supposed to be coming from the SIU. Yet they know that they're owing the SIU money. That hasn't been paid. In fact, it's over 90 days that that money has been outstanding and hasn't been paid. And I don't know if there are plans to be paying that. If you fail to pay the municipalities that are supplying you with water and electricity, how do you then pay for reports that might implicate some of your comrades? That's the question that we must answer here. But going back, too few people working. Gauteng has lost over 2 million jobs in the last while. In the last 2 years, 2 million jobs. Now, Ndade Mama Bolo, that is 2 million times the number of families that people have. So we have subjected more and more people into a life of poverty. I heard somebody talking about, no, we've created an extra 2,000 jobs. So how do you create 2,000 jobs and lose 2 million jobs and then be able to stand here proudly and say you have put a budget that is a budget of the future that is moving people forward? We have a TEPO 1 billion that even today we cannot get a substantive amount of how many people are actually benefiting from the program and what kind of benefit they're deriving from the program and how has that changed their lives or changed their livelihoods. Yet again, we are told that this program is going to be receiving an additional amount of money. So yeah, last year this program had 138 million. And we were told by the Office of the Premier that they are putting this program under review. Now the question is, what informs the additional amount of money that has been allocated if a review is still taking place? Because you're supposed to do a review and then say, based on this review, these are the additional recommendations and therefore this is what it will cost. Is this another way of making sure that taxpayers are going to be siphoned of the much needed funding under the guise of TEPO 1 million? This is the question that we will have to be answering. According to the 2020-2021 World Competitive Yearbook from the Institute of Management Development, we have dropped 6 places. Gauteng has dropped 6 places from number 56 to number 62 out of the 64 spaces that have actually been compared. And there's a number of things that are highlighted there, Acting Premier. One of them is stubborn unemployment, the lack of decisive plan to make sure that we're able to then get the economy going again, electricity supply challenges that we're sitting with, lack of decisive plan to revive the struggling economy. And also rising public debt amongst shrinking fiscal space. Now, these are some of the things that when you start looking at your contribution towards the 2030 NDP plan and target, you need to be answering, are you meeting your targets? Are your budgets really talking to the substantive issues that are raised or substantive problems that are raised in the National Development Plan? And are we addressing those? So we can come here and, insult each other all we want. But there are people that are really needing services out there. That Mamabolo, there are people that require that we do something different. I learned with shock that one of the departments, and we'll have that debate much later on, one of the departments is not filling any of the vacancies, but has budgeted over 400 million to be paying bonuses. Now that doesn't make sense. You need more people. You're saying you don't have money to be employing more people, but you have 400 million to be paying additional bonuses. That for me is a slap in the face of the lack of services that people are so much requiring out there. Now we can come here, as I said earlier on, we can come here and talk about how well the Office of the Premier is doing. But I'm not going to do that. But I want to hold the Premier to account and ask the Premier, is any kind of accountability being conducted over the departments? If that is the case, can we get those SIU reports as well? Can we know how many people? So you speak about the reports that will be coming in this month. I must tell you, and I must warn any of my colleagues, don't hold your breath. Because we've had this story a number of times before. We've had this story a number of times before. Even during the State of the Province address, the Premier said, in the next month, we will be releasing the reports. We are now going into June. You're telling us in the next month, in June, we will be getting those reports. So I don't know, Acting Premier, whether I can say that we are going to be meeting the challenges, or we are going to be addressing the challenges that the NDP 2030 is actually talking to. Like any aberrant thing in life, lack of accountability has serious implications. Our province is gradually sinking into a dark pit thanks to the gloomy economic outlook, endemic corruption, deepening inequality, more suffering from chronic hunger, and unprecedented youth unemployment. So we have more and more young people that are being unemployed. We are spending over 144 million rand under the TSEPO 1 million program, which we are now going to review, but we are giving it more money, so we don't know what is the strategy that is now being followed for us to then be supplying or to be planting so much additional money in there. And I also want to then say to you, Acting Premier, that you are now the contributor, the greatest contributor of failing municipalities in Gauteng. The fact that you are not able to pay your debt when you're supposed to be paying your debt is a crisis. A municipality that has had their vehicles attached, bank accounts attached, because they owe suppliers. Yet you are sitting here with millions that have been returned to treasury. Municipalities are not paid what they're supposed to be paid. Well, the facts speak for themselves. The facts speak for themselves, and then there's reports to those. The reports are what they are, and the responses are what they are, unless if somebody had been drinking wine when they're supposed to have signed the reports that were submitted. But we will deal with those. And I said, I'm not here to come and exchange insults, but I'm here to ask substantive questions. And I want to then put it to you that we are going to need to do things better. We need to be able to then answer the question, what will be the face of the child look like? Will the face of the child in Gauteng in 2030 be that of joy, where they're living in a safe space? Will the face of the child living in Gauteng be that they are going to be leading a quality life, where they're able to get health care, where they're able to access job opportunities? Or will the face, no, I've got a limited time, or will the face of the people or the child in Gauteng continue to be of despair? That is the question that we are going to need to answer. And it starts with the budgets that you have presented. Those budgets don't tell us that indeed the things that the NDP is asking of us to do are going to be done. And in your response, I hope that you will deal with the substantive matters that have been raised here and give us real figures, or tell us how these things that have been raised are going to be addressed. If you are not going to do that, then it means that we are sitting with some of the same, and again, we are going to be repeating some of the same mistakes that we have done, and 2030 is closely knocking on our door, and we are going to find ourselves with an NDP that was a complete failure, and Gauteng would have been a contributor to that. I thank you.
Thank you. Ntate Mkwebo.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'll be speaking on behalf of Honorable
Mkwebo, are you
No,
on the platform?
it's Member Mabala. I'll be speaking on behalf of Honorable Mokwebo.
Mabala, continue.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We can only assess the Premier based on how the department in this province perform in executing their mandate. Sorry. This should be the yardstick through which the performance of the Premier is measured on whether he's exercising the oversight role over the government he's leading. We are aware that the Office of the Premier has been allocated 19.6 million in the MTF for the 2022-23 financial year. This is an addition to 13.3 million for the implementation of the public sector wage agreement and 6.4 million for payment of stipends to the COVID-19 call center agents, of which we are sure will be subject to wasteful and irregular expenditure, as is the case every year. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, under Premier Makura's lack of decisive leadership, the Gauteng MEC of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture spent almost 140 million allegedly building Tshwane's HMPG Stadium. This very stadium was never used and will now cost the department millions to demolish, considering that
this
it has been
built when you were still at high school, man.
To its foundations.
It was not
This
built by us. You don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, just
she's a liar. Get your facts straight. Failed to meet occupational health safety regulations or the required standards required by Football Association. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development has earmarked the demolition of to 26.8 million for an already decaying cement-built structure where the bricks, iron, wood, seats, lights, and even goalposts have been stolen. The MEC of Infrastructure and the MEC of Sports, Recreation and Culture appear to be swindling responsibility amongst each other, while the Premier is quiet, as the welfare of athletes and artists remain languishing in squalor, while money meant to uplift their livelihoods is spent erroneously. Acting Premier Mamabolo, this MEC of Shrek that you intend on protecting when I leave Premier Makura employed an HOD, and that HOD only served for 3 minutes before being moved to the Education Department because of factional politics within the ANC. Incompetence remains part of the fabric of various departments within this politically factional ANC-led government to the detriment of our people. How does the Premier plan to account for 23.6 billion in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 2020-21 financial year under his leadership? What valid reasoning is there for continuously and knowingly violating the PFMA and FMFMA? There is no recourse of plan of action from this department on how it will resolve the irregular and fruitless expenditure in the city of Johannesburg, amounting to 16.6 billion and Tshwane at 14 billion. The Premier is failing the citizens of Gauteng, particularly the poor and marginalized in informal settlements. The housing backlog in Mohlakeng, Tsakani, and Fuleni and the entire province is not being addressed under your leadership. Our people remain homeless and are being evicted and their homes demolished daily. You fail to address the issue of youth unemployment, and yet you know TEPO 1 million is a complete failure. The only jobs that are being offered to our youth and graduates is EPWP jobs. Now, those are not quality jobs, and you know very well, Premier. The only jobs that are being offered to our youth and graduates, sorry, I'm repeating that. This budget, like any other budgets you've represented before, is not addressing issue of unemployment to our youth. Under your watch, Premier, the biggest culprits that perpetual language is under expenditure are the departments of education, health, community safety, social development, human settlement, and roads and transport. This clearly indicates the vacuum in good governance and accountability in this province to the detriment of our people. When looking at the continually
in conclusion.
In conclusion, the Office of the Premier has failed to prevent excessive abuse of the budget of the province in its entirety. And therefore, as the EFF, we reject Budget Vote 1. Thank you.
Honorable Bloom.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, I've got one big question concerning the Premier's office, which claims to be doing so many things to ensure capable and ethical governance. I read in the committee report the following, quote, "The Gauteng provincial government corruption-fighting efforts are yielding results through a strong ethical culture, which is the foundation of clean governance, and this is created through institutionalizing ethics and ethical leadership in government and society. The Office of the Premier, through the Integrity Management Unit, has collaborated with the Auditor General and Public Protector to strengthen measures against maladministration and acts of corruption. It is noted that the Forensic Unit, which was based in the Provincial Treasury, has been moved to the Office of the Premier to work closely with the Integrity Management Unit. This is to fortify systems to change the culture of lawlessness and corruption." That's the quote. And then we also told there's a GCR integrity policy framework and the Gauteng anti-corruption strategy to, quote, "address issues proactively rather than reactively." You know, it sounds so good. There's lots of frameworks, there's units, there's strategies and various other things, lots of acronyms. But my one big question is this. If these programs are so good, if they are yielding results, quote, then why is this provincial government plagued by so many corruption scandals that should have been prevented beforehand? Where is this, quote, strong ethical culture when thieves stole so much of the money that was supposed to save lives from the COVID-19 epidemic? Why was 500 million rand wasted on the Anglo-Ashanti Ghost Hospital on the Far West Rand? My colleagues have spoken in earlier debates about the looting, the wastage and inefficiency in so many departments. You know, I'm frankly gobsmacked that even after the PPE scandal, dastardly people sabotaged the repair of the Sharpenbeke Johannesburg Hospital, and they didn't seem to be deterred in the slightest. You know, when the fire happened at this hospital in April last year, the Premier's office should have been in the forefront of efforts to repair and reopen it as soon as possible. But what do you know? What we got instead was the usual incompetence and corruption, as well as bickering between the Department of Infrastructure Development and the Department of Health about who was to blame. So, Honourable Acting Premier, Substitute Premier, whatever, people are really suffering because of the avoidable delays in reopening this hospital. And your office cannot escape the lion's
What is
share
that, Check Bloom? Check Bloomers, what is that? Don't do that, man. You must be respectful.
I'm respectful, but I'm not sure.
No, you can't say whatever it is, man. You are disrespectful. Don't do that. Don't do that. We'll disrupt you. You'll never speak.
Let's be orderly. Let's have order. Honorable Bloom, can you continue?
Can Member Bloom withdraw what he said, Chair?
I withdraw what I said.
Can Member Bloom withdraw what he said?
I withdraw
He must
what
withdraw.
I said.
He must withdraw. He must withdraw.
What is that? What is that?
We are not afraid of you.
Yes, sir.
I withdraw with the
uthini mekesho ku-acting premier
Speaker, can you
uthini mekesho
project?
ku-acting premier he's out of order he's out of order
Honorable,
he's out of order chair he must withdraw
yeah, Honorable PC.
he must withdraw what he said
Honorable PC, Msimanga, Honorable Msimanga. Let's have Honorable Bloom. Can you continue with your speech?
Thank you. Well, if the Premier's office is really capable, it would not have had to beg the National Health Department to do the job in fixing this hospital. It seems to me that you can have all these fancy programs which look good on paper, but if you're appointing the wrong MECs and the wrong heads of department, then they count for nothing because the rot starts at the top. Maybe that's why I've got this reaction to me, what I'm saying. In a real sense, people are policies. If you don't appoint the right people who support the right policies, then it simply won't happen. You know, I noted with interest a report that the ANC is considering an overhaul of its cadre deployment policy. According to this report, the aim is, quote, to introduce more objective, meritorious and fact-based criteria so that positions taken are publicly defensible, including in court if challenged. Last year, ANC veteran Mavuso Msiang said in an interview that, quote, listen to this quote, cadre deployment has been a disaster.
Not Msiang, Msimang.
Msimang.
Yeah, Msimang.
Listen to what he said, please. It's obviously you don't like what he said, but I'm repeating it.
Oh, you pronounce his name wrong, that's why.
It has created many things.
So are you Jack Bloom as well?
Happened because the ANC did not have any money, but ANC-based people got tenders and exacerbated corruption. And what he said, I'm not aware of how it has demonstrably benefited the state. This is your own ANC member. Obviously, you're sensitive because you implicated yourself, quite frankly. And I mean, honestly, this is why you're attacking me. But, you know, the Honourable Premier has
your mom is calling you. You did not wash the dishes last night.
The Honourable Premier has confused
Bloom, your mom is calling you. You did not wash the dishes last night.
The key difference is that the DA only makes political appointments that are explicitly allowed by the Constitution and not in the general.
Marita Wokamp of the DA.
The time is not up. Let's check. Can you go on, Honorable Bloom? You still have 2 minutes.
He's muted.
He has muted himself. We can't hear
Unmute, Honorable Bloom. Honorable Bloom. Let's have order. Can we have order? Can we have order? Let me check with Honorable Bloom. Are you able to speak where you are?
I'm just standing in a point of order.
Yes,
Honorable, let me check with Honorable Bloom first. I want to check whether it's in a position to continue.
On the platform.
He has muted himself. Bloom, unmute.
Honorable Bloom. Can we check with our technician?
Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker?
Can we give Honorable Bloom, let her finish the speech?
Time up.
Yeah, Honorable Bloom, can you continue?
Thank you. So what I was saying, that you need to distinguish between political appointments in a particular office, as was former member Mike Moriarty, chosen to be advisor to the Johannesburg mayor. But it's completely wrong to make the wholesale appointments that have led to state capture that has ruined whole departments and state-owned entities. My colleague in Parliament, Honourable Leon Schreiber, has put in a PIA application for the minutes of ANC provincial deployment committees. Know what was turned out in the minutes of the National National Deployment Committee. Now, I think the minutes of the Provincial Deployment Committee would make interesting reading and will probably explain why so much has gone wrong with Gauteng's provincial.
Your mom muted you
Honorable
again.
members,
Mommy muted you again.
let's make sure that
Sorry,
we
Mr. Acting Speaker,
allow the
somebody's
proceedings.
muting me again. Somebody is muting me again, and this is not the first time it's happened. I think this is sabotage. So I'm going to conclude before somebody mutes me again. My conclusion was there will only be a capable state when capable and honest people are appointed to run it. It is as simple as that, and I think you need to do an investigation who muted me, because I didn't mute myself. Thank you.
Before I call Honorable Makubela, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Deputy Speaker, I'm standing on Rule 87, subsection F, on offensive language that was used in this House. And can we please have a ruling on that, or ask Honourable Mahile to withdraw his offensive language?
There's nothing to withdraw.
What is offensive?
No one is going to withdraw until Jack Bloom withdraws.
I didn't hear anything
Jack Bloom must
offensive.
withdraw.
Seems like a
Jack Bloom must first withdraw.
There's nothing offensive said. Nothing. It's political banter.
This is down.
Nothing to withdraw.
Let me control the proceedings. And I wanted, honorable members, let's have order. Let's be orderly, all sides. We have to be orderly. I'm going to allow Honorable Makubela to be on the stage, and let's try to be orderly. I know heckling is allowed, but let's not use obscene language. And that we condemn with strongest terms. If ever, Honorable Bloom, you said something, we'll go back and we'll have to check. And if ever, Honorable Maile, there is something, we'll go back, we'll check. But for now, I want us to proceed and make sure that we become orderly, and our heckling must be really in order. Can I really allow Honorable Makubela? I can see there is still...
Point of order before you do it, sir.
Let's get the order correctly.
Yeah.
Can I allow Honorable Engelbrecht? Is on the floor.
Deputy Presiding Officer, thank you very much. Honourable Mahele directed
And
that comment
which rule are
towards
you
me.
using?
That's Rule 87, subsection F. When I stood up on a point of order, he directed that offensive language towards me. So I am standing up because of the offensive language directed towards me. And I would like him to withdraw that, please.
He's calling you Mrs. Offensive. Mrs.
Yeah, I want to get the rule first, because the one that you are really coming up with is not the point of order.
87, subsection F. That is the use of offensive language.
That's not point of order.
Deputy Chair.
That's why I
Chair,
want the
can
rule
please
first
raise a
before I
point of
can really
order on
allow
Rule
you to
88?
speak.
But telling somebody to shut up is offensive
But
language.
the rule you are using is something else.
So can you then maybe just say what
Can
rule
they
should we use?
assist you in terms
Chair,
of
I
the
would like to
rule?
raise an order.
That's not the
Member
right rule.
Hassan,
Yeah,
on Rule
let me
88.
allow, while we are still looking for that, let me allow Honorable
95-1.
Makubela to continue. Honorable Makubela, you are on the floor.
My point of order. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I rise on Rule 89 about the order in the House. When a member mutes another member during a debate, it actually shows disrespect to the chair, because the chair determines who must speak and who cannot. I therefore request an investigation into who is muting other members. It's not the first time it's happening during this set of debates, and I request that that matter be investigated by the presiding officer.
I think you quoted the right rule, and then I think we have to look at this thing of muting. And for muting is something that we are not going to allow here. And I can see that other honorable members will get our technician to trace that, and that member that muted Honorable Bloom will bring it here. Our technician look at it before we have really to get who's this person, so that we are really dealing with the matter precisely. Honorable Makubela, can you continue?
Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I was told that I have to stand in.
For Honorable Makubela?
Yes.
Okay, you can continue.
Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Acting Premier, members of the Executive, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members of this august House, and people of Gauteng, Sani Bonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Abshe. Bahlonishwa abakhethekile nabahloniphekile. Sihlangene namhlanje ngelanga elisemqoka kakhulu ilanga lokugubha ukubunjwa kwenhlangano yobumbano yama-Afrika ewonke eyaqalwa ngoMeyi ngonyaka ka-1963. Leli langa ligujwa yonke iminyaka ngeyi-25 zikaMeyi njengoba phela namhlanje kuyizi-25. Leli langa ligujwa ngama-Afrika wonke kusuka eKapa kuya eCairo or Tunisia. Ubumbano nokuzwana singama-Afrika nokuthi ngempela singobani, siziqhenye ngokuhlakanipha kwethu, siziqhenye ngomnotho wethu nangamasiko ethu ahlukahlukene futhi sibe yimbumba. Ingani phela isukela komunye umholi odumile eAfrika yonke waseGhana, ubaba uKwame Nkrumah, okwakuyiphupho nentshisekelo yakhe ukuthi sikhululeke sonke eAfrika futhi sibambane ngokuzwana, sibumbene singamazwe aseAfrika njengoba sasigqilaziwe. Futhi siphakamise icontinent noma isizwekazi sethu ngendlela esibona ngayo. Futhi ke lenyanga inyanga esemqoka kubasebenzi njengoba balwa umhlaba wonke ukuthi kube nelanga neholide labasebenzi futhi ligujwe umhlaba wonke eligujwa njalo uma iqala inyanga kaMeyi ngeyi-1. Deputy Chair of Chairs, in February of this year, the ANC caucus held its annual lekgotla to take stock of the previous years and develop its program of action for the year ahead. The lekgotla noted the context within which the sixth-term administration operates, including the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the citizens of Gauteng. Today, as we debate the budget of the Office of the Premier, we are aware of the challenges facing us as the people and as the ANC-led government. These challenges include, but not limited to, the high rate of unemployment, stagnant economy, poverty, crime, gender-based violence and femicide, and the ever-increasing population due to the in-migration. One of the biggest challenges facing our society today is youth unemployment. The rate of unemployment in South Africa, according to the Statistics South Africa, was at 35.3% in the fourth quarter of 2021, compared to 34.9% in the third quarter of the same year. Furthermore, the rate of youth unemployment was at an alarming rate of 65.5%. Growing Gauteng Together 2030 plan details the Gauteng we want to see by highlighting the 7 priorities. 1, economy. jobs and infrastructure. 2, education skills and healthcare. 3, sustainable human settlement, new cities and land release. 4, safety, social cohesion and food security. 5, sustainable future for all. 6, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. Lastly, building a better Africa and better world. We need to accelerate our efforts to address all forms of youth exclusion from the economy. We are sitting on a time-ticking bomb. We equally need to learn from other countries who have seen the wrath of youth impatience. Egypt's youth unemployment was at 90% when the Arab Spring erupted in 2011. As the ANC, we have been vocal about the need to review TSEPO 1 million, which is the Gauteng's ANC-led government initiative to break down barriers for youth to participate in the economy. We are pleased that the Office of the Premier has heeded our call to review the TSEPO 1 million program. We need initiatives that are solution-driven and that will make a positive impact on our people. As OR put it, and I quote, open quote, "The children of any nation are its future. A country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future," close quote. We are excited that the budget speaks to the strengthening of the TSEPO 1 million program to realize its full potential. In the 5th term administration, the ANC-led government made a commitment to ensure radical economic transformation and modernization of the economy. This seemed like only a dream. However, this is now coming to fruition. One of the breakthroughs of the ANC-led government in this 6th term administration through the Office of the Premier is the introduction of the Township Economic Development Bill, which was passed by this legislature and signed by the Premier into law recently. This act is a breakthrough because it will address the legacy left by apartheid on Gauteng's townships and is meant to open new procurement and market opportunities for townships. For far too long, South Africa has been grappling with the legacy of apartheid, including the spatial mapping that puts the poorest of the poor and the most vulnerable people at the periphery of all centers of economic activity. Township businesses were unable to have equal access to various reasons, including that they cannot access formal markets and financing for the goods and services they could provide to government. We appreciate that it is focusing on businesses belonging to South Africans. The introduction of malls in townships resulted in small township businesses being displaced or unable to conduct business, with national supermarket chains increasingly extending their reach into the townships. It is also a fact that foreign-owned businesses in township also collude to achieve market domination. This act is here to change that. We urge the Office of the Premier to have a hawk's eye on individuals' departments to ensure that the work is implemented fully. The investment in special economic zones must be applauded. This will have a positive impact on the people of Gauteng. The Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, for example, has provided job opportunities for the people of Tshwane. Equally, the ANC-led government's investment in fighting corruption and promoting ethical governance is showing positive outcomes. The collaborations with different stakeholders, including the Auditor General South Africa and Public Protector, are testament that there is an alignment with the ANC caucus mission and vision. The agency with which the ANC-led government tackles issues of service delivery through Ntirisano and cooperation between the Office of the Premier and various departments goes a long way in cutting the red tape and bureaucracy that often hinders development and service delivery. We especially note the focus on war rooms with enthusiasm. These war rooms address the concerns of the people of Gauteng on poverty, economy, and crime. We are pleased that the ANC, as the ANC, that the Office of the Premier indeed listens and acts on issues that affect our people. In the previous financial year, the ANC caucus pleaded with the Office of the Premier to provide the necessary leadership and guidance that will ensure that the record of clean audit cascades down to all departments and their entities. We are pleased that the ANC-led government has prioritized this through the formation of the War Room on Integrity and Clean Governance to deal with clean audits in departments and municipalities. We are hopeful that this War Room will make a huge difference in improvement of audit outcomes throughout the province. The ANC is rooted in unity, as evidenced by the partnerships the organization formed during the struggle against apartheid and fight for the liberation. We are excited that our government has aligned itself with the ANC vision of being a transformative activist government. Deputy Chair of Chairs, we live in times where we lack patriotism. Currently, one of the thorny issues that we are faced with is lawlessness. That has resulted in vandalization and theft of critical infrastructure. While we have not seen efforts of our government, we need to work together and deal with this issue with the seriousness it deserves. What these syndicates are doing is no different from treason, and it sabotages the economy. Theft and vandalization and theft of critical infrastructure will have a long-term implications for the country and for the province. Deputy Speaker, having mentioned all the positive work of the Office of the Premier, and with its record of clean audits over the years, it is clear that the office is effective in spending its budget. If this was not the case, we would not have seen the positive outcomes of the ANC-led government's impact. We, as the ANC, are assured that the Office of the Premier understands its role and has been over the years able to spend the budget prudently, and we have no reason not to support this budget. As I conclude, Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me then to quote Ubaba Ukwame Nkrumah when he said on the 12th of June 1965, I quote, "Countrymen, the task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility. And yet it is a noble and glorious challenge, a challenge which calls for the courage to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to do, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, the courage to work, the courage to achieve the highest excellences and the fullest greatness of man. Dare we ask for more life? Happy, close quote, Happy Africa Day and Happy Workers' Month. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the acting Premier of Gauteng Province, Ntate Mamabolo, to reply to this debate.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. I just want to say that I just want to do two things, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and save you more time again. One is just to pick up on some of the issues that Honorable Ngube raised, to clarify, and some of them were raised by Honorable Dlamini when he was presenting the committee report. Then secondly, and really, this is not what I thought I'll do, but I just want to deal with a phenomenon called Jack Bloom at the end. of just picking up a few points. And of course, I turn to him not as a person, but as a remnant representing the toxic and very bankrupt ideology of the DA, and I'll come back to that. Honorable Chair and members, I just want to say to you that you know, the Premier, whom I must wish a speedy recovery, has delivered just not so long the State of the Province address. And it has not been, I don't think it's even, this was on the 21st of February. And we have not even passed 6 months. And the Premier, I know that he has been attending committee meetings where honorable members sit. And some of these issues would have been clarified. But I think the setback and the tragedy of the debate is that honorable members on the opposition side ignore completely. And just like ostrich, they are burying their heads deep in the sand so that they do not look at what was said in the State of the Province address just on the 21st of February this year. Honorable members, if I were just to remind you that, you know, the Premier has, Honorable, the Chair, it's the time, we're losing time, Honorable.
Yeah, let's, you are protected.
And really, members of the Democratic Alliance, I think should be called to order, really. I think they are very disruptive. And I think we should appeal to them to be orderly. Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier has quite eloquently and very correctly, in the State of the Province address, made reference to the difficult time we're coming from over the last 2 years, about the severe impact of COVID-19 on the South African, on the entire country and the entire world. But when you listen to Honorable Msimang of the Democratic Alliance, you can hear that the points that he's raising is actually speaking as if there was no COVID-19 and its impact on the economy. And I would like to refer him to what is supposedly, or people who are supposedly his role models in the global neoliberal context, and of course the things that they say. Must go and read a book that's talking about the economic reset, which talks about the reset of the global economy. It paints a picture of the severity of the impact of COVID-19 on economies across the globe. Even today, when you read and look at literature on the global economy, you'll clearly see how that has devastated economies of the world. But conveniently, they want to forget all that and put it on the doorstep of an ANC government as if there was no impact. And the Premier has indicated how the province was using information from the surveys about the state of Gauteng and the work that was done. They also closed their eyes to the fact that we have not yet addressed the legacy that is persisting of colonialism of a special type. To them, we are just dealing with the challenges that have erupted now. There is a deep history of colonialism, of racism
let's
in
have
this
order.
country.
Let's listen.
The honorable
Let's have
members
order.
must not forget that.
Let's
other issue, Chair.
Let's have order. Just pause. Let's have order. And when you want to raise a point, you raise up your hand. Please, let's have order. Continue the acting Premier.
honorable deputy chairs of chairs, honorable members, when we deal with the challenges that faces our people, we must not be tricked to forget the severity of the historic legacy of CST in our country. And of course, in the last 2 years of COVID-19. So I think it's very much important to be very honest, first to yourself and then to the people of the province, that globally there have been challenges that impacted all the economies. And I think it's unfair to place the problem exclusively on the doorstep of the Premier's office and the work that the office is doing. The other issue, Chair, that I want to raise, and again the honourable members are degenerating into that. The Premier has also, and this report is quite, when you read the SOPA, the State of the Province Address, there's massive data and information in there about job creation. And there are even specific examples that have been given, like those in the special economic zone in the city of Tshwane, and the total number of jobs, just as one example. There's massive data and information on SEPO 1 million and what it has done to the economy. And I think Honorable Ngube has correctly captured and eloquently articulated the plans that we have in the context of what we said. We're placing the economy, job creation on the path of emergency delivery so that we can be able to grow the economy, unlock its potential, and create jobs. The whole issue of creating the provincial war rooms that the committee report has spoken to is precisely part of the interventions that recognize that there's been a difficulty and a challenge. And I think we're very clear on that, on the different war rooms that have been created, so that we can propel and turbocharge interventions that are required in the economy, in the governance of our institutions, to make sure that we can achieve the targets of GGT 2030. All those issues, the honourable members have completely, conveniently forgotten about them. And we're just coming from the State of the Province Address, and that's how disingenuous they are. That's how dishonest they are in forgetting all these issues. Now, honourable members, the other issues that have been raised in the report, we have spoken to them. The whole issue of SEPO 1 million, the fact that SEPO 1 million is being reviewed, and there will be a strategy around how to take forward dealing with youth unemployment, the youth advisory panel that was announced. All these are issues that indicate and demonstrate any shade or beyond any doubt our commitment to address the perennial and historic problem of youth unemployment, of course with the achievements that have been made. The other issue, Chair, that I just wanted to emphasize, and for honourable members in this House to take into account, is the potential of the Township Economic Development Bill. None of them have spoken about that. Honourable Simanga and Honourable Mabala, they have not talked about the huge potential that that act has in turning around the economy of the province, particularly reversing the severity of the legacy of CST and Group Areas Act that is still persistent in our townships and affecting small and micro-medium enterprises and township enterprises. All these issues they have ignored, and I just wanted to emphasize them. Now, Honourable Chair of Chairs, I'm very much thankful that Honourable Maile is going to address how the province is supporting and attending to the issues in the municipalities, and of course the issues in Mfuleni and across other municipalities in the province. And I'm quite sure that he will engage with some of the issues that have been said here. Very robustly, MEC, I'm quite sure that you will take the meron on those issues. The other issue, Chair, that I just want to raise is that I think Honorable Klope has correctly spoken about the issues of HMP, and I think it's also wrong to try to isolate the MEC, particularly on the HMP matter. That matter, first, Honorable Klope had nothing to do with the construction of the stadium, as honorable members in the House were correcting Honorable Mabala, who is completely out of order in what she was saying, putting the blame and seeking to isolate and scapegoat MEC Klope on that issue. The demolition of the stadium is done by the Department of Infrastructure Development. And I think the department of that MEC Klope leads is a client to DID, and I think to try to place these issues on a doorstep without also taking into account the role that DID is taking in this issue, I think it's also unfair to her, and to blame her for the hospital that was built when she was not even there as MEC. So I think that the tendency to scapegoat and isolate individuals, it's a neo-fascist strategy that the DA excels so much in its outlook. Now, in conclusion, Chair, I just want to address for 2 minutes the phenomena that we call Jack Bloom. Now, honorable members and Honorable Msimang, I want to say to you that I'm not being personal, but I think it is completely wrong for Honorable Bloom to make remarks in the House that are on record that I believe are very contemptuous, that are very, that actually brought us on a very racist outlook, which is the core and the backbone of your political and ideological outlook as the party. Because the remarks that he has made and the insults that he has been throwing, I think are completely out of order. And this is exactly the type of political party you are. Although you claim liberal values, but your history and your outlook currently clearly demonstrate that you remain a remnant of the Sector Nationale Partei. That's what you are. And that is why the DA cannot contain, you can't even manage your members who are victims of apartheid and colonialism and oppression in this country. They have been repelled, removed, alienated, and purged from the Democratic Alliance. Because at the core of the party, you remain the party that embraces the values same as the Sector Nationale Partei. That is why, Honorable, this is very disruptive. This is very disruptive. Let me also just say that you can also hear the way the DA, and I hope I'll be given my time, Chair, the way the DA is calling on the Premier to arbitrarily run departments, undermine Chapter 9 institutions, on SIU, reports on investigations. This is a political party that does not understand the rule of law. You do not understand constitutional democracy. You are still trapped in the rule of the big madman called P.W. Porter. You want the Premier to work like P.W. Porter because during your period, there was no democracy, there was no rule of law, there was just P.W. Porter, and you think the Premier's office and the role of the Premier is that of a big madman like P.W. Porter. That is your orientation, that is your outlook. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. That's what you represent.
Can I?
That's what you represent.
Before we move, Honorable Msimanga, let's have order.
You yourself, you are leaving the TA. You won't be the TA in the next election.
Honorable members.
I give you 2 months. You won't be there yourself. You're leaving.
Honorable members. Honorable members, the acting premier, can you switch off there? The acting premier, can you?
Yes.
Can you switch off, Honorable Premier? Honorable MPC. Honorable MPC. Honorable MPC. Honorable MPC.
The party of apartheid.
Yeah. Before I. Yeah. Before we move on, I think we should really respect this house. And then how we respect the house, I'm not going to allow any choir. We're not going to sing moving forward. And I don't want to teach you the rules. If you have an issue, you raise up your hand. I'll really give you an audience. And then we've got the rules that are very clear. If you want to interrupt, that's Rule 88. If you want point of order, it's Rule 89. But now, if you want to speak after the speech, you want to make a remark, or you want to ask a question, that is 77.5. But now, when we allow the acting premier, or we allow the leader of the opposition, we don't have the time limit. We're using, that is 77.3. I think honorable members should understand that. Now, be very clear. I'll recognize you. Raise up your hand. I'm not going to allow any choir. Once you start singing, I'll use the Rule 94. I'll give you the matching orders. That's what really protects me. So, the secretary, can you take us to the next order?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. The next order is consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional and Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Human Settlements Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Let me call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Member Diale Tabela.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Can I request that the parts of the report that I'm not going to be reading in this August House be considered as read? Deputy Chair of Chairs, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative and Human Settlement, I hereby table to the August House the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement 2022-2023 Midterm Expenditure Framework. The Portfolio Committee consideration of the Vote 8 2022-2023 Midterm Expenditure Framework allocation is to ensure that it translates into the realization of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements mandate as per the Constitution of the Republic that guarantees the right to have access to housing, placing the responsibility on the department to take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing in Gauteng. Furthermore, this should contribute towards achieving both the national strategic priorities as per the Midterm Strategic Framework 2019-2024 and the Gauteng Provincial Government's adopted 10-pillar program for the 2019-2024. The department's 2022-2023 financial allocation amounts to 6.3 billion, of which 5.1, which is 84%, is the Human Settlement Development Conditional Grants, and the 16% is the equitable share allocation. The Portfolio Committee noted that the amount has increased by 5.9% when comparing it to the previous financial year's revised estimate. The Department Service Delivery Plan is implemented through 4 key programs as outlined in the report. The Portfolio Committee noted that the budget allocation municipalities which received 161 million. This shows an increase of 149.4% when compared to the previous financial year's allocation of 64 million. And we also noted the budget allocation decrease for category B municipalities. The committee further notes that the department plans acquiring about 10,000 hectares of land in the 2021-2022 financial year, 8,000 and 7,000 hectares of land in the 2022-2023 financial year and 2023-2024 respectively. During the financial year under review, the department planned to redevelop hostels in Kagiso, Retabile and Jabulani, whilst during the 2023-2024, the number of hostels to be redeveloped increases. The number of family units to be built in hostels will increase gradually from 135 to 920 in the 2023-2024 financial year, right up to 4.560 in the last financial year of the current MTEF period. The department is planning to develop a total of 9 integrated implementation programs for priority development areas in the 2022-2023 financial year. The program is an integral part of providing quality basic services. The department also plans providing interim support services to about 45 informal settlements within the Gauteng province. According to the report, the department reported that the focus will be on 4 urban renewal projects. That is the Everton, Beggersdal, stormwater infrastructure upgrades, as well as providing support through financial assistance to the HDA to implement the projects within the Alexander Urban Renewal Projects and the Project Management Office and the Winterfeld Urban Renewal Infrastructure Upgrades. Furthermore, in order to ensure that the department's housing programs are not interrupted on the ground due to lack of bulk infrastructure in some parts of the province, the department plans investing an estimated amount of 227.5 million in the 2022-2023 financial year for bulk infrastructure. In addition, the department aims to formalize a total of 55 townships each financial year during the MTF period. Deputy Chair of Chairs, allow me to take the August House straight to the committee concerns. As the Portfolio Committee, we noted with concern that the department plans to minimize delivery of legacy projects. We also noted that the department will provide financial assistance to HDA to implement Alexander Urban Renewal Program. However, there is no reporting regarding the transfer of funds to the HDA. The Portfolio Committee also noted the department will be providing interim support services to informal settlements around Gauteng. However, the committee is concerned that the report is silent on 20 informal settlements. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department plans to develop innovative partnerships to provide affordable lending to owners of properties to upgrade their backyard rooms towards enhancing and expanding the township rental economy. The Portfolio Committee noted that in relation to the compensation of employees, there are no enough funds in filling of vacant positions within the department. We also remain concerned about the non-reporting on the court cases that are pending against the department and the Gauteng Partnership Fund. Lastly, we are concerned as a Portfolio Committee that no reporting has been made regarding projects that the Gauteng Partnership Fund finances will be utilized on. And as part of the report, the following are the proposed committee recommendations. The department should provide responses to the following as raised by the 30th July 2022. The department should provide rationale behind minimizing delivery of legacy projects. The department should indicate how much funds will be transferred to HDA to assist implementation of the Alexander Urban Renewal Program and the kind of work that will be done. The department should provide a detailed plan on how they intend to support the informal settlements and timeframes to achieve the plan. The department should also give an account on Tswane informal settlements. The department should clarify the process that will be followed to provide affordable lending to owners of properties to upgrade their backyard rooms. The department should provide the committee with a detailed plan indicating timeframes to ensure filling of vacancies. Deputy Chairs, amongst the recommendation we're making, we request that the department should submit a detailed report on the pending court cases to portfolio committee and the cost estimate per case. And lastly, the department should submit a detailed report on how the entity plans to utilize its allocated budget for 2022-2023 financial year. As the chair of COGTA and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, I wish to thank the MEC for COGTA and Human Settlement, Honorable Maile, the head of the department, Ms. Pindile Mbanjwa, and the team in the Human Settlement Department. I also further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members that serve under this portfolio committee, who are Member Mube, Member Schneemann, Member Malema, Member Sirota, Member Msimanga, Member Dlamini, Member Tong, Member Ledwaba, Member Dilange, and Member Adams in Germany. Furthermore, as the portfolio committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Coordinator Mbanjwa Mbalo, Senior Researcher Nenelwi, Committee Researcher Asanelo Gwebani, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. Jackie Muteko, and Jabulo Nzimango as our Committee Administrator, Service Officer Ms. C. Netwa, and the handset recording, as well as our Media Officer Ms. Fano Bulasihobo, for their dedication and commitment. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on budget vote 8 of the Department of Human Settlements for the 2022-2023 financial year for adoption, taking into account the proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder.
I rise to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. And the secretary, before that, I didn't really see you. Can you, let me just give a platform, yes?
Deputy Presiding Officer, thank you. I'm standing on Rule 77, subsection 5. And if I can just ask the member who's just made that speech or that debate, if she can just please tell us to what school did she go to where she was taught that if you don't read something that it's actually read and understood, or was it Harry Potter's School of Hogwarts and Magic, so that we can also understand? Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much. Honorable Engelbrecht, I'm sorry that I didn't really see you. You should have really shouted, because already they've seconded the report. If I saw you, I would have really given you that, but I didn't. You should have really shouted, because I was looking the side. So already it has been seconded, and that's the problem. But next time I'll look both sides. Sorry about that. Yeah, the report it's adopted by the House. And let's go to the next
I wanted to respond to that,
Secretary.
The House.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson of Committees. The next order is budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Human Settlements Budget Vote 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Now let me call upon the MEC, Honourable Maile, to present the budget speech.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. And we shouldn't allow drunkards in the House. I think we should bring a breathalyzer so that we are not disrupted. Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Yeah, I said it that I'm not going to allow any, if you have anything, you raise up your hand, you come up with the rule.
Yeah.
And you are protected, MEC?
Yes, thank you. My time here. I'm not going to read the speech as is, but I'll just make. Yeah, hey, otherwise I'll have to take it out myself. Don't do that.
Honorable MPC, let's continue.
We can't be told by you, man.
Let's continue, MEC.
On paper. So,
she's on the.
Chair, my time is going, yeah? Okay. I don't have a problem. I can wait the whole day. I'm not in a hurry.
MEC, you have all the time, but
Thank
we've
you
got
very
this.
much.
Continue.
Thank you very much. So I was saying, Chair, I won't read the speech as is. I would give the speech to Hansard so that they can put it on Hansard and we place it on record. But one of the issues, having acknowledged yourself and the members of the House, we are saying that despite the COVID-19, the lockdown, we have seen the South African residential property market showing resilience, and we have also seen a growth in the housing market. But also, we have seen that housing is a huge demand in our province, and we are a relatively younger province, and that there's other issues which I will not deal with there, which are objective realities related to our economy, including the fact that there is a high influx into our province, just over 230,000 people, I think, every year coming to our province, and as a result, they need a lot of attention and resources, including health, education, and human settlement. And we have also seen that there's at least just above, plus minus 1 million people in the National Housing Needs Register. But in spite of all these challenges, we have worked very hard as the provincial government to ensure that we strike the balance and ensure that there is implementation. But we are also implementing a revised housing allocation policy, as well as a re-engineered beneficiary management plan as part of our efforts to reduce the housing backlog and accelerate the delivery of completed houses, along with the deeds to an increasing impatient and agitated citizenry. On issues of governance, we have done a lot of work to stabilize the department. We have done a lot of work to deal with issues of irregular expenditure. We have done a lot to drastically reduce the audit findings that have been there for many, many, many years. We have finalized our structure, and we are on track to get the unqualified audit opinion in this financial year. We have dealt with this issue in terms of where we were, and we are also dealing with the quarterly compliance risk register on a quarterly basis. On the mega projects, we've got something like 49 projects that have been announced over a period of time, and they are at a different phases. But we are glad to announce, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, that in this term of office, since 2019, we've built 59,000 housing opportunities in this term alone. And you'll remember when we started, we said we want to build 100,000. So we are on course in achieving that target. And going forward, we are providing details here in terms of what we will build in this financial year, about 11,423 housing units. In the subsequent year, 11,646. And the other years, we will also build about 12,000. That is the last year, which will be 12,302 housing opportunities. And we have also adopted a master plan, a human settlement spatial master plan, which will help us to plan better working with municipalities. On the rapid land release, service stands that we have acquired to date are 13,041 in total, and we have had engagements with the commercial banks who have expressed an interest in funding beneficiaries for our Ikakhaleng rapid land release self-build program. That's one of the achievement there. I won't go into detail because of time. On the bulk infrastructure, the committee has reported how much we have spent in the last financial year, but going forward, we'll spend about 227 plus 5 million just in the non-metros. And this is important because I want to come to a point that is raised in the report of the committee. Just to clarify, because the committee wants us to do something about informal settlements in Tshwane. We can't because the municipality of Tshwane has that responsibility. There is a grant, because our funding is based on a grant system. There is a grant called USDG, Urban Settlement Development Grant. It's given to the metros, and there is also informal settlement grant. Those grants are meant for the metros to attend to those issues. So we can't do anything in Tshwane, especially because the committee is saying we should do that. However, where we are able to intervene, like on the Mamelodi flood victims, we were able to intervene and we have procured the land. But the committee shouldn't expect that we would do because we don't have the money. So if the committee says we should do that, we will be glad if we can receive the money, but we won't have the money. And then on the informal settlements, we've got 54 informal settlements received, which received interim support, and I think the report says that. But the most important thing is that we've got 1.1 billion that we'll be spending on informal settlement upgrading program. The issues of the urban renewal programs, the 4 nodes, the committee has reported that. I will not repeat. On the issue of the title deeds, the formalization process is one of the most important within the housing delivery value chain, as it is one of the prerequisites for the title deeds registration, which guarantees ownership to qualifying beneficiaries. It is for this reason that the department has taken a number of proactive steps to try and assist with the fast-tracking and facilitation of this process. Even though some parts of the process is outside the scope of the department's responsibilities within the 3 spheres of government, these are some of the measures undertaken by the department so far: finalization of outstanding township establishment milestones towards township registration and proclamation. And I'm not sure about the number that is in the report of the committee. I would ask on record that we verify that, because they're taking about 54 townships. I don't think it's an accurate number. We'll have to look at that so that we are held accountable based on what, but we'll clarify that. Municipalities to issue service certificates, municipalities to waiver or relax some conditions, municipalities to reduce their turnaround time for confirming beneficiaries, signing the power of attorney, and there are many other issues we will expect that municipalities should help us on. On the hostels, the committee also indicates there the numbers that we will be doing, the 3 hostels, the inner city hostels, and the residential. So I don't want to repeat what is in the report. That's accurate. The GPF has embarked on an analysis of its loan book, which has an impact on its sustainability, and has put implementation plan in place, monitored monthly, with the aim of improving loan collection from 65% to 80%. The committee says we must give backyard dwellers money. There is an implication because you can only give them through GPF. So if GPF does not collect, you will not have the money to do that. So I must put all these things in record so that they are understood, because our HSDG grant can only do specific things. You can't just, unless we are able to recapitalize GPF as the province. So the budget for this financial year is 6.141 billion, made up of 5.141 billion conditional grant and 1 billion equitable share. And the conditional grant increases from 4.942 in the 2021-2022 financial year to 5.141 billion in this financial year. And the continuous increase of the conditional grant will assist in decreasing the housing backlog. So that is the budget vote, and the committee has it. We can then debate so that we are able to provide clarities on any matter that arises. Thank you very much. Drunkards can continue to make noise. Thank you.
Let me get Honorable Ledwaba. Honorable Ledwaba, are you on the platform?
Yes, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Continue.
Can I continue?
Yes.
With all protocols observed, it is alleged there are more than 1 million housing units built in Gauteng in the past 28 years. Majority of those units were built long before 2012, meaning in the last decade, there have been significant decline in the building of housing units, particularly standalone RDP houses. Of those housing units, only a small portion have the title deeds and have been appropriately allocated. Majority of the inhabitants do not have anything to show to demonstrate their ownership to the allocated properties, whilst a significant number has been inappropriately allocated to those units they occupy. This remains an anathema, as the impasse between the occupier and the title holder remains in a permanent dispute. This unnecessary situation came about as a result of government officials and councillors in the allocation of RDP houses to non-qualifying, non-deserving residents. Unless this is addressed, we will continue to have law-abiding old and poor citizens being denied their right to shelter. It is incomprehensible that there are citizens in the old townships whose houses are still under the ownership of their municipalities with no title deeds issued under their names. It is further alleged, Deputy Chair of Chairs, there are around 700 informal settlements in Gauteng built in the past 28 years, and majority of them do not have bulk infrastructure installed, with no access to basic services like electricity, sanitation, and with no recreational facilities. It is further exacerbated by the high level of unemployment and poverty and failure for government to fulfill its constitutional mandate as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic and the law of the country. And the current budget allocation to Vote 8 does not even make a dent on the myriad of challenges on human settlements faced by the residents of Gauteng. It is further exacerbated by the fact that the department has a reputation to underspend the allocated budget despite the housing backlog this province is experiencing. In the 2021-2022 financial year, the department was allocated over 5.98 billion rand and underspent this budget by over 300 million rand. In the current financial year, it is allocated in excess of 6.3 billion rand. We see no reason for this increase when the department continues to underspend the allocated budget. In the 2019-2020 financial year, they underspent by 250 million, and in 2018-2019 financial year, the budget is underspent by more than 265 million rand. The Premier and the Treasury seem not to be bothered by this poor financial mismanagement because there have never been any consequences and nobody was ever held accountable for denying the poor black people of this province their right to quality services by the department. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this is one department that has never achieved its set targets. There remains today inconsistencies in the allocation of housing units between what the provincial housing allocation policy says and what practically happens on the ground during allocation by councillors, even though we are told they do not have to be directly involved, including municipalities on the ground, because there is complete lack of oversight and transparency in terms of allocation of housing units. And in many cases, our people are told they were on the housing needs register, when in fact there is no credible, reliable housing needs register. If there was such a list, it would have been published in the interest of transparency. We hear complaints every day of housing units being occupied by people who had never been on this so-called waiting list because of corruption that is rampant in this department. And nothing is done about this sheer corruption. With a backlog of over 1 million housing units in the province, the department cannot even provide service stands so that people can build their own houses. When people occupy unoccupied land, they are the first to act and demolish structures, yet they fail to provide land. The rent rapid release program has failed dismally. In Q4 alone, they considered that they achieved zero service land from the private sector. While cannot willingly surrender their land, the state must just exploit that land and hand it over to its rightful owners. Hostels in the province remain neglected. This is a serious concern which we are always raising. The hostel redevelopment program is just but a pipe dream. We previously emphasized that even where upgrades had begun, like Sebokeng Hostel, many units had not been allocated and the property was vandalized. Mzimhlopa Hostel in wards 39 and 44 in 39 and 14 Soweto, a vacant flats which have not been
in conclusion,
no black Southerner should live like a visitor in a country of his or her birth. Housing is a basic human right. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable
Dlamini.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, honorable members. The Nkatha Freedom Party notes and welcomes the Department of Human Settlements budget as presented to the House. In particular, we note the 6.3 billion budget for the 2022-2023 financial year, which is a significant 350 million increase compared to the previous year. We acknowledge the increase in the budget, especially because it is no small feat given the present realities of the public fiscus. We hope that these resources shall be used wisely and efficiently towards providing decent, sustainable human settlements to the citizens of Gauteng, which is a crucial element in ensuring that their dignity is restored and their equal worth is recognized and valued throughout this province. While the IFP acknowledges the department's new budget, we are also cautiously optimistic given the department's previous poor record of implementing its own plans. The benefit of hindsight informs that the citizens who are the waiting beneficiaries of this department's programs have seen and heard this all before. They have seen and listened to the MECs making commitments that the department will prioritize service delivery, only for them to be disappointed by constant underperformance in the end. This is true when one considers that for the past 2 financial years, the department has been struggling to decisively conclude its abandoned, incomplete, blocked projects and in fast-tracking the hostel redevelopment program. According to the third quarter performance report for the 2021-2022 financial year, the Department of Human Settlements reported that it has not achieved completion of its set targets of 72 incomplete, abandoned and blocked housing projects. These instances of avoidable inefficiencies and ineffective management within the department processes and resources not only add to the frustrations of citizens, but also create further problems where abandoned and so-called incomplete projects are at risk of vandalism and illegal occupation. Speaker, the IFP quite frankly understand the reality that our province is the most affected by the influx of immigration, which causes the excessive demands for human settlements, among others. However, this cannot and should not be used as a mask for the inefficiencies in the department. This department has received a significant increase in its budget. This is despite failing short of meeting most of its targets in the previous financial year on the issuing of title deeds, issuing out of service stands, the redevelopment of hostels, and the upgrading of informal settlement. Even the land release program, which is meant to assist those people who are able and willing to build houses for themselves, there is no progress in getting it moving. Now, most of these missed targets from the 2021-22 financial year have been shifted to the 2022-23 financial year. All this makes it apparent that the department is not in the least perturbed with disappointing its long list of awaiting beneficiaries. The ethos of Abantu Pile principle is lost in them. We say so because how else can we make sense of the department's commitment with the record of non-performance and consistent shifting of goalposts? Throughout the province, citizens are frustrated and losing hope in the department's ability to deliver on its constitutional mandate. The citizens of this province are due and rightfully deserve a better service from their government. Madam Deputy Chair of Chairs, the IFP wishes to draw the department's attention to poor living conditions in most of our hostel communities, which leaves much to be desired. This is an area where our people need a ramped-up response. In the 2020-21 financial year, 3 hostel projects, Orlando West, Jablan, and Retabile, were targeted for the construction of family units. None of these projects were delivered, and they were deferred to 2021-2022 financial year. In that year, the target for hostel development went up to 8 hostels, which included Togoza, Waterville, Guatema, Deproof, and Gakriso. And we are now in 2022-2023 with 0 tangible outcomes of this program. Today, just like the previous years, the Gauteng government is again making promises on the inclusion and development of hostel dwelling communities. Some of these communities still resemble their apartheid history, living in undignified single-sex occupancy hostels after nearly 3 decades in our democracy. The people in these marginalized hostel communities also belong in this province and are deserving of a just, efficient, equitable, and sustainable and transformed human settlement that this government claims to provide. As the IFP want now to see prioritization of the development of hostel communities and not just hear about it. Ngempela sekudala silalela sizwa ngikhuluma kepha manje sesicela ukuboniswa ngentuthuko ebambeka ngesandla. We can only hope that the increased funding for the hostel redevelopment program will nudge this department to action. Lessons from the COVID pandemic and the economic suffering it brought on inform us that we ought to be doing everything we can to reduce the vulnerabilities of people, including empowering them with the security of owning their own houses. Given the massive housing backlog that the province faces, there is really no palpable explanation as to why programs such as the Rapid Land Release Program continues to be moving at a snail's pace, when we know that people want to build their own homes and why people in some communities have been waiting for more than 20 years for their title deeds. The IFP welcomes this budget, albeit with cautious optimism that this department will work towards realizing the common goal of affording everyone the right to access adequate housing as set out in our constitution. We can no longer afford to dither about with regards to service delivery, especially when it comes at the timorous expense of compromising people's dignity. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sirota.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Deputy Chair of Chairs, an analysis of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement budget and its performance for the 2022-23 financial year indicates a department frozen in years of perpetual decline and operational ineptitude with no strategy or vision towards the future. The very few successes are overwhelmed by continuous and repetitive underperformance and the failure to recognise the systemic breakdown in accountability and institutionalised underspending. The department continues to set over-generous targets and goals, and despite a questionable turnaround strategy, almost all projects' targets fall way short of expectations. The failure to hold officials to account for operational incompetence prevents the department from reinventing itself such that the department's future performance and outcomes can be improved. The budget of 6.3 billion is shared amongst 4 programs, the most prominent being Programme 3, Housing Development, which receives an allocation of 5.3 billion, or 84% of the total allocation through the Human Settlements Development Grant and the Informal Settlements Upgrading Grant. It is significant that those programs that intend to be prioritised during the current financial year are those which have consistently failed to achieve anywhere near the intended outcomes, and delivery shortcomings remain repetitive and disappointing. The funds allocated for the housing development program is insufficient and, due to improper planning and lack of vision, can only lead to none of the outcomes being achieved. Small steps with incremental success is now what is required and into the future. Taking on too much with insufficient funding can only perpetuate short and long-term failures. Administrative and operational delays remain hugely problematic. The budget debate provides an annual opportunity to test the performance of the Gauteng Human Settlements Department and its political head, MEC Maele. This is best done by measuring such performance against the constitutional obligations of the department, the viability of the targets it has set, and its performance against such targets, comparing previous year's achievements as a yardstick for success. The DA is mindful of the challenges imposed by the lack of sufficient funding, the restrictions imposed by COVID, the unlawful land invasions, and the unrestricted influx by illegal immigrants into Gauteng. Although there are these restrictions, the DA has, however, persistently and since 2014 highlighted the consistent failures by successive MECs in recognising and dealing with the core issues which have and continue to plague the department, thus preventing effective delivery by the department on its core mandate. These issues include systemic underperformance in the department by failing to reach modest targets. These include uncompleted plans for upgrading informal settlements, no progress with municipal bulk infrastructure, and no strategies in place to attract beneficiaries that qualify for the Rapid Land Release Program. The consistent, repetitive underspending by the department continually places the integrity of the department at risk, with the threat of funds being returned to the National Treasury always being a possibility. No plan has been provided to rid the department of this very detrimental practice. Poor discipline, governance and leadership in the department has resulted in the consistent failure by the department to achieve most of its goals, which is aggravated by ineffective political and operational accountability and planning. The department is continually introducing new initiatives without completing those in the pipeline, thus creating confusion at which needs to be dealt first. Despite the human settlements budget being increased to 6.2 billion for the current year, this amount remains inadequate to deal with the increased demands with housing, with a number on the housing list in excess of 1 million. The need for the private sector to become involved in attempting to find a solution to this issue become increasingly urgent. The consistent and uncontrolled influx of undocumented migrants who are occupying informal settlements where little or no infrastructure exists is evidence of a department with no plan to manage and solve the problem. The urban neural projects in areas such as Alexandra, Beckersdale and Winterveld remain stalled through political aptitude and poor workmanship. The stark reminder of the provincial government's inability to successfully drive these projects is laid bare most significantly in Alexandra. Despite its statement of intent being entered into by all role players in 2016, a court order preventing development in Old Alexandra has remained in place since 2005. The inability to access necessary funds for the National Treasury to resolve the outstanding dispute with the Alexandra homeowners has allowed undocumented migrants to occupy the area, thus placing a continued burden on the already strained infrastructure. The department has provided no plan to deal with this problem. It is not clear who has benefited from the title deed restoration grant and its mode of implementation. The hostel redevelopment plan has failed to upgrade and redevelop hostels. The living conditions in most hostels in Gauteng continue to deteriorate, with a state of despair and squalor worse than an already humanitarian crisis aggravated by COVID-19. Both the Premier and successive MECs have continued to recognise the inhumanity unfolding in these areas, but failed to take action to improve the living conditions to alleviate the human suffering. Appropriate action remains but a promise. Much fanfare has been made of the rollout of the Mega City Initiative, which process appears to have stalled. The shortfall in housing delivery is further delayed by the extensive number of unfinished abandoned housing projects, where most programs have fallen short of projected timelines. Despite undertakings to accelerate the completion of this project, the extent of the problem is visible if one visits these projects across the province, which are mostly abandoned in differing stages of completeness. The MEC and the department have failed to provide an explanation for this incompetence. Despite the need for de-densification program being brought on by the COVID pandemic, no Gauteng program has yet been formulated. No de-densification initiative exists. Although there has been talk of a de-densification policy and process with reference to an overall informal settlement formalisation process, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements and MEC Maele have failed to provide either a business plan or any framework for implementation of the process. There appears to be no plan in the pipeline to upgrade informal settlements. It is still unclear whether the policy of the department is the eradication of informal settlements, their upgrading, or how it fits into the formalisation process. The department continues to repeatedly fail not only to report regularly and accurately as to the reasons for its shortcomings, but as a practice does not provide details or suggestive corrective measures to solve the problem. There remains a total lack of political and operational accountability. This indicates a vacuum, particularly in political leadership. The inability of the Gauteng Partnership Fund, which was set up to raise funds for the strategic objective of increasing and leveraging private sector funding, is a major opportunity lost in accelerating cooperation between the department and the private sector. How the fund is administered, how much has been collected and from whom, and its overall potential success remains unclear. The department's continuing on
Thank you very
ongoing...
much, Honourable Serrata. Your time is up.
That's not possible, Chair.
No, thank you very much, sir. Honourable Skiman.
Chair, I think you got your time wrong. I'm objecting,
No.
but I will sit down. That's not possible.
Thank you very much, Honourable Maile. Honourable Skiman.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. MECs present, members of the House. It is a privilege to be able to participate in this debate on behalf of the African National Congress. On the 22nd of May of this year, it was 3 years since this legislature was constituted by the swearing-in of members. During these past 3 years, most of 2020 and a large portion of 2021 was disrupted by the tragic COVID-19 pandemic. I'm raising this because when we want to critique the performance of the Department of Human Settlements in Gauteng, we should take this into consideration. The reality is that this would have had a major impact on the plans of the department. We should therefore not be so naive as to think that work would have continued as normal. If there is anything that we should be asking is whether the department would be able to find ways of being able to catch up. I further raise this because one is mindful of the fact that some members in this House would want to portray an impression that the department has not delivered, whilst knowing full well of the major disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Once again, we need to express our appreciation to the MEC and the department for the work that was done under difficult, trying and often painful times. We again pay our respects to those in the Human Settlements family who succumbed to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Freedom Charter, which was adopted on the 26th of June 1955, remains one of our guiding documents and is as relevant today as it was 67 years ago. It remains our inspiration and our strategic guide to realising a better life and a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. For the benefit of those members who have not read the Freedom Charter, I would urge you to do so. However, let me quote parts of the clause dealing with human settlements, and I quote, "There shall be houses, security and comfort. All people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Unused housing spaces to be made available to the people. Slums to be demolished and new suburbs built where all have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, creches and social centres." Close quote. Section 26 in the Bill of Rights in our Constitution states the following, and I quote, "Everyone has a right to have access to adequate housing. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realisation of this right." Close quote. In the ANC's 2019 election manifesto, the following in regards to human settlements was included, and I quote to the benefit of members on that side of the House. Open quote, "Release land at the disposal of the state for site and service." You must listen. "To afford households the opportunity to build and own their own homes. Improve the alignment of housing provision with other public investments and service provision, including schools and health facilities and transport networks, complementing more integrated residential, industrial and commercial development. Address the title deeds backlog, along with associated institutional and capacity gaps to ensure that the transfer of title deeds moves with higher speed." Close quote. The Gauteng City Region, in its Gauteng 2055 document, outlines the plans we need to reach by 2055 here in Gauteng. Clearly, we are not there yet, but we are on the right road, moving closer each year to that goal. It means that the department needs to achieve its set targets and needs to take the Gauteng 2055 document into consideration when crafting its plans and targets. The statement of the MEC Maile, the MEC for Human Settlements, Urban Planning and COCTA for the annual performance plan of 2021-22 said the following, and open quote, "We want to focus on completing all abandoned and blocked projects, upgrading of informal settlements so we can give better living conditions to Gauteng citizens, hostel redevelopment in order to turn them into family units with a novel sectional title ownership, implementation of urban renewal projects in the identified urban renewal nodes, upscaling and accelerated delivery of mega projects, and of course, fast-tracking of rapid land release, so we can allow those people who are willing and able to build houses for themselves to do so." Close quote. The annual performance plan for 2021-22 indicates clearly the plans for the next 3 financial years. These include the completion of all abandoned and blocked projects, the redevelopment of hostels to family units, the implementation of the upgrading of informal settlements program with a focus on basic services and social services, the resuscitation of the urban renewal programs, the upscaling of mega projects, and accelerated implementation of the rapid land release program. Sorry for that. The annual performance plan for 2022-23 builds on the annual performance plan for 2021-2022. There are clear targets per quarter against which we are able to measure the performance of the department during the coming financial year. Starting in 2019, with the ANC's election manifesto, the department's APPs, the turnaround strategy and the budgets, it is clear to all that year in and year out, well-crafted and clear plans have been and are in place which are being implemented. The ANC is very much aware of what it wants to achieve in terms of human settlements in Gauteng. The budget which we are debating today for the 2022-23 financial year will take human settlements further along the road in implementing and achieving its plans. We are seeing systematic improvements and changes in human settlements, and the picture today is a very different picture to that of 2019 when this legislature was sworn in. And perhaps members on that House might need to go back a little bit and go and have a look at where we've come from. No, I don't sing for my money. I believe what I say, not like you. The budget of the department for 2022-2023 amounts to 6.3 billion rand, of which 5.1 billion rand is the Human Settlements Development Conditional Grant and 983 million rand is the equitable share allocation. And the budget has increased by 5.9% over the last financial year. The department's infrastructure program for this financial year, being 2022-2023, and over the MTF through to 2024-2025, focuses on the following: the purchase of some 2,000 hectares per year through until 2024-2025, investment of 227 million rand for bulk infrastructure in this financial year, fast-tracking the implementation of hostel upgrading and redevelopment, which includes doing away with the old dormitory type of accommodation and replacing them with 5,615 family units over the MTF. Acceleration of the urban renewal program over the MTF, focusing on Beckersdale, Everton, Kliptown, Winterveld and Alexandra. The fast-tracking of implementation of mega projects and winding down legacy projects. In this financial year, the plan is to build 11,423 units. 6,690 service stands to be provided in this financial year. investment in township formalisation, which will help to address the title deeds backlog. The department is aiming to formalise 55 townships per year over the MTF period. The rapid land release programme remains one of the department's strategic priorities over the MTF. As the ANC, we welcome the focus on the above infrastructure programme and will be closely monitoring implementation hereof. However, there are areas which we would want to see more emphasis placed on, which include the following. 1. The achievement of targets aimed at empowering designated groups, namely women, youth, and persons with disabilities. The filling of vacant posts, although we are aware of insufficient funds, but we are concerned about the impact these vacant posts could have on the ability of the department to implement its plans and to meet its targets. And lastly, the achievement of targets set across all programs. According to the estimates of capital expenditure for 2022, I want to just highlight two areas that was raised in that estimates of capital expenditure. Some of the incomplete housing units will also form part of the rapid land release program, and we welcome this. We think this is an innovative step and will certainly help to address the number of uncompleted housing units that we have in the province. Over a 5-year period, from 2017, 2018 to 2021-2022, a total of 53,253 housing units and 47,332 service stands were delivered. These numbers would have been significantly higher if it were not for the COVID-19 pandemic. And you can go and read to get that information. 59,000 housing units, in this term alone, should I say, 59,000 housing opportunities have been delivered. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements continues to make significant progress in areas of governance, reducing irregular expenditure, and improving its audit outcomes. This is a clear indication that the turnaround strategy is working and is delivering the desired results. For this, the MEC and the department need to be congratulated. In relation to the beneficiary administration program, one would want to ask that those who applied for housing between 1996 and 1999 should be prioritized where possible. In addition, priority also needs to be given to military veterans, the aged, and persons with disabilities. The appointment of the GPF as the implementing agent for the Alexandra Urban Renewal Programme is welcomed, and we look forward to seeing the work that will be done by the GPF. And I'm sure this will be music to the ears of Member Sirota, as he has a lot of concern for the Alexandra Urban Renewal Programme, but even in his debate he didn't even acknowledge this. So it shows how he listens and how he reads. But anyway, with regards to informal settlements and the provision of interim support services, could the department give consideration to the provision of solar panels that could enable each household to have power for lights, charging of cell phones, amongst others? This could also reduce the extremely dangerous practice of illegal connections and also reduce strain on power supply. The provision of a solar panel per house also needs to be considered, as this could help households reduce their expenditure on electricity and also help to free up much-needed power supply. The Cosmo City development, which formed part of the pilot projects of the Breaking New Ground strategy back in 2004, is an example of how the then housing program was changed and moved away from just building rows of houses to building new cities with the necessary infrastructure and amenities. There are best practice models used in the development which could possibly be used in other similar developments in Gauteng. At the same time, there are lessons to be learnt of things to avoid in other developments, such as the slow provision of some critical infrastructure, such as clinics, and the unregulated building which has taken place in some areas, as well as the provision of infrastructure in the wrong places, such as a taxi rank in Cosmo City. And I trust that the department has been able to have a look at this development and see what we can take out of it and what we can use elsewhere. I recently came across a video of building technology used in China to build a block of flats in one day using modular units which are then assembled. Such an example demonstrates that there are many construction techniques and methods of construction that could assist in building efficiently and effectively and at a faster pace, which needs to be considered. And I hope and I know that the department is looking at these things, but I think that if we had to really look at practices around the world, we might well find other practice that could really help us to fast-track housing delivery in the province. I would also ask, on behalf of my own constituency, I would want to ask that the Dr. Sefalaro housing project in Ward 32 in Makgali City, which is not completed, be considered for completion if possible. Overall, the plans of the department for this financial year and the MTF clearly indicate that the department is upping its game in terms of meeting its own targets and improving the pace of delivery to those who need it most. And as the African National Congress, we have we will support the budget for Vote 8, human settlements, and also request all other parties to join the ANC in supporting Budget Vote 8. I just want to end off by saying here that I've listened to other members of this House participating in this debate. Some of them have been quite constructive, some of them have offered some suggestions, but I'm going to have to end off on this note and say that, Member Sarota, whilst I respect you for your age, I do not respect you for your politics. And I don't respect you for your politics. And let me just say this. Let me just say this, that as I've listened to you, and as I listen to you in the portfolio committee meetings, etc., we hardly ever hear you come up with any constructive proposals. It's just being negative. It's just being negative, trying to bring the department down. And I would urge you really to reassess your role in the portfolio committee, reassess your role in debates. I would also urge you to listen in portfolio committees. Go and read documents that we have been given, because it may help you to become more constructive and more relevant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Pan.
Speaker?
Thank you very much, Honorable Skiman. Yes, ma'am.
Speaker? Speaker, I just want to take the opportunity to say that you look very lovely today like you did yesterday. So thank you for being such a beautiful African woman.
No, thank you. No, thank you very much, ma'am. Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. And we want to thank all the members who participated in the debate. We've noted all the issues. I have debated with these colleagues in the last 3 years. Most of the issues that they are raising are not new. They know my position on most of the issues. There are very few, perhaps, that I might have to deal with. And I've even had an opportunity, even with the portfolio committee, to discuss. And that's why I was a bit surprised when the committee says we must do something about informal settlements in Tshwane. As I've said, we're not going to be able to do anything about that. We don't have the money unless we get the money. That's that budget is given to Tshwane municipality, and despite the fact that they were given a budget to do something about the Mamelodi flood victims, they refused. We had to do something about it. They refused because it's the DA that governs, and it doesn't care about our people. So whenever the DA fails, we will intervene. You know, it's true. We intervened because I can give you the story, Honorable Msima. When we had disbanded the municipality, the process had started. And when the mayor came in, he stopped it. And when he stopped it, and we asked him why, the mayor was saying there's no money, and he was talking stories. So you were not there. Angira was talking to the mayor. So the issue from there, then the issue of the backyard dwellers, I've dealt with that. We would have to recapitalize the GPF, and then, because anyway, in our last budget vote, we spoke of the Township Real Estate. And if you look at the Township Economy Act, we also speak about that. So we are committed. It's not a lip service for us on that one. So we agree with them. The issue of legacy projects or proof to money to the HDA and all that. I don't think we must give any proof because it depends on a project by project. And some of the contracting is done through GPF, some is done through national. It's just an administrative thing, which I'm not sure why the committee would be worried about, but it's fine. We will explain it when we meet with the committee. And then we agree that court cases must be reported to the committee. We don't have a problem, and we've agreed how it must be done. So it can be done in camera. We even, in public. We even asked the scoper, and I think we must apply to the speaker and that process, because what if some of those matters implicate senior people who might use their power to suppress the junior officials? Yeah, I think Member Lidwaba, like all the EFF guys, I don't know whether it's lack of comprehension or whether it's inability to understand, because he's just saying a lot of things that does not make sense. He says people must be given houses. He says people are living in informal settlements. But if you were to go into the number of informal settlements that were created, at least in Tshwane and Johannesburg, between 2016 and now, just those two, you will see the role that they have played. So, Comrade, I'm sorry, Mbali Dwahaba, I think he's just playing to the gallery and trying to be relevant. In fact, that's why he was told to shut up in one of the public hearings of the committee by the community, because they said he does not have the right to talk about this when, in fact, they are at the center of these things. So
you are
he's
lying,
not. He's
you are
not
lying. There was no such a
I'm
thing.
lying, but
you were
called to
misinformed.
order. And then
you are lying.
The issue of the budget. The budget will never be enough. In fact, we need about 900 billion to solve the housing backlog in Gauteng. Our budget is 5 billion plus per annum from national. So we will never have that money. So I agree with him. And he can say that the rapid land release has failed when we've got the numbers which I was sharing with him. And we even explained several times to the committee what are some of the delays that makes us hand over everything that we have. And that includes receiving service certificates from the municipalities. We don't issue that. And that's why I would like to challenge the competent Honorable Sirota, because he talks about incompetence. So I want us to perhaps get into a competence challenge. All the things that we are supposed to do, I make a commitment, a pledge, we will do them, and we have done them. All the things that the municipalities that are run by the DA, and I will mention them. What are those things? If you do those things, I can tell you we will give everyone a title deed. So for people to get title deeds, we need municipalities to finalize township establishments. Do you know that in terms of the law, you can't issue a title deed? Hang on, Angiri, we are talking about competence. Me and you, hang on, me and you, it's competency challenge. So if you do all those, I would give people title deeds. The second thing we want you to do is to ensure that you issue service certificates in the municipalities that you govern in. The third issue, we want you to relax certain conditions for us to be able, and we even told the municipalities what are those. So you are governing there. Now we are in the competency challenge. With pleasure, we don't mind. We are going to venture into that. But also we want you to make sure that where your municipalities are supposed to sign the power of attorney, they sign those. Because you can't always come in this house, insult us that we're incompetent, when you know very well that there are certain things that you are supposed to do which you are not doing, and you expect us to do miracles. We are not magicians. The things that we said we will do, When you look at the bulk rollout, we said we'll do in the non-metros. We have given you the figures, we have done them. The houses that we said we will build, we have built them. And that's why we'll take you. The abandoned houses that we are talking about, by the way, they need 12 billion rands. It's houses that we found unfinished. It's not, we never came in and decided not to finish any houses. So you have no right to accuse us of incompetence when you have no track record of performance anywhere as an individual, old as you are, and as your party. So you can't accuse us of incompetence. We are very much competent, and that's why we've been able to turn the department around. That's why we've been able to deal with issues of irregular expenditure. 6 billion rand in the last few years. Yes, last year it was 7 million. 70% of misstatements. We've been able to deal with that. We've been able to give you figures. But because you are an old man who's obsessed with yourself and who's obsessed with not telling the truth, you will come here and create an impression that we are not doing our work. We are doing our work. So I'm challenging you on the competency challenge. I hope you take it so that we can come back and report. Member Schneemann says that, and it's linked to the performance of the department, by the way. The reason you hear them shouting on top of their voices is because I'm telling the truth. And I like it because I don't like being affirmed by yourselves, because if that happens, it means there is something wrong. So you say there is no list for rapid land release. I mean, that's why I'm saying you're obsessed with your own propaganda. Somebody says there's no list for housing. What is that? It's not true. How do you know we've got a million people when there is no list? So you can't come here and talk things that you don't know, because you are obsessed with your own propaganda, and you believe that we are all useless, and you are determined to prove that the ANC it's not doing its work, which is not the case. In this area of work, we can tell you without any fear of contradiction that we know what we are doing. We've got clarity. That's why you cannot match us when we get to the committee. That's why you'll come here and make noise and not accept the competency challenge, because you know you'll never match us in terms of ideas, in terms of governance, in terms of our track record. You'll never match us. And we're challenging you here and now, because you have failed dismal in Tshwane, you are failing in Johannesburg, you are going to fail in Ekurhuleni, where we have done well as the DA. So don't come here and create an impression that you know what you are doing.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Competency challenge, Chief.
Order number 7.
Where were you? You're busy drinking alcohol. You're busy drinking alcohol, cheap alcohol. Yeah. Yes, yes.
Order number 7 is the consideration of the Cooperative Governance, Traditional and Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001 2020-22 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diale Tlabela. Please present your committee report.
Chair of Chairs, Kasbakaso Refansonarily Committee, Cooperative and Human Settlement, ya Gauteng Provincial Legislature, re create any who present a report of any vote 7 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for 2022-2023 MTEF. Madam Chair of Chairs, the department reported that the budget increased from 592 million in 2021-2022 financial year to 610.7 million which is 3% increase in 2022-2023 financial year. On goods and services, the department reported a slight increase from 192 in the previous year to 198, which is 3% for the year under review. The portfolio committee noted that the budget on conditional grants remained constant at 2 million for the last 5 years. This is despite the service delivery demand in municipalities. According to the department's report, Sidibeng District Municipality, Western District Municipality, and Metros will be supported with multidisciplinary technical assistance teams to address service delivery challenges. The department also reported that it is in the process of procuring services from skilled professionals to assist municipalities to conduct audits and the correction of large power and water users' billing data. According to the report, the Gauteng Planning Division, in collaboration with Gauteng Provincial Treasury, has embarked on the process of assessing provincial sector plans in line with Gauteng Spatial Development Framework 2030 to better plan budgeting synergies across all spheres of government in the province and align projects and initiatives with provincial priorities. The department also reported that it will partner with community-based organizations that contribute towards realizing an increase in voter registration, voter turnout, and compliance with electoral procedures as set out by the Act. The district development model will also be implemented through the Center of Government. I think that is in the Office of the Premier, Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs Department, and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury to drive intergovernmental planning, budgeting, implementation, and tracking of progress. The following are the Portfolio Committee concerns on the budget of the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs 2022-2023 MTF. On Program 2, the budget has been reduced from 292.4 million in 2021-2022 financial year to 289.3 million in 2022-2023 financial year. Emfuleni Municipality, which was placed under administration since 2018, continues to experience serious challenges that negatively impact on the provision of services. The lack of application from people living with disabilities prevents the department to realize the Employment Equity Act, whether the interventions of assigning experts into municipalities, in particular category B and C, bears fruits because once the experts have fulfilled their obligations and functions, municipalities continue to struggle to perform their key responsibilities without such interventions. The committee is also concerned with a significant decline of voter turnout from 89.3% in 1999 to 65.34% in 2019. We are also concerned that only 3 municipalities, that is Lesedi, Midvaal, and Emfuleni, will be capacitated to address poor revenue collection. We are concerned that only 3 municipalities, Mohali, Rand West, and Mirafong, will be provided with capacity to undertake audit data enrichment of large power and water users. The decline of expenditure management at local level, which is in municipalities, to ensure that revenue collection is done accordingly. We are also concerned that the disaster management sub-program has a minimal budget rise from 65.3 million in the previous year to 68.3, which is 4% in 2022-2023. The following are the portfolio committee's proposed recommendations: that the department should provide responses to the following as raised by the 30th July 2022. One is that the portfolio committee urges the department to allocate adequate budget on Program 2 in order to ensure meaningful support, in particularly to struggling municipalities in the province. The decrease of allocation of revenue on Program 2, which is regarded as core business service delivery output that carries the key mandate of COGTA, will hinder the department's desired output. The department should provide the portfolio committee with a comprehensive report on the status of Mfuleni municipality since 2018. The department should broaden the scope of recruitment process and partner with strategic organizations representing people living with disabilities to attract suitable qualified candidates and meet the target of recruiting 1.45% of Employment Equity Act. The department should ensure that experts appointed to give support to municipalities adequately transfer skills to municipalities, and that the local government section 56B is applied to ensure that the appointment of senior management have the relevant skills and expertise to perform the duties associated with the post applied for, be it finance, engineering, legal, or supply chain management. The department and the Independent Electoral Commission should devise strategies to boost the declining voter turnout and ensure that the country's democracy develops on a sustainable basis. The department should ensure that not only 3 municipalities, but all Gauteng municipalities are capacitated to address poor revenue collection. They should also ensure that all Gauteng municipalities are adequately capacitated to be large power users, whilst also providing infrastructure support which will assist in the provision of meters that will ensure that correct bills are generated. The department should also ensure that municipalities foster a culture of payment through creative interventions at household levels and maximize revenue collection by establishing a single management and customer interface value chain. Noting that global warming has caused destruction in parts of South Africa, the department should ensure that disaster management sub-program is fully functional and adequately resourced. Modulasetulo, ke kgopela gore ke tse sebaka se ke leboge Honorable Maile le the acting HOD mme Itumeleng Mokate le team ya bona ya Gauteng Copter for cooperation ya bona le participation ya bona mo portfolio committee ya rona re le ba lekgotla la committee ya Copter and Human Settlement mo Gauteng. And as the chair, I also want to acknowledge and express my gratitude to honorable members that serve in this portfolio committee, as outlined earlier. We also like to appreciate contribution made by staff members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement tables its oversight report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2022-2023 financial year for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Ke a leboga, Me Nkosi Malobane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson Diale Tlabela. Any seconder?
Chair, I move to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Skiman. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Secretary, please read the next order.
Order number 8 is the debate on the detail of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-23 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much. Where's my chair leader? My chair is not, she's not here. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs, honorable members, colleagues in the Executive Council. We table the budget vote for COGTA, and we start by looking at a study by a group of scholars on local government matters, Beatrice Ikobe, Charles Makanyeza, and Hudson Kwandai. And the study says, and I quote, the major causes of poor service delivery at local government level includes interference by councillors, political manipulation, corruption, lack of accountability and transparency, inadequate citizen participation, poor human resource policies, poor planning, weak monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, and I close quote. All of this within the context of hung municipalities and coalition arrangements where we are witnessing a growing disillusionment and resentment by citizens with local government spheres owing to the low quality of service delivery, and this is borne by the civil unrest, a growing number of protests, and even the low voter turnout in last year's local government elections. Citizens want implementation and not more talk shops from government, with their primary concerns being consistent refuse collection, reliable and consistent supplies of electricity and water, as well as basic service delivery needs. It places a huge responsibility on those of us who have been given the responsibility to operate within the local government spheres to transform how we offer and deliver services to citizens and ensure that we turn the local government sphere space into a developmental terrain which promotes human development, socio-economic transformation and development, as well as improving quality of life for citizens as well as living conditions. The report of the Committee of Inquiry into the State of Gauteng Municipalities detailed 111 recommendations along back-to-basics pillars for implementation by municipalities, provincial and national government. Furthermore, the report also identified 12 emerging issues for implementation. The recommendations were integrated into the Section 154 support to the municipalities, as we do as COGTA. And the repositioning of integrated development plans have also commenced in this new cycle of IDPs. While there is also focus on legal compliance and credibility, the provincial IDP processes or assessments over the next 5 years are aimed at improving service delivery, alignment of government plans, and a coordinated approach to meeting community needs via the district development model. Municipalities have been encouraged to utilize these support mechanisms between the three spheres of government. Moreover, there are frequent engagements via the quarterly IDP Managers Forum, regional IDP DDM engagements, and the IDP Week, which has just recently been concluded with good provincial sector participation in municipal IDPs. All 5 district metros have been supported to develop their DDM's one plan. All one plans were developed in terms of the National Department of COGTA's guideline on the DDM and submitted accordingly by end of June 2021. So we will not say everything there. On the COGTA supporting municipalities, in particular in Fuleni, Merafong and Rand West, with the strategy and practical effort to cap electricity and water losses, as well as their debt to Eskom and Rand Water, as part of addressing their cash crisis and their longer-term viability, various engagements with Eskom Rand Water were held as part of efforts to deal with this. On the Honorable Msimang, on the COGTA and Gauteng Provincial Treasury are working closely through the provincial, what we call Debt Management Committee, to facilitate the payment of government debt owed to municipalities. Thus far, since its formation, the PDMC has facilitated payment to municipalities of 12.9 billion since its formation, and the biggest beneficiaries of this has been the City of Joburg at 5.6 billion, City of Tshwane at 3.3 billion, and over the past financial year, the PDMC has facilitated payment of just over 204 million to municipalities. In fact, as things stands, because the 400 plus that you are claiming, remember your billing, as you know, even in your house, it's not static. It changes from now depending on consumption. This month might be 100 rand, next month 200, the other month 50 rands and all that. So you have to understand this in context, and that's why the total outstanding amount owed by Gauteng provincial government departments to municipalities for rates and services after deductions of payments, of credits, and overstated bills is more than 218 million. The figure you had is old because this thing is heavily liajiga. So don't be dramatic about it, but we'll deal with it further and then don't create the impression that there's a crisis. There is no crisis. There is no crisis. We are able to pay our bills to the municipalities as so all Gauteng municipalities have council approved budget plans, support plans in place except for Lesedi. Out of 11 Gauteng municipalities, only 4, City of Joburg, Mfuleni, and Tshwane and Lesedi have approved funded budgets. So I want to wallow quickly because I want to deal with Mfuleni because it's important that we give feedback in Mfuleni. Mfuleni, there's still lots of problems. However, having considered the progress we've made, we've asked EXCO to give us 6 months. After 6 months, we are pulling out as a provincial government. And some of the achievements, despite the challenges that are there, huge challenges, is that the collection rate from July 2021 to December 2021 was at 83%, something that was not there before we came in. That is just over 2.7 billion billed and just over 2.2 billion collected. Mfuleni has a funded budget plan approved. It was not the case. The Municipal Contract Management Forum has been established and is properly constituted. We have developed the supply chain management turnaround compliance. In Mfuleni, there's also, the following fleet were purchased by the provincial government, having spent more than 50 million. We have 2 skip bins, 9 tipper trucks, 9 payload refuse trucks, 6 payload hook lift trucks, 3 4x4 TLBs and 3 front end loaders, and 100 million has been approved by Treasury to help them with to improve bulk waste supply for new developments. But you will also know that there is Section 63 and there's work that is happening there, which I'll come to now. Then there's been 36, in terms of waste management services, it has improved since the intervention of the province from 36% to 54%. We are not saying this is perfect, this is not a distinction, but you can see since we've improved, since we've intervened, there is improvement. So it shows that if we intensify, we will be able to get this. It is for that reason that we've asked for 6 months and then we leave. But apart from that, all the pump stations have been assessed by Rainwater to ensure that we deal with issues of sewer. Some areas have been rid of sewer. Sewer is still there. We're looking at cleaning the river, working with the Rainwater there. But over and above that, we understand that the economy of that area, not just Mfuleni, has to be boosted. And that's why we have pipeline investments, hydrogen value at about 2 billion, cannabis about 50 million, Retropolis at 13.6 billion, Vile River Smart 65.5 billion. So our intervention is comprehensive. We're not just looking at the municipality only. We even spent more than 200 million fixing the road. So we understand the magnitude of the problem, and that's why we thought we should have a comprehensive approach. We are not saying it's perfect. It's still not where we are. And then there's another, intervention in the Western District. Because of time, I will submit on Hansard this, but we are dealing with it as well. But we are also dealing with the issue of coalitions, and we're looking at the framework that the SALGA has presented. And then we're also looking at the powers and functions in the Gauteng City region. We want a metropolitan, or rather a single tier system of government. We're also dealing with issues of energy and water security. We've got the water security strategy in place. On energy, we're saying we need to look at a coordinated approach for the GCR, because we've got the capacity as a province to can produce for ourselves. Yeah, maybe I'll stop there and then I'll come back. Thank you, Chair. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Let's go for Honorable Kentong.
Thank you, Chairs of Chairs. The EFF has noted an increase in budget allocation from 592 million in the 2021-2022 financial year to 610.78 million during the current 2022-2023 financial year. However, we have noted with serious concern a reduction in the budget allocated to Program 2. Local governance, especially regarding capacity development and municipal performance monitoring report and evaluation. We therefore cannot support this reduction because we believe such a reduction will be affecting service delivery to our people. As a result, we reject budget vote 7 because almost all municipalities in Gauteng lack the capacity to deliver services and generate their own revenue. It is well known that majority of our municipalities are still unable to put in place proper systems to ensure adequate revenue collection and become self-sustainable. The department has failed to assist these municipalities to create proper systems. Here, the department reduces budget allocation for capacity development. The MEC admitted that most municipalities are at risk of being dysfunctional. These municipalities combined owe ESCOM in excess of 9.75 billion. He indicated that municipalities in return are owed an excess of 79.4 billion by both households and businesses. They do not have a capacity to collect revenue, yet he reduces budget allocation for capacity development. And it does not make sense at all. The sister departments are also sabotaging the efficient and seamless provision to basic services to the residents of this province. Provincial departments are refusing to pay the services rendered by municipalities. They're owing these municipalities more than 450 million. In the year 2020-2021 financial year, Gauteng municipalities incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure monitoring to 23.62 billion. The department, together with the Treasury, are failing to exercise an oversight on the management of municipalities. We have for many years, as EFF, advocates for the state to build its own internal capacity and abolish tenders. This will in turn assist the state to save billions of rand. In the previous financial year, the department indicated that it was in the process of procuring the services and skilled professionals to assist the municipalities to conduct audits. In the current financial year, they are still in process of procuring these professionals. We wonder why the department cannot develop its own internal capacity to perform these responsibilities instead of outsourcing these services. COPTA is notorious with underspending budget allocated to it. This is also a matter of concern because they are entrusted with ensuring that our communities get quality services. In the previous financial year, 31.8 million was unspent and had to be surrendered to Revenue Fund. The Public Services Commission Fund and some officials within the department have stolen and defrauded COPTA of 171 million. The department cannot provide service case numbers to show that the matter was handed over to the law enforcement agencies that plans that are in place to recover the money that was stolen. We reject the budget vote 7. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndong. Honorable Simang, please participate in the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs. To the Honorable Maile, you know, I have a serious problem because when you came here and you were debating, the first thing that you said, which raised alarm, was that you disagreed with what is written on your own paper when you were calling out a figure. and you said that this is a figure that you cannot agree to, and then you continued with the debate, which then tells me either you didn't read the speech that is prepared for you before, or you don't know what your department is actually doing and saying. The second part, it's an embarrassment that I quote 449, 651, 120, and 6 cents. This is not a figure that I dreamt of. It's a written reply on a question that we sent to you, and you responded to us. If you want me to respond to that or give you that, I can give that to you. So for you to then come and say we are lying, we are misleading the public, I find that very much disingenuous, because we work on replies that we get from your office. So please, let's make sure that we correct that going forward, my brother. Just brotherly advice in that regard. I don't want to waste time and talk on a number of things. I think there's 3 things that I want to quickly touch on. One is on the issue of the traditional institutions, that they continue to receive a substantial amount of assistance that is coming from government on a year-to-year basis. One of the things that needs to start happening, and I'm pleading for you to do that, is that we are able to then have a conversation and a lokotla with the traditional houses, so that we're able to then get to the bottom of dealing with issues of land that is under dispute. Because if you look at some of the challenges that have been highlighted in terms of the inability to formalize some of the townships or have the township establishment taking place, is because of the disputes in some of the areas. I mean, if you go to Garankuwa, you'll find that part of that because of Mastene, and then some of the chiefs that are claiming some of that land. If you're going to Hammanskraal and the surrounding area, and even including some of the old Kalinin Brongo spread area, you find that there are still lands that belong under Mahoshi that needs to be resolved. And that will also speed up the issue of municipalities being able to then deal with the issue of township establishment. So that is the number one that I want to talk to. So yes, COCTA has a role to play, and COCTA at the provincial level, including the municipalities, must bring the traditional homes around the table and be able to then deal with this issue. That's number one. Number two, I want to then say to you that I don't think that this budget is adequately addressing the issue of the bulk infrastructure challenge that you spoke to when you spoke about your B and your C municipalities. Now, I mean, the budget now says that there's only 2.1 million that is been allocated towards bulk infrastructure in the B and C municipalities. That will be the assistance that you will be giving to Mfuleni, let's say the Midvaal, Rainwater, Merafong, and Mohale. So this is something that I think will be a great challenge, which will mean that what you spoke about was going to happen in Mfuleni. You spoke about 200 million, but in the department, when the department came and presented to us, they said something different. So I don't know which one is the truth. You will clarify, but if the figure that I'm quoting is the correct figure, then you're having a serious problem, in the sense that all these things that you say you're going to do, including narrowing the spatial gap in terms of infrastructure that the apartheid legacy had actually left us with, you are going to struggle to do that. So you will still have people that are sitting in Everton not being able to access services and sewer that is going to continue to flow in some of our townships, especially those that are coming in those B and C municipalities. So that is something that I'm going to ask that gets to be addressed as a matter of urgency. Now, the other issue, MEC, and then this links to what you were saying earlier on, there is a disjointment or a misalignment between the provincial planning strategy and municipal planning strategy. And this is why you end up having houses that are built and then being vandalized at the same time. I can tell you a number. I mean, there's Brick Valley in the west. You would know of houses in Mabopane that have been built. We know of units that have been built as well in the Val. And also some that have been built on the other side of Vosloorus as well. Those cannot be occupied. Why? Because province came and decided this is where they're going to build. But when you look at where infrastructure is flowing in terms of the municipal own planning cycle, you find that there is a disjointment. Now, that amounts at some point to wasteful and fruitless expenditure. Why? Because those houses are going to be built. no infrastructure, they cannot get occupation certificate, and therefore will not be occupied. And what end up happening? They end up being vandalized. And this happens time and time and time again. So that is something that I'm going to ask that this budget starts to address. The alignment in terms of the planning from a provincial to the municipal side, and also at the national level. Are we planning in the same way? Are we implementing in the same way? That is something that I'm going to ask that you talk to, and this is something that I'm not seeing an alignment even in the budget here. Lastly, I want to then raise the issue of the Gauteng the development and planning in collaboration with the Gauteng Planning Division and the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, where I don't see how what you say you're going to be able to deliver in terms of assisting the municipalities in being able to collect revenue and strengthening the revenue collection, also being in line in terms of what you say you're going to do, the training that will be taking place and the capacitation that will be taking place, while at the same time you're still having notorious people that are refusing to pay, sitting close to where you are. So I think that's where the crux of the problem starts. So now you are sitting, well, don't look confused. You're sitting, you're saying there's a national, you're talking about, you're talking about, well, again, the answers that you gave me. Do you want me to start breaking down which department owes you what? As per the answers that you've given us. Now, I am saying to you, you've given us answers. Now, if the answers that in a written submission from your office doesn't align to what you are now admitting to as being wrong, then it means there's something wrong. Somebody's not telling you the correct information. And again, there's misalignment here. Your department and your experts, your group of experts, either being lied to or are not giving you the honest truth in terms of what is happening, which means that the strategy that is going to be implemented at the municipal level is going to fail dismally, because there is no coordination and there is no planning that is taking place and real figures that are being put on the table that you are able to then deal with. Those are the issues that I wanted to raise on this particular budget item. And unfortunately, because of the things that we have raised and we have highlighted, that this misalignment, we do believe that this budget is going to be some of the same, where again next year we'll be sitting with the same challenges, with the same problems, where the amount of money that will be spent will not be felt by the people on the ground. And this is something that I said even earlier on, to say you can talk about the amount of money that you're spending. If that amount of money that you're spending is not felt in terms of services and the impact on the ground, then unfortunately we are spending in vain. And unfortunately we will not be able to then support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Simang. And Dade Malema, it's now your turn to submit your debate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Committees.
The idea that an 18-year-old kid that is making a sound, please mute. Please mute. As a plea. God's name need a soul before except to kill someone.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson of the committees, the Honorable Speaker of the House and the Deputy, Honorable Premier of Gauteng in absentia, members of the Executive Council in Gauteng, Honorable members of the Legislature, the distinguished people of Gauteng who are watching through various social media fragments, and officials in the gallery, greetings to all the esteemed members of this August House. Honorable Chair of Committees, allow me to basically start by passing our heartfelt condolences to the former MEC for Economic Development and also erstwhile Executive Mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Hosien Tsiramokgopa, and his bereaved family for the untimely passing of his precious mom. May her harmless soul rest in peace. Our world is not divided by race, color, gender, or religion, Honorable Chair. Our world is divided into two categories, one being of the wise people and the second one being of the fools. Fools divided themselves by race, color, gender, or religion. Madam Chair, let me not be recorded as having said this about any opposition party, any of its members, or even the apartheid government for its nonsensical spatial planning. I'm just quoting our late former president and father of the nation, Utata Mandela. Madam Chair, it will be very much remiss of me to start this debate on the COGTA budget without reflecting on the guiding principles enshrined in our Constitution. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa mandates us to provide a democratic and accountable government for local communities, to also ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner. It implores municipalities to provide democratic and accountable local government through different sections. It further gives powers to establish, monitor, and support the different types of municipalities. The MEC has correctly and cogently averred earlier in this House that at local government, citizens want implementation and not talk shops anymore from government. As a provincial department, the Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs has its aim to drive an effective system of governance to build sustainable municipalities, inclusive communities, and the institution of traditional leadership in the Gauteng City region. Although not as explicit, Madam Chair, although not as explicit, these are the tenets upon which the constitutional provisions rest. It is a bottoms-up approach which is behind our President, His Excellency President Ramaphosa's challenge to us to make our municipalities centers of economic growth. Madam Chair, we understand, as Karl Marx explained, that the very idea of property ownership makes people selfish and greedy. It is no secret that the apartheid government disenfranchised indigenous South Africans of property and privilege. In this 25th year of our Constitution, the department has committed itself to translating plans of a better life into lived experiences of communities. We continue our quest to pursue unity and renewal to defend and advance South Africa's democratic gains. This means systematically peeling off the existential threats posed by special planning of the apartheid government on the masses of the indigenous South Africans. This is a responsibility to embrace, knowing very well the rapidly declining municipal revenues in the face of increasing urbanization. To put it in context, between 2011 and 2019, there was a 39% increase in number of households in the city of Johannesburg municipality area alone, with more than 20% being informal housing, as per the State of South African Cities report. The challenges that we are confronted with as we take on the challenge of making our municipalities economic growth centers posed by the President are varied. From governance, financial management, and administration challenges, non-viable municipalities due to apartheid special planning, to systematic issues around powers and functions. Madam Chair, much has been said about the district development model, which seeks to improve the coherence and impact of government service delivery. Launched by the President, the DDM aims to deal with the challenges of fragmented planning that resulted in incomplete projects that our government has been grappling with for a while, undermining our intentions of reducing inequality and equity and inequity. We truly believe success is directly proportional to effort, as they say. The adoption of the DDM enables us to focus on the districts and metros to speed up service delivery and to ensure that municipalities are properly supported and adequately resourced. With 3 of the 8 metros nationally, we in Gauteng have an even bigger task which justifies the proposed budget. In this regard, it is the commitment of this ANC-led government to work towards strengthening cooperative governance through this model that addresses integrated planning, budgeting, and coherent implementation in all the areas identified as impact zones. After all, opportunities are multiplied as they are assessed, Madam Chair. On the performance of the department itself, we are looking at improved municipal performance in line with back-to-basic pillars. It is hoped that the sustained performance on back-to-basic pillar will serve as an indicator as to whether the municipalities are functional or ethical, which will further illustrate whether there is effective service delivery. In terms of the B2B pillars, municipalities that achieve a minimum of 80% satisfaction levels in stakeholder survey will further reflect functionality and sustainability. Madam Chair of Chairs, amongst the programs planned for in 2022, the department will continue to fund the civic awareness and voter education campaign for the coming 2024 national and provincial elections, payment of probity auditors for open tender process, data communication, staff bursaries, software license fees, legal fees, leasing of storage facilities, fleet services, audit fees, training, security, and cleaning services, and to make provision for the department employees' tools of trade. The program budget will be reduced from 293 million rands in 2022-2023 to 286 million rands in 2024-2025 due to the discontinuation of certain projects. The allocated budget over the MTEF is to roll out the civic awareness and voter education campaigns for the coming 2024 national and provincial elections. The allocation over the MTEF will also support municipalities with legal and labor services, capacity building interventions, expert plays in regional teams to support municipalities to address service delivery challenges, organizational structure and institutional review, the deployment of revenue experts to develop an integrated revenue enhancement and data management strategy, valuation of appeal board members, and additional capacity to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in all municipalities. The department will continue to make provision for the asset-based community development model to improve how citizens participate with government at a local government level. Madam Chair, the allocation will also assist in the procurement of digital and social media civic awareness and voter education campaigns and data communication for the community development workers. Honorable Chair of Chairs, spatial integration is important in a transforming country such as ours. Cities and communities need to be integrated and sustainable, and this is also aligned to the localization of the sustainable development goals across the Gauteng City region. The department has identified a need to drive integrated development plan processes in line with the Gauteng Spatial Development Framework. Hence, this outcome indicator is of relevance. The assumption is that once there is an integrated development planning, this will assist to exercise oversight and provide support on the provision of affordable and reliable basic services. This will also allow for the promotion of integrated, inclusive, and sustainable local economic development through strategic partnerships, hence the need for the outcome indicator like implementation of the local economic development framework. The department also plans to have a drive to focus on disaster management and combating the impact of climate change across the Gauteng province in order to have the existence of sustainable cities and communities in Gauteng. In terms of the intergovernmental relations and other stakeholder relations, the assumption being made is that if these structures and instruments are functional, then matters of public interest and concern will be dealt with, and that these engagements will lead towards attainment of the impact statement. We wish to note that over the MTF program, budget decreases from 142 million rands in 2022-2023 to 137 million rands in 2024-2025. It is mainly due to the discontinuation of legacy projects. The provision of 22 million rands under transfers to municipalities is for functional fire and rescue services, and 2 million is for the expanded public works program grant for job creation initiatives. The department will continue to support municipalities with study on sustainability of municipal electricity business, multidisciplinary team of experts, online meter management system, and installation of meters for industrial or commercial consumers in Merafong City local municipalities. For the strengthening of the institution of traditional leadership, Honorable Chair of Chairs, it is our belief that cultural heritage must be preserved and social cohesion promoted across the province. The way in which this is to be done is through supporting the two institutions of traditional leadership. The assumption being made is that the support will lead to preserving cultural heritage and promotion of social cohesion, integrated cities, and sustainable livelihoods. We welcome the recent appointment of Gauteng Commission on Traditional Leadership, Dispute and Claims, led by people with extensive knowledge on traditional affairs. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and your leadership collective in the department for such a very important step that you have taken. The planned budget will remain 20 million to provide continued support to traditional councils for anti-GBVF campaigns, eradicating illegal traditional schools, annual general meetings, commemoration events, training on the asset-based community development program, anti-corruption strategy, implementation plan for IGR strategy, and the implementation of the traditional commissions. The budget will increase from 5.9 million rands in 2022-2023 to 6.2 million rands in the 2024-2025 financial year, mainly for implementation of the provincial IGR strategy across all departments, continuous support for cultural events, development of the integrated IGR implementation plan and training of IGR practitioners, development of IGR monitoring and evaluation tool, processing succession claims and or dispute in support of the Commission on Claims and Dispute, providing adequate support to traditional leaders to perform their functions and eradicating illegal traditional initiation schools. Lastly, on the very concerning audit outcomes of municipalities, we shall strengthen governance, financial management and administration to achieve functional municipalities characterized by strong leadership, management and oversight, accountability and consequence management. According to Stats SA, structural challenges and a weak economic growth have undermined progress made in reducing poverty. This was compounded by COVID-19 impact, which increased the share of people living under the food poverty line. Madam Chair, we wish to applaud the department for their bold move of integrating gender in the annual performance plan in line with the gender planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing framework. They also committed to addressing issues of employment equity through prioritizing representation of 50% women at senior management level. Further to this, they will also ensure that through the broad-based Black economic empowerment initiatives, 40% of procurement spend priorities will be women. In closing, we, as the ANC, Madam Chair, we support budget vote 7. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Ntate Malema. We now going to have the MEC to respond to the debate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe it's important that whenever we get the opportunity to remind each other and educate each other, we do so. I mean, being a product of COSAS, our slogan was each one teach one. And I live, I'm always guided by that slogan. And that's why I want to start here. South Africa has got, it's a unitary state with 3 spheres of government. And all the 3 spheres have their responsibilities enshrined in the Constitution in terms of what is it that they must do. So I know we assume that this is an obvious fact, but when you listen to some of the members speaking, you'll be amazed and ask yourself, but do they understand this important constitutional imperative? Because in a municipality, and I've always said this, I'll say it here again and again and again. A municipality, the executive and legislative authority of a municipality rests with council. So having said that, in the province, the executive authority rests with the premier of a province, and the legislative rests with the legislature of the province. So it's clear there. Why am I making this point? I'm making this point because the premier, in discharging his executive responsibilities, he appoints MECs who then assumes those executive responsibilities. So when you allocate the budget, it's therefore based on the determination that the premier would have made, how the premier would want to reconfigure his government. So when you've got the Department of COCTA, whose role and responsibilities are in the Constitution, and it's also clearly defined. What is it that COCTA must do? COCTA, that's why we talk of Section 154, which says it must support municipalities. COCTA must coordinate. And the Constitution does not even say COCTA, by the way. It says provincial government must support, oversight, coordinate, and do overall. Oversight. But there are other pieces, what is called subordinate legislation to the Constitution, which articulate further what becomes the responsibility of a member of the Executive Council responsible for COCTA, and it's called the member of executive. So there's three important pieces of legislation there at local government. The Structures Act is the what you call the Systems Act, and the MFMA. Three. And in all of them, they constantly speak about the MEC of Finance, the MEC of COCTA, what is it that they must do and all that. So you can't then come to the House and you want the MEC of COCTA to do things that have nothing to do or they are not in his, mandate. You can't, member Msiman, talk about COCTA, bulk, and all that. You know, in the Constitution, it's clearly articulated. Unless you have not read it, I have a copy, I'll give you a copy. Here, I have a copy, I'll give you a copy. Because you can't be a public representative who does not read the Constitution. You know that is the responsibility of national government and of municipalities. You know that. So when money is given through division of revenue, it's allocated in line with the responsibilities that we must do. But let me leave that part because it doesn't seem to sink in every time I raise it. But as a student of law, by the way, I will also have a responsibility to continue engaging you on it so that you understand better. And then the second issue, I know you think, hey, you've got the point. There's no numbers I don't know. There's no, because I remember how it works. I don't know what happened when you were a mayor. Because there were bodybuilders there, they were probably writing for you the numbers. I determine the numbers. The determination of the numbers is based on my interaction, on my agreement with the premier. So once we have agreed, these are numbers, I tell them. So there is no way that I will not know the numbers because I determine them. But on the issue of the 400 million, let me tell you where, let me tell you where and how you have misled the public. Remember, I'm the one, by the way, who announced the figure in public. So the public is not disputed. But how did you mislead the figure? Firstly, even in this house, you said municipalities can't execute their functions because we owe them. The second thing is that you create an impression that we are not paying. The third one is that there is a crisis. And I'm saying to you, you are misleading us. That's not the case. In fact, let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you. In terms of people who owe municipalities, the biggest debtors is the households. I gave those numbers. That's the biggest. The second biggest is the private sector. And then is government. So how dare you create an impression that government in the province is systematically creating a crisis for municipalities, and municipalities are not able to perform their responsibilities. So it is in that context. It has nothing to do with the answer I've given. Your buses are now coming to your rescue. So it has nothing to do with disputing the figure. Yeah, it has nothing to do with disputing the figure. And I even explained to you that the figure is not static, that the figure evolves regularly. I even gave you an example about your own bill in your own house, that on a monthly basis, it has not come as the same figure. So you have, and that's why I'm saying to you, I've given you a figure today of 218, moving from that, which shows that we are paying. That is why I'm saying, don't create an impression that we don't want to pay, that we are not paying, and that municipalities are paralyzed because of us. So that's not true, which is the point I'm raising. And then the issue that Member Malema you are raising, we agree with you on the issue of on the issue of the Disaster Management Center, our capacity to mitigate climate change. I think you are raising very important issues, the functionality of the IGR, and in fact, even the monies that we give to the category B and C, it's not money to help them necessarily deliver certain services. It's to capacitate to a certain extent. That's why when we coordinate, in the human settlement, by the way, the figure I've given you, and maybe let me help you about our human settlement budget. And I've raised this again. Our human settlement budget, it's a conditional grant in the main. And that's why we always separate it with what we get in the province, which is $1 billion. And what comes from national, about 4 billion plus, is what we call the HSDG, Housing Settlement Development Grant. And then there is an informal settlement grant. There is part of the informal settlement grants that goes to the metros. And I've explained that when I was debating. But I said there is what is called, and I expect you to know this because you are a mayor supposedly, despite the fact that your office was being run by your bosses, because you wouldn't know this. I know. So USDG, if you know about the USDG, you would have then understood, because there's no bodybuilder, a white racist bodybuilder running my office. I'm running it. So I'm saying to you, if you were running your office as a mayor, if you're competent, you would have known the USDG, you would have known the conditional grants. I have given you the answers and clarity on how the conditional grant is structured, how the constitution is structured, and you have no clue, and you have demonstrated that you did not know what you're doing. I have not disputed the 400 million figure, and that's why today I have given you 218 plus figure, because that figure is a moving target, and that's what you're doing. So don't come here and create an impression that we don't know what is it that we're doing. And that's why you'll be uncomfortable with the truth, because we're always telling the truth and you are not able to dislodge us, and that's what you want to do. On the issues of land, we agree there's land that is with the traditional leadership, which would have to look at. We don't have a problem because we are not allergic to criticism, because we understand what we are doing, we know our story, and that's why we will tackle you head on when you try to take chances and you don't know what you're talking about. Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Order number 9 is the consideration of the Social Development Portfolios Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget Vote 6 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Member in charge, RJ Kekana, please present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to the Premier in absentia and members of the executive, fellow MPLs, and the people of Gauteng. I, Rufilwe Kekana, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development,
hereby tables the committee's report on the budget vote of the Gauteng Department of Social Development, Vote 6 for the 2022-2023 financial year as follows. On the introduction, Chair of Chairs, the committee report on the budget vote 6 of the Gauteng Department of Social Development seeks to examine the link between the department's objectives with resource allocation across programs, as well as linkages to the policy trends and GPG strategic objectives. When scrutinizing the budget, the committee takes into consideration the legislative and legal frameworks governing financial management in the public service. According to the Public Finance Management Act, PFMA Act 1 of 1999 as amended by PFMA number 29 of 1999, the departmental votes should represent a commitment to transparency and good governance in the interest of service delivery. As a result, the department conducts performance budgeting, a process that integrates strategic planning, financial planning, and financial management to ensure effective and efficient service delivery. On the executive summary, Madam Chair of Chairs, in the current financial year, the committee noted that the department has been allocated a budget of 5,337,037,000, financed through equitable share amounting to 5,513,089,000. The committee acknowledged that the department has received allocation for 2 conditional grants, namely the EPWP incentive grant and the EPWP integrated grant amounting to 23,904,000. On program 1, which is administration, the department has received an allocation of 753,676,000 with an increase of 12,445,000 compared to the previous financial year. And on program 2, which is social welfare services, the department has received an allocation of 1,050,381,000, marking an increase of 60,573,000 compared to the previous financial year. On program 3, which is children and families, the department has received an allocation of 2,151,000,000, marking an increase of 213,026,000 when compared to the previous financial year. And on program 4, which is restorative services, the department received an allocation of 760 million, marking a decrease of 23 million when compared to the previous financial year. Program 5, which is development and research, it has received an allocation of 821,904,000, marking an increase of 113,626,000 when compared to the previous financial year. The committee acknowledged that in the 2022-2023 financial year, the department planned to provide school uniform packs to 185,000 learners in the no-fee schools, as well as those that are located in the previously disadvantaged rural areas, while 1,628,000 dignity packs will be provided to needy children in the 22-23 financial year. The committee further acknowledged with appreciation that the department has planned to empower 575 cooperatives who will provide goods and services to the department and other users, with 365 of those cooperatives receiving training during the 2022-23 financial year. The committee is of the view that the budget allocated to the department for the year under review can indeed yield positive results. However, the current economic challenges may equally pose a threat to the department in meeting its annual targets on outcomes and impact, considering the likelihood of more people registering for social assistance. Also, the department's past record of inability to either spend or achieve its targets within a given financial year remains a threat. The observed unresolved weaknesses and threats as outlined in the APP also shows that the department's ability to achieve intended outcomes may still not be possible, seeing that most of these issues are historic and stubborn. In light of the above, the committee will continue to monitor the performance of the department on a quarterly basis and over the MTAF period, and continue to zoom in on the historic stubborn challenges confronting the department. And on committee concerns and recommendations, the committee is concerned that some funded treatment centers charge fees for services that are unaffordable to the users, even after they have proven beyond reasonable doubt that they indeed cannot afford to pay for these services. And on proposed recommendations, the committee recommends as follows: that the department should relook into its funding strategies on treatment centers and further engage with funded treatment centers to treat each case on its merit and assist those beneficiaries that cannot afford to pay for services. The progress report should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of June 2022. The department should improve its oversight role over funded organizations, as some of them seem not to be acting in the best interest of the department and thus compromising a service delivery to the beneficiaries. The progress report should be submitted by the 30th of June 2022. As I conclude on acknowledgements, Madam Chair of Chairs, the committee would like to thank the MEC for Social Development, the head of department, and all officials in the department. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Member Magagula, Member Nseka, Ndlovana, Engelbrecht, Badenhorst, Mofama, and Ledwaba D for their commitment to the oversight process. I further commend them for their diligence during deliberations on the budget vote 6 for the 2022-23 financial year. The committee would also like to thank Zuzu Mpanzwa Mbalo, Sipho Ngala S. Nenweli, Nonhlanhla Jigolo, John Moloi, Dimaka Tsongwenya, Tin Zuge, and Nklebi and K. Kulu for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, after extensive deliberations, the committee adopted the oversight report on the Department of Social Development Budget 6 for the 2022-23 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Any seconder?
I rise to second the report, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Secretary, please read the next order.
Order number 10 is the debate on the detail of the Department of Social Development Budget, Vote 6, of the Gauteng Provincial Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC Musipia, please present your budget debate.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Premier in his absentia, members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honorable members, baagi ba Gauteng, dumelang hle bagaetsho. Ke ntse ke le mo, Madam Chair of Chairs, o le montle fela yalo re gopotsa bo Afrika ba rona gore re batle. Le bona ma Afrika ke re dumelang ka bontle ba lona lefatshe ka bophara. Ntse re le mo hape re Happy Workers Month to all the workers throughout the globe. Madam Chair of Chairs, I want to thank the House for the opportunity to present the 2022-23 budget vote for the Department of Social Development. So like most institutions, we were shaken by the COVID-19, but because we worked as a united front with our stakeholders, we managed to respond to the needs of the residents of Gauteng steadfastly. As social development, we have committed to ensuring that the 2022-23 financial year will usher in a period of great transformation for the downtrodden and marginalized. And as the Minister of Social Development stated, the future of each and every one of us is greater than the past we come from. Moreover, we are committed that together with our stakeholders, we can work towards a better tomorrow for the benefit of those that need our services the most. It's also important, Madam Chair of Chairs, that we do a little bit of stock taking, looking at what we achieved in the previous financial year, 2021-22, just to give context to what we'll be doing in the new financial year. So allow me to remind you that given our mandate to the social protection and development of the most vulnerable in communities, we champion the growing Gauteng Together Priority 4, and I will break down the priorities as I go along. Throughout any given financial year, we fully respond to GGT Priority 1, and we contribute to GGT Priority 2 as well as Priority 5. And in the previous budget vote, we made commitments to the residents of Gauteng. Some were achieved beyond expectation, and yet a few require more work. In the past financial year, the department paid 90.81% of its service providers within 30 days. Honorable Mpisi, keep cracking the whip. We'll just make sure. I want to thank you for that, by bringing that to our attention, but we must continue doing that so that, we do what we're supposed to do. How many? 19 contracts were awarded to HIDs and SMME companies. Furthermore, procurement spend on women increased to 42.80%, exceeding the provincial target by 2.80%. I just want to give a little bit of context here. We are using the provincial targets as a barometer for ourselves. It is worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that while the Honorable President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, committed to setting aside 40% of all government procurement for women-owned businesses, statistics reveal that we still have a long way to go. While the World Bank has reported that women-owned small and medium enterprises contribute 20% to the global gross domestic product, the effect of COVID-19 unfortunately had a gendered effect on that. They were disproportionately affected, with several of their businesses being wiped out, totally wiped out. Furthermore, research has shown that there is greater hesitancy when it comes to empowering women-owned businesses. And as social development, we are committed to challenging this notion. Additionally, historically disadvantaged institutions exceeded the provincial target by 80%, by 9.26%, and youth procured services exceeded the provincial target of 10% by 16.86%. Remember the barometer, ne? Further, we issued 325 purchase orders to companies owned by persons with disabilities. We aren't only committed to transforming the lives of the vulnerable on the ground, but we have also committed to ensuring procurement spending is reflective of our mandate to society. In the very year that I'm alluding to, we committed to enhancing our contribution to TEPO 1 million through youth internships, EPWP, and welfare to work, developing youth potential and linking them to other developmental initiatives. We committed to ensuring 61,461 beneficiaries are reached amidst the COVID-19 restrictions. Furthermore, we committed to 468 cooperatives to be supported, and that we would create 7,210 work opportunities through EPWP. We are therefore pleased to state that a total of 16,021 welfare to work participants were reached. 7,268 EPWP work opportunities were created, and 350 people participated in internship programs. We further ensured that 5,343 people and child support grants were linked to economic opportunities. 21,380 women participated in empowerment programs, and 25,470 youth participated in entrepreneurship programs, with an additional 73,581 youth that participated in skills development programs. Lastly, 561 cooperatives were supported, exceeding our 468 target. Madam Chair, to ensure children remain in school and to protect the dignity and the rights of the girl child, the department distributed 631,119 dignity packs and just over 151,000 school uniforms. We all remember how in 2021, in his State of the Province address, the Premier spoke earnestly about the crisis of hunger, notwithstanding our great efforts in ensuring the vulnerable do not go to bed on an empty stomach. The department continued with its noble duties and swiftly responded by providing food relief to those most vulnerable and expanded its food security interventions in the poorest communities by providing nutritional food parcels and daily meals through home and community-based care organizations, 5 food banks and nutrition centers. As a result, 1,319,170 people were benefited from these initiatives. Now, I'm going to be talking to the priorities, Madam Chair of Chairs, and before I do that, I just want to make everyone who's listening aware that this is linked to what the the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee spoke to in regards to the budget. So priority 1, economy, job and infrastructure. Based on our commitment to intensify the implementation of the Gauteng anti-poverty strategy, the department has resolved to ramp up its war on poverty interventions, with emphasis on increased access, expansion and introduction of additional innovative programs in the area of skills development, entrepreneurship development and job placements, targeting women and youth. To this extent, we have realized a budget increase of 34% on programs linked to the war on poverty. The department's intervention in youth programs generates opportunities for them to embrace and fulfill their obligation and aspirations in the developmental society. The Welfare to Work program will continue to serve as a transition for youth, persons with disabilities, women and their dependents through a range of services, including skills development, empowerment creation, and entrepreneurship programs. In this financial year, we are committed to targeting 16,078 beneficiaries for the Welfare to Work program, with a budget allocation of just over 33 million. Cooperatives remain a critical vehicle that provides empowerment and capacity building to the poor to develop self-reliance. Most of these cooperatives are located in townships, and we have committed in the new financial year just over 261, it's a billion. Of 261,461,000 rands. That's the correct amount. In partnership with local municipalities, several facilities were constructed, and these have been completed and launched. However, a few of these facilities are yet to be occupied due to delays in issuing occupancy certificates. To escalate the occupancy and operationalization of these facilities, we embarked on a special MEC, MMC, IGR infrastructure meetings whose sole purpose was to facilitate the immediate occupation of newly constructed social facilities. I'm pleased to announce that Randfontein has issued the compliance certificate on the 26th of April 2022 and for the Motlhakeng Old Age Home. City of Tshwane, Mfuleni Municipality and Ekurhuleni municipalities are expected to issue in June. For priority 2, insofar as ensuring we fight poverty and support and protect the girl child in attaining an education, we will continue to distribute dignity packs to all girls in need. In the new financial year, we have a budget for dignity packs at 198,133,000 rands. And to ensure that children in disadvantaged backgrounds go to school, we have committed 187,456,000 rands to the school uniform project. Madam Chair of Chairs, as a commitment to accelerated social protection through poverty reduction and sustainable livelihoods interventions, we will ensure that young people are employable and that socio-economic conditions are transformed. We remain committed to facilitating this transformation through skills development programs. When it comes to skills development, notwithstanding the Welfare to Work program, we are further targeting 1,250
time is up.
Young people. Thank you, Madam Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Honorable Tseke.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Gauteng residents continue to suffer while the Department of Social Development can't seem to get itself right. It's that time of the year when we debate budgets. How does one support budgets that don't get spent year on year in the same programs? How does one support budgets that don't talk to the real needs of our people on the ground? Whilst the department presents a rosy picture, the NGO sector doesn't support this, complaining every month about late payments, compromising the very work that the NGOs do on the department's behalf, which is to look after the vulnerable. For years now, underspending in the program development and research is attributed to Dignity PAC's budget, has become normalized, with the excuse moving from failure to appoint a supplier to the latest excuse, which is full due to the late finalization of specifications. If department officials had to be in the shoes of these girls' shoes for a month, I am convinced they would prioritize making sure that a service provider is appointed and girls receive dignity packs. I've said in this house before, periods are not a choice. Care of our girl children is simply missing. Whilst people starved, Gauteng Department of Social Development did not meet its targets on feeding people. The department has failed to ensure that all targeted beneficiaries receive daily meals at home care-based care, particularly when the most vulnerable are in dire need of food. Gauteng Department of Social Development truly seems to forget why they exist, to assist the vulnerable and cushion them against extreme poverty. And I've heard in this house, let's not let any child go hungry, and yet it continues. With the increasing unemployment, more and more Gauteng residents will turn to government for food, and failing to spend budget to assist is simply cruel and a violation of people's dignity. The objective should be to ensure that no one is hungry in Gauteng, yet poverty reduction initiatives fail to meet this obligation with their budgets. The arrival of COVID on our shores has made it tougher for poor Gauteng residents. Many people have lost their jobs. Whilst the COVID pandemic may have hindered some delivery on services, this department had programs targets that were even more essential during lockdown period for vulnerable people. Therefore, it is not sufficient that the department blames underperformance on COVID-19 and the lockdown regulations. COVID-19's arrival has truly caught this department with its pants down. Social workers and auxiliary social workers are the backbone of helping the vulnerable in Gauteng, being the first contact for community members, yet the department has not gone beyond to ensure that there are enough in the system. Some of their working conditions in this province are deplorable. Welfare to Work is still a program that has not yielded results. Women from abusive relationships are let down by the failure for Gauteng Social Development Department's inability to develop meaningful programs that assist women into becoming independent of their abusers. Until that's sorted, we will always be fighting gender-based violence. In a similar spirit, the youth development programs are letting down the desperately demoralized youth who are not in employment, education, or in any form of training. The scary part is that the youth are a ticking time bomb as they are getting frustrated and angry. In some cases, some of them, sadly, are turning to drugs. This department needs to stop playing games with Gauteng residents' lives and start helping vulnerable people who depend on them to restore and maintain their dignity. It's up to this department to help the vulnerable of Gauteng. That's the mandate of the Social Development Department. I thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Bedenost. Honorable Bedenost.
She's sleepy.
Let's get to Honorable Engelbrecht. Continue.
Acting Speaker, this budget is full of promises, as the MEC will proudly confess to achieving 100% of most targets. This is due to continual reprioritization of funds to sub-programs, to fool us, to cater for shortfalls. We need a budget catering for the future that will give our vulnerable poor residents of Gauteng hope and a passion for life, to reclaim a new future and improve their quality of life. In this budget, the department has removed several critical outputs, like NPOs, making up 46% of our budget, and moved them to the operational plan, therefore no longer available to the portfolio for oversight and scrutiny. Thus, the APP is silent on the number of planned funded MPOs. After standing empty for 6 years, Motlakeng has received its occupational certificate. Congratulations, MEC. In the financial year, the department failed to spend 66.4 million allocated for NGOs, while an NGO, Tshwalepele Frail Care Centre, has waited since 2019 for financial assistance, but has been totally ignored by the department, and now 74 disabled residents are fearful and uncertain of their future. This budget is also silent on commitments to improving the lives of people with disabilities, and especially on how children with disabilities will be accommodated at government facilities to give them a hopeful future, not dependent on handouts. The program to assist with crime prevention, anti-substance abuse and victim empowerment has no outcome indicators because the department has largely ignored social crime prevention and children diversion programs. We urgently need to empower our victims and turn them into victors and not victims. Sadly, in the West Rand, the department has refused to renew statutory licenses, so there are no social workers to remove an abused child from an abusive family environment. We have failed these abused children. A department focused on the future would make a plan to ensure that a drug rehab centre gets a temporary license to continue with its operations as it expired due to closure of the department's offices during COVID. This department is not looking to the future as it continues to fail the most vulnerable people who have been left out in the cold to fend for themselves. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Makagula.
Chairperson. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Chairperson. Committees.
Man, sleep.
Chairperson.
Sleep, man.
Continue, Honourable Makagula. Bedenhorst, you are on standby, but Makagula, continue.
Thank you. Can I read after Mrs. Magakula, please? Deputy Chair of Chess, Honourable Premier in Absentia, Honourable MECs, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members present, and the people of Gauteng. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this debate for the 2022-23 budget for the Department of Social Development. The African National Congress has always acknowledged that to build a socially inclusive society, it needs to progressively address the challenges of poverty, underdevelopment, and unemployment. Such a society should be able to chart the way forward towards the democratically determined, equitable, just, and effective social delivery system. The ANC argues that such a system, in line with the Freedom Charter, should have transformative outcome of creating a united nation with the requisite conditions which enable South Africa to make contribution towards human progress. To effectively achieve this, people must be taken as a fundamental recourse which is central to the development of the economy and the nation. Deputy Chair of Chess, the ANC would like to congratulate Minister Lindiwe Zulu on her appointment on the 19th of May 2022 as a global champion for She Decides, a global and diverse movement driving change to ensure that every woman, girl, and young person has the right to decide about their body, life, and future. The movement brings together government, civil society, media, and donors to stand up and speak out for bodily autonomy and sexual and reproductive health and rights. As the She Decides champion, Minister Zulu is expected to advocate for political action that advances the fundamental right of girls and women everywhere to enjoy their bodies, to make their own choices, to have access to comprehensive sexuality education and the full range of equality, care that unite all parts of her sexual and reproductive life and health. Members, the allocated budget for Department of Social Development for 2022-23 financial year amounts to 5.5 billion. We are cognizant of the fact that government faces the challenge of returning to spending priorities in the medium term while balancing its ability to provide sufficient and immediate responses to any possible additional COVID-19 waves that may manifest themselves through 2022 and beyond. There is therefore no space to be complacent. With the 5.5 billion allocated budget, the department therefore will continue to provide support in the form of income, food relief, and psychosocial services to the vulnerable groups in our province. We particularly note the additional budget received over the 2022 MTEF on Gauteng City Region, the GCR Street Adult Homeless Strategy, support to welfare of NPOs and EPWP integrated grant and incentive grant. Gauteng has an estimated 50,000 homeless people, and many of these are in the city of Johannesburg at 15,000, followed by city of Tshwane at about 10,000. The remaining number is shared amongst the three regions. Therefore, increased budget to the GCR Street Adult Homelessness Strategy will go a long way in assisting in developing effective mechanisms in addressing homelessness. The Growing Gauteng Together 2020 plan of the ANC-led government has clear priorities, and amongst them is safety, social cohesion, and food security. The department will prioritize the following to contribute to priority 4. 1, develop initiatives that target significant reduction of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. For example, TSEPO 1 million and welfare to work will be upscaled. 2, create a platform for youth ownership in the province through jointly creating a social spaces and building sporting, arts, cultural, and development opportunities. 3, improve policing and community safety efforts with a particular emphasis on gender-based violence and support for the rights of women, youth, senior citizens, people with disability, military veterans, and the lesbian, the LGBTQI+ community. 4, establish a Gauteng that allows all to reach the potential, belong, and be free from all forms of discrimination. The budget of the Department of Social Development is aligned with the priorities of the ANC. We applaud the department for the increase in allocation to support to NPOs. Non-profit organizations have a significant role to play in the development of our country. They play a major role in fighting various challenges facing our society, including the fight against the social ills and inequality. That the Department of Social Development priorities its support and partnerships indicate an acknowledgement that indeed government cannot work alone and that our government is the government of the people. Honourable members, the provision of dignity packs to vulnerable children in schools is one of the best initiatives by the ANC-led government to date. Research indicates that schoolgirls who have no access to basic toiletries and sanitary pads due to lack of financial resources are vulnerable to having relationships with older men. The restoration of the dignity of these schoolgirls is crucial in addressing social problems, including unwanted pregnancies, drug and alcohol abuse, and to curb HIV infections. We acknowledge that COVID-19 had negative impact on the distribution of dignity packs, particularly because the budget had to be reprioritized. We urge the department to intensify its efforts to ensure that in this financial year, all deserving beneficiaries receive their dignity packs. In the words of Tata Madiba, and I quote, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It is an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity and a decent life. While poverty persists, there is no true freedom." Close quote. Deputy Chair of Chairs, poverty remains one of the challenges of our society. Sadly, as indicated by the Gauteng City Region Observatory 6th Quality of Life Survey, 6 years of progress in poverty alleviation in South Africa has been undone by the COVID-19 pandemic. This makes the interventions by the Department of Social Development on school uniform project, food parcels, critical. We note with enthusiasm the budget allocated to new infrastructure projects for the 2022-23 financial year. We are particularly pleased with the focus on ECD infrastructure. The United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization indicates that early childhood care and education is more than preparation for primary school. It aims at the holistic development of a child's social, emotional, cognitive, and physical needs to build a solid and broad foundation for lifelong learning and well-being. It has the possibility to nurture caring, capable, and responsible future citizens. In a society like ours that is marked by violence, alcoholism, drugs, gender-based violence, etc., we need a generation of citizens that will be responsible and facilitate the realization of a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous society. In essence, Deputy Chair of Chairs, as the ANC were for the development, and we support a budget that seeks to address challenges of our society and improve the lives of our people. We are pleased with the department's interventions and the allocation of budgets to those interventions, respectively. In closing, we all know that good plans and excellent budgets do not materialize unless they are implemented. Therefore, our only plea to the Department of Social Development, having learned from the past, is to ensure implementation of programs and spending of the budget within expected timeframes. We have mechanisms in place, and we will lend a hand where needed. Contrary to popular belief that oversight is meant to punish, our role is to hold you as government accountable by ensuring that the public purse is managed prudently in line with the laws of this country. It is our responsibility to ensure that government is effective, efficient, and economical in the execution of its work. As the ANC, we support vote 6 for the Department of Social Development. Malibongwe.
Honorable Bettenost.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity. Chairperson, considering that the department has been allocated an amount of 5.5 billion for the 2022-23 financial year, we know that this allocation has been reduced at 16.5 billion. It has been allocated over the medium-term expenditure framework for 22-23 financial year. This follows a gross under expenditure in the 2019-2020 financial year amounting to 401.9 million that has not been accounted for to date, highlighting the department's poor governance in the interest of service delivery as stipulated in the Public Finance Management Act 1 of 1999 and other acts associated with the departmental performance. Honourable Chairperson, we have not received a satisfactory account as to what happened to the additional budget that has been received by the Department for the Homeless Program, which amounted to 83.9 million, the Extended Public Works Program Incentive Grant, EPWP, which amounted to 18.5 million in the 2021-22 financial year, of which 3.6 million had been allocated for early childhood development maintenance, which is now back to being the responsibility of the Education Department, and 1.3 million for property auditors. The budget allocation for 2022-23 financial year has failed to adequately bridge the gap between planning and budgeting in order to ensure that there is a strategic allocation of resources to programs that will accelerate service delivery in the province. This is evident in how the Department of Social Development has been unable to promote the social inclusivity of the poor and vulnerable by empowering people, building cohesive and resilient societies, and making institutions accessible and accountable to citizens, more especially in the light of the burden placed on our communities by the triple burden of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in Gauteng. The department faces the same challenges on a yearly basis around non-compliance with funding requirements and the meeting of minimum norms and standards for different fields of service in various programs. Yet, it continues to receive substantial funding that inevitably is underspent. It is even unable to ensure that the basic provision of dignity packs and school uniforms is not affected by its delays in the procurement process as a result of our withdrawal and poor supply chain management processes that are never properly followed. Honourable Chair, the Department of Social Development has no interest in fulfilling its mandate. Consider, for instance, the 187.5 million to 2022-23 accumulating to 544.9 million allocated to the provision of school uniforms, whereas 198.1 million or 534 million over the METEF allocated to the provision of dignity packs that the department alleges to prioritize as noted in the Batupele program. There have been years, it has programs that this department has been running for over 6 years now with no tangible or lasting benefits to the alleged beneficiaries. These sub-programs are heavily funded, yet services never reach our people in areas such as Beckersdale, Dipswood, and Zilbacom, to name a few. It is clearly must be a looting avenue for these corrupt officials. Moreover, consider the sub-programs for the provision of food parcels to vulnerable communities, which is meant to continue with 44.7 million allocated to 2022-23 and 134.3 million over MTEF. The sub-program is always overly funded, yet only individuals belonging to political factions are able to receive provisions, while ministers and the political factions loot resources that are meant to elevate poverty and unemployment under an ANC-led government that people are subjected to unimaginable food insecurity that has a ripple effect on crime, GBV, and other socio-economic ills. Understand that these ECD programs will now be a responsibility and function of the Department of Education. Will the MEC indicate to us that exactly what happened to the early childhood and partial care sites which were supposed to provide comprehensive early childhood development services to children that received an allocation of 526.8 million in the 2021-22 financial year? Is there a valid reason why this department to date has failed to provide a list of the early childhood development centers that were to be renovated during 2021-22 financial year? And the completion date for each ECD? For how long will the department continue to education department in the state block and subjecting our children to hazardous conditions?
And you are not saying anything about it.
Oh, thank you, Bedenhorst. The time is up.
And that is why the
Your time is up, Bedenhorst.
The time is up.
Time up. Let me now give. Let me give the MEC to continue. MEC.
Should I start?
Yeah, your time is up, Bedenhorst. MEC.
Honorable Badenhorst. Yeah, honorable. Thank you very much to all the members for taking part in the debate. I was trying very hard not to laugh. At least you're laughing, but I had to listen to them. Honorable Badenhorst, I will try very hard not to laugh. You're talking about the 400 million plus, which you say it's not accounted for. You're a member of the committee. You know what happened to this 400 million plus. Honorable Ncheke also spoke to it, in passing. But it's because of the dignity packs and the food parcels spending that was, thanks to Treasury, it was returned to us. And the reason why that money was unspent, it's because some people wanted us to take this money away from cooperatives that are owned by women in townships and take it to tender and give it to companies that have money, big and deep pockets. And we refuse, and we still refuse. So that money is going to be spent on cooperatives this year. And you're a woman, and I hope you will support them. On the SLAs to ECDs, again, Honorable Badenhorst, please read reports. Read reports. When you come to a meeting, come with an intention of reading and understanding. Don't come with an attitude of finding fault where it does not exist. Listen, 95% of SLAs for ECDs, Waikuto, you're heckling, you're cackling. Keep quiet and listen.
Don't cry.
95% of SLAs of ECDs were signed. The remaining 5% is the NGOs that you and some of the members of the DA mislead. They tell them now, you are not going to sign this, they cannot say this to you. By the way, the WhatsApp group that you are with them on, they send those messages to me, that you are telling them that, no, she will do what we tell you to do, so don't sign this SLA. So that 5%, you are the cause. So tell Gauteng people that you are the reason why we cannot transfer money to these ECDs. Anyway, MEC Education is going to be dealing with that. Stop misleading people. We work within the ambit of the law, and if the SLA dictates that they have to comply, we have a responsibility to take them through a process, and we do that. Stop misleading them. You are doing a disservice to them. Honorable Magabula, I just want to thank you for putting everything in perspective. As usual, you shined. The homelessness program, listen, Honorable Badenhorst, the homelessness program, which was given over 87 million, is yielding desirable results. When we went from homelessness programs that we have launched, you were invited. You chose not to come, so that you can come to this meeting and lie to Gauteng people. So please, Honorable Engelbrecht, you and promises. Look, earlier on you were telling her about being educated. No, so it's not my problem if she does not understand the difference between strategic outputs and operational outputs. Each one teach one. Please, teacher.
Each one.
Please. Honorable Ncheke, periods are not a choice. I agree with you fully, ma'am. We are women. It's a fact, and we know what young girls go through. And As far as what we are supposed to do in regards to this going to the panel of cooperatives that we have, is going to happen this year. Unfortunately, the constitutional judgment affected the program and the timelines that we have. But we are back on track and we are going to make sure that this happens. So I still have 6 minutes. So let me speak to a few of the important facts that I wanted to share with the House. So, Madam, not Madam, House Chair, I'm proud to announce that we have recorded over 90%. Are you listening, Honorable Engelbrecht? 90% of the total SLA signed with 1,862,000 NGOs. Don't go and mislead the remaining. They have not signed because you told them that you will force us to sign what is wrong with them. No, we won't. Yes, I will. You sabotaging people and you want to come here and make a song and dance out of it. We won't let you get away with that.
That's corruption.
You will be arrested for sabotage.
Yeah.
We're busy arresting a black man in the Western
Cape. To me. So the implementation on victim empowerment programs, Honorable Cheke, is a core mandate of the department that aims to prevent gender-based violence, to empower victims of violence and work with perpetrators of violence. Not only the victims, the perpetrators also, so because we can't be looking on one side as well. In strengthening its prevention programs, the department commits to reducing the risk of sexual and physical violence against women and children by ensuring the participation of men and boys through education on gender-based violence. And I hope, Honorable Engelbrecht, when we go on this, please come along. No.
A black man is being harassed in the Western Cape as a speaker. You are not saying anything. You are busy raising issues that don't concern you.
Was demonstrated through our launch of the provincial Boy Scouts program. You were not there. The Boy Scouts program, you were not there. It was very cold. I was cold. I wanted you next to me so that you can. No, she was not there. So we are reaching 200 beneficiaries. Next time, I'm inviting you myself, straight on my phone. You better come. Ladies and gentlemen, our department is assigned to lead in the prevention awareness of substance abuse. Honorable Cheke, in the province. The department intervenes through the funding of specialized treatment centers, aftercare programs, and the Kimoja and drug prevention programs. Substance abuse services users are also linked to skill development programs as part of the TSEPO 1 million. Where I agree with you, Honorable Cheke, is that this must be, the program must be intensified. So, yeah, I agree with you there that we should do that. Fortunately, we were allocated just over 44 million, and we will be intensifying the program this year. On priority 5, and this will also respond to some of the questions that you posed. In pursuance of the approval of our service delivery model of the few months ago, we are steaming ahead on our project of building state capacity to deliver on constitutionally mandated services. The department will henceforth this year start the process of rendering certain identified services which were previously and commonly rendered only by NPOs. Amongst others, and following the amendment of the Children's Act, the department has trained and registered 108 social workers. Again, you, adoption services will no longer be for the affluent or chosen few alone, but will be accessible to all children and families, irrespective of race or economic class. The department will be engaging the sector accordingly on this planned fundamental service delivery changes. Allow me to further announce to this House that this department has successfully undertaken and completed the ECD Function Shift Marathon project, and I want to thank MEC Education and the Premier and the officials who were responsible for this.
Are you stealing there? What are you doing?
Madam, no, sorry, Chair, House Chair, as stated in the previous financial year, and to reiterate further, we are committed to improving governance within the department to enhance the delivery of social services to all vulnerable people in our province. So the department, and this is in conclusion, the department received an additional budget over the 2022 MTF in the following areas: public sector wage agreement at 76,914,000 rands. GCR street adult homelessness strategy, Honorable Magagula, the program you were speaking to, received just over 87 million, and it is yielding very good results in getting these people off the streets, but we need to intensify that as well. Support to welfare NPOs received just over 43 million. Reallocation of the NDA, of the NDA funds, the 3 million, just over 3 million, came back into the department, and we're going to use it on the welfare to work program. We received just over 2 million for the EPW integrated grant. The EPW2 incentive grant received just over 21 million rands, and this brings it to a total of over 235 million. So the commitment to the work that we have to do remains, House Chair. And like I said earlier on, you know, this, the two honorable members, Honorable Badenhorst and Honorable Engelbrecht, ke kopa le ithuteng go bolela nnete tle le batho ba bagolo le bomme re leka go le tlhompa re thuseng gore re le tlhompe ke a leboga o ska le ba lo morutane
I say believe not say anything Masizole is under siege our brother.
Thank you very much. We have now concluded our debate in all our votes in the legislature.
She's drunk and she's in bed.
Yeah, now I'm now giving the secretary to take us to the next order.
Thank you, Chair.
What can I know?
Secretary.
Order number 11 is the decision on the separate votes in the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I'm now going to put a question on the separate votes in terms of Rule 223.3. There are members who indicated to make a declaration, and it is in all the votes. Now, I'm starting with vote 1, which is the office of the Premier. Honorable Makubela, you indicated to make a declaration. If it's not on the platform, now I have to now ask a question. All those who are in favor for vote 1, let them say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no.
No.
The yes have it.
How do we know?
So this vote
How do we know?
our vote. Now I'm going to vote 2.
The
vote 2.
How do we know?
No, it's not only here, Chief. What's your problem?
How do you know
Black
the
man is
yes
under
have it?
10 there. You are busy worried about numbers.
How do you know?
Put a motion in now.
We don't have enough members.
No problem with that.
We don't have enough
Let me go to vote 2. Vote 2, that's the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We've got Honorable Hassan for the declaration. No declaration. Now, I'm now putting a question. All those who are in favor for vote 2, say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor, say no.
No.
So the yes have it. Now I'm going to vote 3, economic development. It was supposed to be Mabunda for declaration, but it's like it's not there. So all those who are in favor for vote 3 say yes.
Yes.
All who are not in favor say no.
No.
Yeah, the yes have it. Now let me go to vote 4, which is health. Under health, all those who are in favor say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. No. Yeah, the yes have it. It is adopted by the House. Now I'm going to vote 5, that is education. Those who are in favor for vote 5 say yes.
Yes, yes.
All those who are not in favor say no. No. Yeah, the yes have it. So we adopt this vote. Vote 6, social development. Those who are in favor say yes for vote 6. Those who are not in favor say no. No. Yeah, the yes have it. Now it is now adopted. Let's go to vote 7, which is cooperative governance and traditional affairs. All those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. No. Okay, the yes have it. It's adopted. Let's go to vote 8, which is human settlement. All those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. Okay, the yes have it. It's adopted. Let me go to vote 9, road and transport. All those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. Yeah, the yes have it. It's adopted. We go to vote 10, community safety. Those who are in favor say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. Okay, the yes have it. Now we go to vote 11, agriculture and rural development. Those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Let's go to vote 12, sports, recreation, arts and culture. All those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Let's go to vote 13, e-government. Those who are in favor say yes. Those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. We go to vote 14, that is the Gauteng Treasury. Vote 14, all those who are in favor say yes. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. We go to the last vote, vote 15, infrastructure, development. All those who are in favor say yes.
Declaration.
And those who are not in favor say no.
Declaration. On Treasury, we had a 106 declaration by Member Randall.
There is a declaration on?
On 14 by Member Randall.
Member Randall, do you want to make a declaration?
We have passed. Member Randall, agree with me.
Member Randall?
He's late.
Honorable BC, I'm here.
Yeah, let's give a hearing for declaration.
Can I continue? In terms of Rule 106 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, I, Member Randall, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, wants to make the consolidated declaration.
What about the black men in the Western Cape?
Of the overall 22-23 Gauteng Provincial Government budget, as it is once again a plugging-the-holes budget, whereas it should have been a budget securing a better future for Gauteng residents that find themselves in a dire situation, made worse by the COVID-19 pandemic and an incompetent Gauteng administration. As citizens of this province, there's nothing
is
to
us.
about what this
Harassed for
government has
being
done
black
for them.
in the Western Cape,
As
Speaker of
money meant for
Legislature.
sovereign delivery are often misappropriated or returned to National Treasury unspent. Our provincial roads are in a state of disrepair and critical infrastructure is not being properly maintained and projects are not completed in time and within budget.
We want the motion on Masizole here, the Speaker of Western Cape Legislature.
In need of adequate funding to
Black
keep
man
up
who's
the
harassed for being black.
Not to mention future needs. The unemployment rates remain high and our people are struggling to make ends meet at the cost of living as the cost is increasing. So in the future, government performance must be a right of citizens in the same way that citizens are entitled to healthcare or income support.
All those who say no to Member Randall.
Schools, on-time transport, courteous civil servants, prompt handling of applications and other public services. When this occurs, Performance will have been transformed from a means of measuring and assessing services into assurance that services will be provided as set forth in the budget. I thank you.
Thank you for the declaration. I will now put a question on vote 15, infrastructure development. All those who are in favor say yes.
Declaration, Chair.
And those who are not in favor say no.
Declaration, Chair.
The yes have it.
Deputy Chair, Chairs, I rise again on Rule 106 for Member Fuchs to make a declaration on this vote, please.
On which one?
On vote 15, infrastructure development for Member Fuchs.
Member Fuchs, let's give Member Fuchs for declaration.
Thank you very much, Chair. Am I audible?
I hope you are not in bed.
Chair, am I audible?
Yes.
Chair, in terms of Rule 106, I wish to make the following declaration. Propose a budget that is underfunded to the tune of billions of rands.
What billions of rands? Man, you can't speak like you're in some shebeen here, man.
Chair, could you please
Be
ask that
specific.
uncouth thug to keep quiet, Chair? That uncouth thug, remember my yellow.
You think this is a stock fair,
keep it
no?
under control. Thug. Okay, thank you. So, propose an underfunded budget smacks of desperation and suggests that this department has given up the battle for a better future. It is simply unconscionable to approve a budget where one knows that it will fail in terms of providing the level of service that citizens deserve or contribute towards mitigating the unemployment and grinding.
Let's give honourable members, let's listen to Honourable Fuchs.
Chair, I'm saying one cannot approve a budget where it does not provide the service nor does it deal with unemployment and grinding poverty that so many people endure because of an inability to implement large-scale, impactful and value-for-money infrastructure. The department has acknowledged that it cannot meet its mandate based on this budget and proposes a solution which will lead to a downward spiral and eventual collapse. The so-called solution is to appeal to Treasury for additional funds, which will result in having to rob Peter to pay Paul. The constrained fiscal environment brought about by corruption and poor policy choices. The required budget is not readily available, leading to a heightened risk and project failure. Rolling over accruals from year to year is also not a solution. The option is to reprioritize the budget and ensure that all projects are fully funded ab initio. That will imply a reset of objectives, but that is preferable to projects failing. When it comes to infrastructure, this government has bequeathed to the residents of Gauteng a deteriorating fixed asset base and a backlog that is not likely to be reversed in a generation. That is why we have proposed that this department be shut down or, as a second option, be put under administration. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have, Honourable Nel, do you have, it's done. Now I'm putting a question for infrastructure, which is vote 15. All those who are in favor for this vote say yes.
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 Now, those who are not in favor say no.
No.
Okay. We conclude the yes have it. It's adopted. We now move to the Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Order number 12 is the decision on the schedule to the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I now put a question on the schedule to the Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 in terms of Rule 223.6. I now put a question. All those who are in favor for this appropriation bill, you say yes.
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 And those who are not in favor say no.
No.
So the yes have it. Secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Chair. Order number 13 is the motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2A, read with Rule 223 and Rule 224, on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022 for the 2022-2023 financial year.
I now call on the MEC, Nkomo Ralehoko, to move for the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G001-2022. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Committee, Deputy Chair of Committees. I am member of the Executive Council for Finance, Nomantunko Morali, who could table the following motion in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection A, read in with the Rule 223 and Rule 224 on the adoption of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, that this House adopt the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill B/2022 for the financial year 2022-23. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you very much. And now we are moving to, and while the Sergeant of Arms will have to, yeah, and then now when I move to that, we need to adopt, and then in terms of the adoption, let me call a seconder. Any seconder?
I rise to second, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It has been seconded. I'm not putting a question on this. Now we are moving to this important moment of the legislature, of the voting, the Sergeant of Arms. We will be breaking for 5 minutes. But again, what I'm saying, let's make sure that our technicians, everybody who's online, he has really to be connected. We don't want to lose any vote. They should be connected. Those who are failing, send the WhatsApp to the Chief Whip, will communicate with us. The whips will communicate.
Yes, Chair of Chairs. Can I have your attention?
But we'll ensure that we manage this. The whips will manage this, and everybody will have to really vote. And then when you are on the platform, make sure that we also see your face where possible, so that we see that is the person who says yes. Let's make sure that we move in that direction. But we are breaking for 5 minutes. You can't really ring the bell.
Honorable Tijaga, you know Honorable Robinson has a good record in Eguruleni, so please don't spoil his good record, please. I'm saying Honorable Robinson has a good record in Eguruleni, so don't spoil his record. It's his first day today, please. Please. Okay, colleagues, we're going to start with our voting process. When we call your name, if you agree, you say yes, or say in Afrikaans, extempsam, or you say in English, isiZulu, and any other language. And if you don't agree, you say no. Is it clear? Is it clear, Honorable Nel? You see? I could see that you are not listening. Okay. Well, I thought you were the whip, so you will know. I can't answer that question. Honorable members, I'm now starting, and I'm sure all the doors are closed, and I'm going to request, especially members who are in the house, just to keep quiet so that we can listen carefully to those that are online. Well, in terms of the rules, they don't say that. We're not going to develop rules as we vote. Okay, we are now going to start. Let me ask the secretary to read the first name.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. M.D. Makura.
Yes, Madam Speaker and honorable members, yes.
A. Lisufi.
Yes.
M.E. Kumalo.
Yes.
N.E. Mokheti.
Yes.
N. Nkomo Ralihuko. Yes. L.I. Maile.
Yes, yes.
P.J. Mamabulo.
Yes.
N.M. Hlagaza Manamela.
Yes.
N.M. Mahlagaza Manamela.
Hey.
I said yes.
No, she's sick. How do you expect her to?
A.W.M.K. Musupia.
Yes.
M.D. Shope.
Yes.
M.P.F. Dau. N.F. Mazibugo.
Ngiyavuma.
T. Mutara.
Yes.
E.S. Malubane.
Yeah, yes.
M.J. Kanyane.
Yes.
T.E. Makakula.
Yes.
B.P. Ngube.
Yes.
M.G. Mudise.
Yes.
G.D. Skinman.
Yes.
W.M. Matseke.
Yes, 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 yes.
J. Mpisi.
Yebo.
B.E.W. Masuku.
Yes.
M.K. Chilwane.
Yes.
R.J. Kekana.
Yes.
P.B. Mabunda.
Yes.
K.P. Diale Tlabela.
Yes.
D.P. Malema.
Yes, yes, yes.
D.C. Lidwaba.
Yes.
F. Hassan,
Yes.
MR Paladi Digamela,
Yes.
T. Ndlovu,
Yebo ngiyavuma.
BE Litswalo,
Yes.
S. Kanyile,
Yes.
SM Litsi,
Yes.
Litsi, LE Makubela,
Yes.
AA Ndlovana,
Yes, yes.
ST Msimang,
No.
JB Bloom,
No.
IE Mukwebo,
No. No.
ADW Albert, DK Adams,
Yes.
BW Dlamini, AJ Fuchs,
Yes.
No.
BA Engelbrecht, NS Duplessis,
No.
R Nseke,
No.
N Ramulifo,
No.
BF Bedenhorst, K Dong,
No.
RB Mnisi,
No.
MF Lidwaba,
No.
CW Mabala,
It's a big no. Big no.
R Robinson,
No.
WD Peach,
No.
AM
No.
Randall,
No.
SM Ghana, EP Duplessis,
No.
AW Celius,
No.
FP Nell,
No.
JJ Hoffman,
No.
A Dilange, KC Mazui, MR Mofama,
No.
MR Mufama,
I said no.
AG Chitangano,
No.
ND Khatebe, MS Goma,
No. No. Hell no.
MH Sirota,
No.
MS Chabalala,
No. 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 Maybe
C Bosch,
When I would be like, no, do what?
SJP Dos Santos, NMD Jager,
No.
PG Atkinson,
No.
Yes, 36. Then no 27. No responses, 7. Apology, 2. Yeah. And 1 no vote. Colleagues, can we give the results? Those who voted for yes, 36. The noes, 27. No responses, 7 plus 2 with apologies is 9. No vote is 1. So the total is 73. So those who voted for the budget at 36, therefore the budget is approved. Can I therefore request can all the secretaries, the whips to come and sign? Nell doesn't want to sign again. Honorable Nell. Nell, we're waiting for you. Thank you very much. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of our meeting, of our sitting for today. The next sitting will be The next sitting will be on Tuesday, the 7th of June 2022 at 10 hours. Thank you very much. The House is adjourned.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Honorable MEC Rally Huku. Thank you. Honorable Musupia. Thank you.